The years I was emperor. Introduction. Yitan, a laborer, has traveled, and when he wakes up, he realizes that he is the king of a country. What? I became the emperor. The palm of the universe is 95 years. The emperor who is under the feet of the world. What kind of work is the best? It's the best to be an emperor. Eat, drink, and play as much as you want. I'm Yitan. I'm feeding young Jun a bag of salt. Chapter 1. True Dragon Emperor. Brother, rest assured, go on the road, your country, brother is in charge of you, and the 3,000 beauties in your harem, brother will also help you raise them, and ensure that the rain and dew will be evenly distributed, and we will never favor one or the other. Wow, ha ha ha. Yitan proudly. He patted a young man next to him on the shoulder. This guy's face was pale and bloodless. The Yintang was black, and even his lips were black. He was a hapless one who had died. No, I am the emperor of the true dragon, the ninth five god. I am immortal, I will not die. The unlucky guy suddenly roared, struggling desperately, and the bullhead stunned him with a big grin and a punch. Dragged and left. Yitan, if you don't step up, the hour will be missed. Brother Marmayan reminded him kindly and kicked Yitan's ass. Wow! Yitan screamed and fell down the bottomless bridge. The Emperor! The Emperor! The panicked screams awakened Yitan, who was dreaming about the spring and autumn. He sat abruptly, looked around, and then looked at the beautiful lady in palace costume with a pale and bloodless face and a panic face, with a mouth open. Boss Jangda, this is the Emperor. You finally woke up, the concubine. The concubine? Worried to death. The look in the watery eyes of the peerless beauty was complicated, with surprises, cares, worries, fears, and a little bit of resentment. Yongrong Huagi adds an indescribable moving charm. It's beautiful, it's fascinating. It's ecstasy, it's a disaster for the country, and it's a disaster for the people, so normal men can't help but give birth to the urge of what they want. Wait, Yitanda sat on the bed with a dazed expression on his face. He was desperately trying to sort out the messy clues. In the entire spacious room, all the furnishings are simple and luxurious, and even the building is in the ancient style. And there is nothing modern. The beauties in the palace costumes in front of them are pretty messy, and their temperament is also croaking. According to Yitan's criteria for judging beauties, that is the top level that is absolutely harmful to the country and the people. Okay, just treat it as a costume drama, and explain it clearly to brother anyway. Brother is playing the emperor, but I don't know if it's a pig horn? Still a fool? Alas, but with his looks and third-class crippled figure, it is estimated that he will be a fate. Hey, even if it's a fool, there is a line anyway, right? Director, Yitan suddenly shouted, Director, do I have any lines? How do I calculate my wages? If you don't have a line, you'll be fine if you don't have a line, but you have to make your salary clear. Brother is so poor that he is not here to work as the volunteer. He turned his head and looked around. But he didn't see the crew of the filming crew, the camera, the lights, and so on. The only exception was the expressions of consternation and panic on the face of the big beauties in palace costumes. Oh, that's not right, I seem to remember. I remember that when I jumped over the rooftop of another building, the platform seemed to be muddy that day, and it shattered with a crash. He just screamed before he could scream. Fell down. Yes. He remembered that because of his appearance, body shape, family background and other issues, he had always been inferior. He didn't dare to take the initiative to confess to the girls. He could only secretly fall in love with the girl he liked, Yi in his dream, and greeted the 5 girls. This is not his sin either. He has looked like this when he was born. In fact, his facial features are quite correct, but his head is a little bit shorter. 1 meter and 65 meters tall. In the eyes of girls, this figure is considered third class. He is disabled, and what's more terrible is that his weight has exceeded the 160 kilograms mark, and there is a tendency to increase upward. This height and weight is enough to scare away any girl who looks past. Of course, there are some girls who secretly give him a look, but It's just that he looks and builds better than him, so he is still a boy with a cup. In order to take off the big hat of the boy chicken and not to make the buddies laugh, he, a college graduate from a third-rate university, gritted his teeth and worked for his private boss. He spent 3 full months on food and frugality, and finally saved a few $100, then go to a certain beauty center. He deserves to be unlucky, accidentally ran into the police to fight pornography. At a critical moment, the police suddenly surrounded the beauty center. He quickly put on his clothes and escaped through the window, escaped to the top of the building, and jumped to the rooftop of the neighboring building. Who would think that the building turned out to be a tofu dregs project? It seemed that the sturdy roof could not bear his weight. It broke with a crash, and he fell screamingly. That is a tall building with more than 10 stories. The result of falling down. You can think of the ending with your toes. Then, didn't that brother die? Hey! It hurts. After a long time in a daze, Yitan's first reaction after returning to his soul was to pinch his thighs fiercely. The intense pain caused his tears to burst out and made him sane. Some recovered. This doesn't seem to be acting in a costume drama. Brother seems to have gone through it. That dream. Is it real? The beauty is called the Emperor. Brother really is the Emperor? His mind is still confused and chaotic. The peerless beauty in front of him is absolutely a disaster for the country and the people, making him a boy who has not even held a girl's hand in his previous life to give birth to a strong evil idea, and can't help but want to be on the spot, push people down and rectify the far on the spot. However, there are still many people standing in this spacious and splendidly decorated palace. The expressions on their faces are different. The only thing in common is trembling and panic. The Emperor, peerless beauty, was taken aback by his sudden horrible howling and wild laughter, and she screamed in panic, "Dr. Zhao, Dr. Zhao!" An old man in the corner of the attendant rushed over and bowed tremblingly, "Your Majesty, Empress Jin. The old minister is here." Yitan shook his aching head vigorously, desperately trying to clear his mind. "Son, is this dream real?" In order to confirm whether it was a dream or reality, he once again pinched his thigh, and the pain caused tears and nose to burst out again. The one next to the grass mud horse is not a dream, it's real. God, your mother, I really passed through, and am still an emperor. No wonder there are some weird images in my mind that don't belong to him. Grand Dr. Zhao, whose face was so pale that he was nervous, gave the emperor's pulse tremblingly. The expression on his face was very strange, and his forehead was full of beads of cold sweat. Half an hour ago, he had just given the emperor's veins. The emperor's dragon veins were so weak that Dialuo's elixir could not be saved. He just didn't dare to tell the truth, but now, the emperor's dragon veins. Yitan shook his head vigorously again, and shook away the 2 fingers of the imperial physician Zhao placed on his veins, holding Jinf's delicate and white little hand in one hand, and pointed at the imperial physician Zhao in the other. "You, stay, all people go out." He now understands that this is not a dream, but that he has been reborn. The soul occupies this body. It is only because of the fierce fighting between the 2 souls that his head is bursting with pain. In the end, it is his soul that defeated the emperor. Occupy this body. Brother is a dignified emperor of a country, the emperor of the true dragon. Wow, ha ha ha. Yitan laughed wildly with excitement, jumping on the carved bed, dancing like crazy. The emperor, concubine Jin, Emperor Zhao and others were all scared to death. The emperor, are you crazy? Chapter 2. Let's get rid of poverty. In those corners where the servants stood, the court ladies and eunuchs waiting to be dispatched were also frightened and quit the palace as if they were fleeing for their lives. Concubine Jin, who had a pale face and bloodless face, asked repeatedly, "Dr. Zhao, the emperor?" Yitan jumped enough, and stopped after laughing enough, staring at the white-haired Dr. Zhao, panting and saying, "Dr. Zhao, I am very ill." Yes, the emperor is very ill. Zhao knelt down on the ground trembling, his official clothes soaked in cold sweat. Being an imperial physician in the palace seems to be very beautiful on the surface, but in fact, He is living with his head on his trousers, all day long, trembling and fearful. If the emperor or any concubine becomes ill, he will eat on his neck under the furious face of the dragon. May move at any time. The emperor had been ill for 10 days. There were already more than a dozen famous Xingling masters in the capital, and 7 or 8 imperial doctors in the palace had all lost their heads. It would be strange if he was not afraid. To be an imperial physician in the palace requires not only excellent medical skills, but also the ability to observe the appearance, exquisite appearance, and the dragon body to recover. It should be a good thing, but why does the emperor want him to conceal it? He didn't understand the emperor's intention, but he still understood the emperor's words very well. It was to keep him secret, and he still declared that the emperor was seriously ill. Anyway, Tanwai was unpredictable. He just needed to keep it secret. In short, the emperor's pulse was pulsed for the emperor just now. The emperor's dragon pulse was beating vigorously, indicating that his blood was strong and his body was healthy. This made him very surprised. How could this be? He has been in medicine for N years and has cured many intractable diseases. He has never encountered such a strange thing. However, the emperor recovered and his life was saved. Grand Physician Zhao quietly took a breath and was alive. It felt so good. Yi Tan glared at him. You can go out. The old minister retires. Grand Physician Zhao bowed and quit the palace. The emperor's glance was full of strong warnings. Of course, he understood the deep meaning. Only Yi Tan, the fake emperor, and the incomparably beautiful concubine Jin were left in the spacious and gorgeous palace. He hadn't held hands with the girl in his previous life, and he eagerly pulled concubine Jin into his arms and embraced her. When Xian Nephrite is full of arms, that feels really TMD stunned. The cool and crooked Yi Tan has a grinning look on his face. This is the first time that he has been so close to a girl, and she is also a great beauty at the level of disaster to the country and the people. So cool. Although the person died, the soul was reborn, and he was still an emperor. I don't know if it is unlucky, or does it turn around? Well, it should be luck. The emperor, the whole world, dong dong, gold, silver and jewelry beauties are his. Whatever you want, you must die, you must die. He. Yi Tan is weaving his incomparably beautiful dream. Don't you laugh at your brother? Did you give your brother the nickname of Yizu? If you say that you can't marry a daughter-in-law in this life, do you want to be a bachelor for a lifetime? Hey, do you guys know that now brother is the legendary true dragon emperor? All the beauties in the world belong to brother. Don't you believe it? Now I will push down this top beauty who is damaging the country and the people and show you all. Jin. Gina. His soul occupies this body, and also absorbs and merges the incomplete memory of the original owner. He knows that concubine Jin's surname is Dugu and the name is Jin. The emperor. Concubine Jin was suddenly hugged by the emperor and moved her hands up and down. She obviously felt the change somewhere in the emperor. She was so ashamed and anxious that she instinctively struggled. The emperor's dragon body is beginning to heal. Can't. The blushing concubine Jin struggled to resist, but he was not as strong as Yi Tan, and he was forcibly overwhelmed on the dragon bed. Yi Tan, with red eyes, pressed concubine Jin under her body, but my brother had sworn a poisonous oath. The first thing to do after rebirth is to take off the poor hat of this boy chicken. Since he swore, he must keep the oath. Therefore, his monkey was so anxious that he was a little rough, so he got into the car first, and then later, I will slowly appreciate Jin Fei's graceful posture. The emperor. The dragon body is important. Concubine Jin struggled to reject her. Her pretty face looked a little weird. Yi Tan, who wants to get rid of poverty, can take care of so much. Besides, this is the first time he has been so close to the opposite sex. He is nervous and anxious. The action of pulling off Jin Fei's dress is really rude and speechless. Why are women in this era so complicated in their dresses? Yi Tan worked it for a long time, sweating profusely, and then untied concubine Jin's outer garment, but there were still several layers in it, which was terrible. The emperor. It's not that the concubine refuses, but the emperor's dragon body is first healed. Concubine Jin stopped struggling and allowed him to act recklessly, only to persuade him bitterly, "The emperor, the dragon body is important, and the state affairs should be the most important thing." The emperor. Okay, Jaina, I love Jiang Shan, and even more beautiful people. Yi Tan would never give up even if he held a gun to his head at this time. He continued to behave. GT, look, how white is this skin? It was as smooth as silk, which was so cool. Concubine Jin was so beautiful that she would die on her belly. The only flaw is that it is not perfect, milk for a bear. It's cheap for that dead ghost. Forget it. In order to get rid of poverty, in order not to be laughed at by the buddies, I have already gone to find those roadside goods that don't know how to sell them. After all, Jinf is only second-hand goods, and it's free for such a beautiful fan. Will be it. The emperor. Concubine Jin sighed faintly, and the phoenix eyes with teardrops could not conceal the complicated feelings in her heart. She has been in the palace for more than a year, but the emperor has never stepped into her palace for half a step, but only dotes on Li Fei's fox charm. Son, it made the harem turbulent. Li Fei relied on being favored, and she did not pay attention to her in the harem, and even interfered in the affairs of the court. The loyal ministers who rebelled against her were beheaded by the censors for unreasonable charges, and the emperor was also accused of fainting the king. Today, the emperor seems to be possessed by a demon, and she is forcibly begging for joy. It's not that she refuses. She even hopes it in her heart. It's just that the emperor was dying before. She was worried about the emperor's dragon body. However, it is really strange to think about it. The emperor was dying at the time. After a few thunders, he suddenly seemed to be a different person. He said some weird things. He jumped and laughed just now, as if he was crazy. Generally, it scares people. Not bad. The emperor still remembered her name, which was the only relief she felt in her heart. Yi Tan didn't know the complicated emotional world in her heart. He was busy pulling off concubine Jin's clothes, which had taken off one layer after another. TMD was really fatal. After spending a lot of effort, Yi Tan, who was sweating profusely, finally disarmed concubine Jin's arms, ignoring her beautiful carcass, staring at her red wolf eyes, just trying to stand up. Spear prancing horse, get what you want. Report to the emperor. Empress Li, please see me. The eunuch's unique feminine voice came from outside the palace. God, your mother, at this time someone dared to disturb your brother's good deeds. Chapter 3 is finally out of poverty and angry Yi Tan roared. No, see, tell my will, who dares to bother again, kill me. Leaf, who has always been the most favored by the emperor, did not expect that she would be blocked from entering the palace. She couldn't help stomping her feet bitterly, and left angrily surrounded by a group of palace ladies and eunuchs. A group of ministers waiting outside looked at each other, and Leaf, who had collected 3,000 harems and loved them, all let behind closed doors. Tanwai is unpredictable. Who would dare to make fun of the guy eating on the neck? Mom, no one dares to bother now, right? Yi Tan rubbed his nose fiercely, and peeled himself into a pig at the fastest speed. Like a tiger hungry for a week, he pounced on the big sheep fiercely. Kiss Jaina, Chunk Xiao is worth a moment. Daughter, what shall we do? Concubine Jin, who had been stripped into a big white sheep, suddenly heard from the eunuch that Leaf asked to see her. Her crimson pretty face instantly became pale and bloodless. When the emperor reacted like this, the expression of resentment on the pretty face became startled again. There was a bit of joy. In short, the look in her phoenix eyes was rather complicated. However, seeing the emperor's eyes congested and red, his forehead bursting with blue veins, and his expression fierce and terrifying, like a beast about to eat people, concubine Jin was obviously frightened, curled up and trembled. Please be merciful to the emperor. The concubine is still. The screaming scream caused by the sudden pain shocked the ministers, court ladies, eunuchs, and soldiers waiting outside. They looked at each other, and no one knew what the emperor and Empress Jin were doing inside. But the painful scream was made by Empress Jin. Maybe, Empress Jin did something wrong and was beaten by the emperor, who has always been bad-tempered and capricious. They don't know what happened inside. Each one of them tried desperately to poke their ears up, trying to hear the movement inside. These ministers of civil and military affairs stood in piles of 3 or 5 outside the palace, whispering, with different expressions on their faces. People with a little bit of flexibility can see that these ministers are divided into n parties, and they are all looking for their own future. Fate is worried. The royal family's power struggle is the cruelest, and the ministers who eat royal food are most afraid of standing in the wrong team and standing in the wrong team. Guan Jinqiu. They were all chaotically guessing what was going on in the palace, and the Emperor Zhao was the last one to come out, which was naturally the focus of the ministers' inquiries. Faced with the inquiries from the ministers, the sleek and slick Emperor Zhao kept secrets for the emperor without offending the ministers. The ministers who were eager to inquire about the news couldn't tell the least. They could only scold the old Dr. Zhao for being grateful in their hearts. They were extremely shameless. I don't know how long they have been waiting. Everyone stood with their legs numb, but because of their identity and face, no one dared to sit on the ground, and could only stare at the gauzy palace with eyesight. Chief Inspector Suzalun came out of the bedroom and waved to a young and pretty maid waiting by the side. "Hey, hurry up. Go in, the emperor calls you." The young and pretty palace lady hurried in with Suzalun, causing everyone to talk again. Xia is a close-knit maid married by concubine Jin. She is clever and has a sweet mouth. She is very popular in the palace. Many ministers were whispering again, guessing what medicine the emperor was selling in this court. However, some of the ministers who were thoughtful met with leaf and bumped into the wall. The emperor called Xia in, faintly feeling an unusual smell in his heart. Inside the magnificent palace, on the luxurious carved bed, Yitan, who got his wish, smiled and hugged the pear blossoms with rain, and the shy and complicated expression of concubine Jin, panting heavily, and his face was full of satisfaction. Delightful. Brother finally got rid of poverty, hee. Besides, it's still good, cool. Your girl or daughter-in-law's women have a brother's beautiful woman. School flower, is concubine Jin with a brother on time? He has never experienced men and women, he has only watched hundreds of pornographic films, and the boy chicken with only theoretical knowledge is anxious and rude. What is more unexpected is that concubine Jin, who has been in the palace for more than a year, is still a complete body. Under the rush of the monkey to be rude, the result can be imagined. Suzalun, the chief inspector of the internal servants, stood still outside the door of the bedroom, sucking his lips, and beckoning Xia to go in by herself. The emperor just called Xia in. Without the emperor's order, he didn't dare to follow up at will. Xia didn't know what happened in the palace, and the sorrowful cry of concubine Jin shocked her. If it weren't for the guardian in the palace, she rushed in early. She raised the curtain tremblingly, and when she saw the situation inside, she quickly lowered her head in fright, and her pretty face became red. Although she had never experienced anything between men and women, the sisters she had also listened to had talked about some boudoir matters. She knew nothing about it, and she could see what had happened just now, and she was stunned for a while. Yitan squinted and folded a white silk paw, carefully put it in his arms, and patted his chest to show that he cherished it. Concubine Jin was embarrassed, and said in embarrassment, "The emperor." It was her virginity that turned red to prove that she was innocent. However, a certain boy chicken was both anxious and rude, which made her suffer a lot. When she thinks of it, she is afraid this will still support the pain and serve the emperor. Yitan, who had taken off his poverty hat, was very refreshed. He couldn't wait to roar a few times to vent the excitement in his heart. He was still very excited, but the junior Jinf was not able to withstand the conquest, which made him not very happy. He hugged concubine Jin and gnawed a few mouthfuls, then let Suzalun come in and let him take him to the imperial study room through the side door. Suzalun is an old man who has served 3 generations of emperors. As soon as he came in, he saw the strangeness of concubine Jin at a glance, and a strange light flashed through his seemingly dim old eyes. After the emperor left, Xia, whose pretty face was still full of shame and red clouds, whispered, "Congratulations Niang Niang, Hexi Niang Niang." The emperor and concubine Jin turned upside down, but this aftermath work was handled by her also unmanned girl, which was somewhat ashamed. "Hey!" Concubine Jin sighed faintly. "I'm afraid the emperor is just a temporary whim. She has been married into the palace for more than a year, and the emperor has never stepped into her bedroom. Until just now, she has truly completed her baptism from a young girl to a woman." Xia's pretty face also dimmed with joy. She served Dugajin since she was a child, and the two of them were like sisters and said nothing. The emperor has always petted Leaf alone, but the fox Mizi will not lay eggs. The emperor occasionally, although the two concubines who were fortunate enough to be pregnant with the dragon breed, they miscarried unexpectedly and died in the end. There is a legend in the palace that Leaf framed the two poor concubines because of jealousy. As for the true and false, it is impossible to judge. After all, there is no conclusive evidence. The little palace lady and the eunuch who chaos the tongue were chopped off by the emperor. Since then, no one dared to mention these things. The destiny of the master and servant is closely linked. Everyone is prosperous, and everyone is damaged. Of course, Xia hopes that her own lady will be favored and bring down the cruel concubine Li, but after hearing concubine Jin's words, she can't help but worry about the emperor. It's just a momentary whim, and occasionally it's just a chance to visit concubine Jin. Chapter 4. A pauper Xia yelled and comforted, "Niang." Xia feels ... Today's emperor seems a little strange, as if it's a little bit ... something different. She did have this weird feeling in her heart, but she couldn't say why for a while. It just felt that today's emperor was a little different from usual. Concubine Jin stayed for a while, frowned Liu's eyebrows, lowered her head and carefully recalled what happened just now. Indeed, the Emperor Jaina really seemed a little different from usual. I hope that he is not a sudden tide, otherwise, the Yi family will be destroyed in the hands of the Humizi because of the domestic and foreign troubles in Diezu. The Emperor is a sinner through the ages. What face will he have in the future but see the ancestors and ancestors? Xia, let's go back to the palace. Concubine Jin sighed faintly. She stood up and wanted to go out, but she whispered and frowned Liu's eyebrows frequently. Niang Niang. Xia was shocked, and quickly helped her. Concubine Jin bit her red lips slightly. Her pretty face was full of coy, and she said in shame, "Sanji didn't say ... those ... How?" When an ancient woman got married, the elders would quietly tell her what to do in the night of the bridal chamber, and also gave a set of erotic pictures to watch the exercises. Those things were told to her by the third sister, Dugurong, but ... just ... after the experience, it seems a little different from what my sister said. At least in retrospect, it still makes her very scared. The blushing Xia of Yuchik hesitated and said, "Manny, the third lady is kind-hearted. How could it be a lie? Is it ... or else, miss, go back and see the picture given by the third lady." Concubine Jin's pretty face became more and more blushing, and the master and servant sneaked back to their bedroom from the side door, leaving a large group of civil and military ministers, court ladies, and eunuchs waiting outside the main entrance of the bedroom. Yush Hufang. Yi Tan sat on the chair, flipping through the account book page by page. His face was more gloomy than the cloudy day when it was about to rain. Li Jin, who was standing by his hand, wiped the beads of cold sweat on his face with his handkerchief from time to time, and the fleshy fat all over his body was shaking with nervousness. Today, the emperor didn't know what medicine he had taken wrong, and suddenly summoned him to ask him about the amount of silver in the country's inventory. Then Long Yan was furious and asked him to bring in the account books of the past 2 years and read it personally. How could he not scare him half dead? Every time Yi Tan turned a page, the expression on his face became more and more gloomy. After taking off his poor hat, people began to calm down. The emperor was the emperor of the true dragon, the 9th 5-year-old, and he was actually not good enough. At least for now, he feels that his seat as the emperor is very restless. Inheriting the incomplete memory of the dead ghost emperor, He only knows that this wild continent is divided into 6 empires: Zhou, Chu, Yan, Han, Jin, and Danyan. Among them, the Great Zhou Kingdom has the largest territory, the largest population, and the strongest national power. It is also the richest place in the Central Plains. As for the specific size and population, the memory of the dead ghost emperor does not have a specific number at all. Leaf is the deepest memory of that guy. The top beauty like Jinf and the country and the people ranks behind Leaf. It shows how much Leaf is favored. I have to thank Leaf for this, because she has collected 3,000 harems in one body, so the dead ghost emperor will leave Jinf in the cold and invisibly preserve her virgin body. In ancient times when men were superior to women, women's starvation was small, and women's failures were large. Even in a very open modern world, many men also have different virgin plots. Yitan is one of them. Just because of the appearance and physical problem, in order to stop I was ridiculed by my buddies. In order to get rid of poverty as soon as possible, I had to go to that kind of low-end place. Now, he changed his body and became the emperor of the true dragon, the king of a country. Of course, his realm was raised to the top all at once. However, that Leaf can collect 3,000 harems in one. Is it 100 times more beautiful than Jinf? Hey, brother is not in a hurry. As long as brother sits firmly in this country, there is a chance that Leaf will meet. If you want to be stable, the potential enemies inside and outside must understand clearly. The Tanyan Empire is surrounded by the sea and is known as an island country. They have the most powerful fleet in mainland history, and rely on the endless sea as a natural barrier. Generally, he invades and harass other countries, and the inland countries are quite helpless to him. The only way is to strengthen the defense forces along the coast. These Japanese pirates ran in groups of 3 to 5, killing people and arson, and their whereabouts were secretive. The officers and soldiers could not defend against them. The people who lived by the sea for generations and depended on the sea were miserable. The specific region and climate restricted the population of the Tanyan Empire and the development of industry and agriculture. They have always had wolf ambitions for the inland countries. The northwest of the Great Zhou Empire is an immense desert. Only through the Hakanala Desert, known as the Sea of Death, can you enter the grassy prairie where many nomads live, which is the seat of the Golden State. And further north is an extremely cold glacier and snowfield. Regarding the area of the country, the Golden Kingdom has the largest area, but most of them are large deserts, glaciers and snowfields, uninhabited, and bitter cold places, which also created the brave and warlike sex of these nomads, the best in the world. The warhorse comes from the prairie. Jingo claims to have millions of string-controlling men, and the military is very powerful, but the geographical reasons also destined that they lack important things such as food, cloth, iron and so on. Therefore, Jingo has always been obsessed with the prosperous Central Plains. The areas of Yan and Chu are only half the size of the Great Zhou. They are mostly mountains and rivers. The terrain is steep and rich in iron ore. They have the most well-equipped armies on the mainland. Among the 10 great marshals of Megatron, the 2 countries occupy 3 of them. They also looked forward to the affluent Central Plains. Great Korea, in fact, is the empire with the smallest land and the weakest national power on the wild continent. It is also a subsidiary country of the Great Zhou Empire. It pays tribute to the heavens every year. The terrain is mostly a bitter cold land of mountains and hills. If it is not covered by the Great Zhou Empire, the country has long been subjugated. This information was obtained from the incomplete memory of the dead ghost emperor. If he wanted to know more about it, Yitan either asked people or turned the book. This was the foreign worries of the Great Zhou Empire. In the ancient Chinese country, the dynasties of the past, in order to fight for the throne, are there few cases of brotherhood? Didn't Li Shimen, Emperor Taizong's wise and martial emperor of the Tang dynasty, also climbed to the throne of the emperor after killing his brother? I wonder if anyone spied on his throne. Regardless of whether anyone peeped at his throne, Yitan felt that if he wanted to be stable, he had better grasp a military force loyal to him only. Otherwise, It would be miserable if any bastard rebelled against him and usurped the throne. My life is gone, and the beauty of the country has become a mist of the past. If you want to build an army loyal to yourself, of course you have to recruit troops. The first thing he thinks of is money. Money is easy to do. The best way to motivate soldiers is to give them benefits. The most affordable thing is naturally silver, so they will be loyal. Working for you. What I need most now is a lot of white money. Yi Tanxing rushed to the household department Shang Xiu and asked him how much money was in the treasury. The answer is that the treasury's current deposit of silver is only more than 500,000 tals. Yi Tan was dumbfounded. The Great Zhou Empire, known as the most powerful and richest on the mainland, had only more than 500,000 tals of silver in the country's inventory. Moreover, the nearly 1 million troops stationed at the border have been in arrears for several months without payment. In the drought, there was no harvest, and the victims were all over the country. I really wanted to pay the army to help the victims. The more than 500,000 tals of silver was a good use. The fiscal revenue of the Great Zhou Empire turned out to be negative. Isn't this TMD too exaggerated? Brother, this emperor is actually a pauper. Chapter 5 The minister wronged. The dignified king of a country is actually a pauper, worse than a beggar. It's a joke. It's big. Under Long Yan's anger, Yi Tan ordered Li Jin to move all the account books of the past 2 years, and he would check it in person. If he found that Li Jin had committed corruption, he would rob his family and destroy the clan. Looking at the thick stacks of ledgers, Yi Tan's eyes were dark, and his head swelled 10 times. Mother, how long will it take to see this? What's terrible is that the characters are all traditional characters, which are difficult to recognize. He can't understand many of the characters. What's more terrible is that the numbers are all capitalized, and the income and expenditure are all recorded in one block. If you really want to finish reading, I am afraid that I will vomit blood and hang up. With a pop, he closed the account book, and also shuddered shiveringly from the family Shang Xiu. Li Jin, who was standing next to him, and the fat all over his body trembled. Li Jin, do you know that you are guilty? Yi Tanhan stood up with a face and slapped the case with angrily. These books are like heavenly books. He didn't bother to read it, and didn't have the time and patience to read it, so he could only resort to intimidation. The emperor, the minister doesn't know what's the crime? Li Jin was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground, his face pale and bloodless, the big beads of sweat rolled from his forehead, and the fat all over his body was shaking. He didn't know what crime he had committed that made the emperor so angry. Tanwai is unpredictable, and Tanwai is unpredictable. It's terrible now. Yi Tan snorted coldly and sternly shouted, you don't know what's the crime? I don't know what's the crime? In extreme panic, Li Jin calmed down. He is also an old fritter in officialdom. He knows that misfortune is not a blessing. So let's take a look at what tale the emperor is holding on to himself. Yi Tan said coldly, Li Jin, you have been a Shang Xiu for several years, right? Li Jin, who was kneeling on the ground, replied, when I returned to the emperor. To this day, the minister has served as Shang Xiu for 4 years, 6 months, and 18 days. Hey, you remember that date is quite accurate. Yi Tan sneered, say, how many silver tals have you been greedy for in the past 4 years? In order to force Li Jin to confess his guilt, he also emphasized, you are lenient in confession and strict in resistance. He had a wishful calculation in his heart. If Li Jin did embezzle the national treasury silver and honestly confessed his guilt, then he should be dealt with lightly to prevent him from death. However, the silver must be punished severely, so that he has a sum of money to use up. It turned out that it was such a thing. Li Jin took a breath, and suddenly lay down on his stomach, crying and crying. The emperor, the minister, has been wronged. Since he took over as the minister of the household, he has been conscientious, dedicated, and honest. Never dared to embezzle half a treasury of silver. The emperor, the veteran, was wronged. Please the emperor to investigate. Wronged? Yi Tan didn't believe it at all. You guys are full of fat, not more than 300 catties. Corrupt officials usually look like this, and they eat full of fat intestines. He was preconceived and believed that Li Jin, who was waiting for a fat belly, was a big, corrupt official. He was so greedy for his talent that he was so poor that he was even worse than a beggar. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are full of fat and intestine. Dare you say that you are honest and clean?" Li Jin couldn't help but stunned. "Didn't I just eat too much or fatter, so I was accused of corruption?" Fuzzy Lord, it really is Da Fuzzy Lord. The emperor, the minister, was wronged. The minister promised with the head on his neck that the minister did not embezzle or greedy half of the treasury. Since he became the official book of the household department, he has been loyal to his duties and did not embezzle half of the treasury. Properly, righteously, speak naturally and confidently. Yi Tan kept staring into his eyes, seeing him greet him. His eyes didn't flicker at all. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Is it true that brother really got it wrong? He asked casually, how much property does the family have? This jump of thinking is too fast, right? Li Jin couldn't keep up a little bit, shouting, and cautiously replied, back to the emperor. Apart from the ministers who should be led ... there is only 100 acres of fertile land rewarded by the emperor. That's it? Yi Tan rubbed his nose fiercely. You can really eat? Li Jin replied, returning to the emperor. The minister's younger sister is a new widow, and she is home to live. She cooks good dishes. The minister, God, how did I get involved with the little girl? Li Jin's forehead oozes a lot of sweat beads. He can't wait to slap himself. He's greedy for alcohol and is lustful, and he can't see beautiful women. If he sees his little sister, it will be miserable. Yi Tan's mind was full of white silver, but he didn't pay much attention to his words. He felt that the ancient food without message chicken essence, soy sauce and other seasonings could not compare to modern food. Eat, get up. He saw that Li Jin looked calm, as if there was really no corruption, and waved him to get up. At the same time, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He hoped that Li Jin would be corrupt. Mom's brother is the emperor of the true dragon, the 95-year-old, all the stuff, gold and silver jewelry, and beauties in the world belong to the brother. That's what I said, but my brother is so poor that he is not as poor as a poor man. Yi Tanzi laughed and said, Mom, brother is a pauper emperor. Li Jin couldn't help but opened his mouth wide, and the emperor unexpectedly exploded vulgar words. Xi emperor. He climbed up from the ground and kept wiping the beads of cold sweat on his forehead, thinking in his heart. Fortunately, over the years, he was upright and clean, and he did not dare to embezzle half of the national stock of silver, otherwise it would be miserable. This dazzling monarch didn't know what he had done, and wanted to accuse himself of greed, ransacking his family, and accompany him like a tiger. It seems that it's better to retire as soon as possible, so as not to be charged one day with unnecessary charges. Head down. Thinking of this, he bowed and said, the emperor, the veteran has suffered from an old illness recently, and his body is uncomfortable. I am afraid that it will be difficult for the emperor to share his worries for the emperor. Please enlighten the veteran to return to his hometown to recover. Yi Tan was startled. How old is this guy? In his 40s, it is at the peak of a man's life, and he is full of red faces. Apart from being a little fat, how can he be sick? After figuring out the reasons, he couldn't help cursing. I forked you 20, do this with brother? He chuckled and said, Li Aking wants to sue her old man to return home. Okay, if you pay 1 million kls of silver, I will grant you permission to return home. The beads of sweat on Li Jin's forehead rushed down again. God, if I resigned without doing it, I still have to pay a resignation fee of 1 million kls of silver. What kind of world is this? Woo. Chapter 6 Natural Stunner 1 million kls of silver. Even if it is a large family, it may not be able to collect it all at once, unless it is a big, corrupt official, like him. A clean official with 2 sleeves, let alone 1,100,000 kls of silver are very difficult to collect. Come out. The emperor. Li Jin didn't know how the emperor had such a weird idea in his heart. Was he crazy about money? Feeling that his brain is not enough, he shouted, the emperor. That old minister. He guessed completely correct. The imposter king was really crazy about money, and he was doing everything possible to get the money. Yi Tan smiled and said, Li Aking, You are the flower of the motherland. The pillar of the country, a rare good official. I can't live without you. I will mention the resignation, otherwise, I will copy your whole family and punish you. Yes. Li Jin kept wiping the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. God, is it guilty to resign? This monarch listened to the slander, and killed many ministers these days. It seemed that he was addicted to killing. He would ransack his family and exterminate the clan at every turn. Alas, if this continues, days will really be over. Yi Tan, who was going crazy thinking about money, waved his hand and signaled that he could go. He sat down on the chair, thinking about how to get a sum of money as quickly as possible. Among the hundreds of civil and military officials in the DPRK, there must be quite a few big, corrupt officials, but they must first have evidence of their corruption. Besides, he doesn't know if anyone is secretly spying on his throne, making money, and forming a guard. It can only be done quietly. He has some ways to make a lot of money, but it will take a long time, and he doesn't have time to wait any longer. Mom, what is the fastest way to get money? Yi Tanyang leaned on the chair, swaying with his legs on the table, without the slightest sitting posture of the real Dragon Emperor. I was having a headache about how to make a lot of money quickly, and the soft voice of Suzalan, the chief inspector of the housekeeper, was heard outside the door. The Emperor, the Lady of Li, please see me. Yi Tan's eyes lit up and he swallowed. Let her in. In the incomplete memory of the dead ghost Emperor, most of them are the memories of Leaf. Only seeing Dugajin married in the palace for more than a year and still a perfect body, it shows how much Leaf is favored. In fact, the dead ghost Emperor seemed to have few concubines. After the queen died of illness, the entire harem was empty. There seemed to be only concubine Li and concubine Jin in his memory, and there were no other concubines. The concubine visits the emperor. The tender voice suddenly sounded, and Yi Tan, who was distracted, couldn't help but shiver. Mother, just listening to this soft sound with a fascinating magical power makes people feel very ecstasy. If it is cold, wouldn't it be more terrible when you get up? A group of red clouds floated in. Fragrant people puffed their noses, and the middle people were drunk. Leaf's eyebrows are like a crescent moon, and her watery peach eyes are like two deep pools that are fascinated by the dead. The pink tube top half covers the towering hills, revealing a fascinating deep ditch. Even being suffocated in it is also willing. The red color silk skirt that is as thin as a cicada's wing brings out the crystal clear skin, slender waist and plump butt, as well as the charming charm in the bones. With a grunt, Yi Tan swallowed fiercely, and rubbed his nose fiercely in the habit of sex. Mom, it's no wonder that the dead ghost emperor never forgets. Li Fei's whole body, raising hands and feet, frowning. With a smile, they all carried a kind of fascinating magical power. Naturally charming, any man with normal physiology can hardly resist her temptation. The emperor, don't you know your concubine? Li Fei's pretty face showed a swing smile, with a bit of triumphant color. She was very confident in her appearance, and there were few men in the world who could resist her charm, and even the little eunuchs had been stunned. Moms, it's really cheap. That dead ghost emperor. Yi Tan swallowed with difficulty, stretched out his hand and hugged it, chuckling in his mouth and said, "I concubine, I hug." Concubine congratulations to the emperor for the recovery of the dragon body. Leaf took a natural step back, and her graceful bowing ceremony just happened to avoid Yi Tan's embrace. I'm still sick. Yi Tan chuckled, took a step forward, stretched out his hand and hugged. I love you. Let me love you so much. The emperor is still in such a sex-anxious. Leaf chuckled and smiled. Her waist twisted, and she turned to Yi Tan's side lightly, raised her hand silkerchief, and gently brushed it across his face. Yi Tan couldn't resist her fascinating charm. After her tease, the fragrant wind puffed his nose and his cheeks were slightly itchy, which became more and more uncontrollable. He held it back with his backhand and chuckled in his mouth and said, "Beauty, come, let me do well. Love you." The emperor's dragon body is healed, and he must be well born, and his concubines are still looking forward to the emperor's grace. Leaf twisted her waist, her tender body pressed against Yi Tan's back. She didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, avoiding Yi Tan's hug. "Hey, it's pretty slippery." Yi Tan of Sword Guide Heaven turned around, staring at the red wolf eyes, opened his arms, and rushed towards Leaf fiercely. "Mom's brother doesn't believe in evil. See if he catches you, he will rectify the fight on the spot." "Oh, the Emperor." Leaf smiled and dodged, her mouth dripping, and said, "The Emperor, it's still daytime." Her words are already very obvious. It's broad daylight, so why are you so embarrassed? "I'll talk about it tonight." Yi Tan pounced several times without even catching the corners of her clothes. She couldn't help but hate her teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why have to wait till night, brother? I want to eat you now." "The Emperor, the ministers are waiting outside." Leaf smiled and avoided his two wolf paws. The whole person was like a loach, abnormally slippery. Yi Tan took a lot of effort to grab the red silk that was wrapped around her arms, and he pulled it hard to pull the person in front of him. Li Fei's beautiful body turned, loosened the red silk that was wrapped around her arms, and said softly, "The Emperor, the dragon body is important. It will belong in Japan and the affairs of the country are important." Yi Tan clutched the intoxicating fragrance of red silk. "Mother, so slippery." "The Emperor, the concubine is waiting for the Emperor's grace in the palace tonight." Leaf suddenly stuck it up, said something quickly, and blew a breath in his ear, and then took Yi Tan's two arms. Before closing, he quickly slipped out of his embrace. "The Emperor, the state matters." The concubine retired first. Leaf bowed her blessing, turned her head when she was leaving, and blinked her fascinating peachy eyes. "The Emperor must remember to come. Don't let the concubine stand alone." Empty curtain. Chapter 7. The Great Ideal. Yi Tan looked at the tense-hang red silk that exuded the intoxicating fragrance in his hand, gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you to hang off brother's appetite? It's hateful. It's really hateful." His teeth were itchy with hate, but he was helpless. Leaf was like a mudloach, so slippery that she just didn't catch her. "Mom, see how brother shot you at night." Beast blood boiled all over his body, and he poured a few cups of tea in a row to barely suppress the blazing evil fire. He leaned back on a chair, shook his legs on the desk, and continued to think about it. He didn't want to go to court before he could get the money and set up a guard that was completely loyal to him. The ministers wanted to wait. They wait. But how can I get the money as soon as possible? He scratched his head, having a headache for money. "Mom, this dead ghost emperor knows that he spent time and drink, and spent all his money. He left such a big mess to let the brother clean up. Damn it." He desperately searched for the incomplete memory of the dead ghost emperor, but unfortunately, apart from Hue Shanjiu, indulging in love, he couldn't find any useful stuff. If it is the three kingdoms of the ancient China, Tang, Song, Ming and Qing dynasties, he can still know some things from the historical knowledge he has learned. At least he knows who is the loyal minister, who is the treacherous minister, who are the cows. The wild continent, a completely unfamiliar continent. Well, in terms of clothing and other customs, it is quite similar to the Tang dynasty in ancient China. The atmosphere is quite open, and the official system is a bit like the Ming dynasty. It is divided into 3 publics, 6 inspectors and 6 subjects. It feels a bit of a hodgepodge. In the imperfect memory of the dead ghost emperor, it seems that several emperor brothers and brothers who threatened him were killed by him. Only one sister, Princess Minayu, saw Hongqian and became a monk in the Taoist temple on the mountain. On the surface, people with royal blood, who might threaten his throne, were all killed by the dead ghost emperor, and no one threatened his throne anymore. But Yi Tan still felt uneasy. The ghost knew which ambitious one was. The guy wants to rebel and usurp power to seize power. Only by holding an army loyal to him in his hand can he feel at ease. The emperor who has traveled into a country is happiest than accepting all the beauties of the world into the harem, the meat grove of the wine pond every day, the big open meeting, the flying sex, and the sex blessing to death. Hey! Didn't those buddies who used to brag about 10 people and 100 people? Isn't it bragging that the girls who have had sex are more punctual? Hey! Brother is much better than you guys. The girls that brother makes are the most punctual. As for those who kill 10 people and 100 people, look at that time. Brother's harem is full of beauties, and all of them are the best product. Lose makes you vomit blood with jealousy. Brother's ideal is to take all the beauties in the world into the harem. Yetan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and vowed. The probability of achieving this great ideal is very high, almost 100%, but only if he can sit on the throne. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. If you want to be stable, you must have a strong army. The army is built on a large amount of silver. Therefore, the most urgent thing is to get white money. Thinking that finances turned out to be a deficit, Yetan couldn't help cursing the dead ghost emperor's prodigal family, his mother, the dignified emperor of a country, the emperor of the true dragon, and the ninth Five King. He should have been the richest in the world. He did not expect that he would be worse than even the pauper. This is too much. Yetan sat in a chair and thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of a way to make money quickly. I crossed. Could it be that I hurt my brain when I fought with the soul of the dead ghost emperor, and my whole person became stupid, right? The emperor, it's time to eat. A soft voice of Suzalan, chief inspector of the housekeeper, came from outside the door. I feel really hungry. Yetan touched his grunting stomach. He suddenly remembered that his soul had occupied this body. Don't know what it looked like. Come here, bring the mirror. Yes, the emperor. Suzalan wondered why the emperor wanted a mirror, and hurriedly ordered his eunuch to move the mirror. There were no glass mirrors these days. The mirrors were made of copper and polished very brightly. Two little eunuchs panted and carried a large prismatic bronze mirror into the imperial study room. Facing the bronze mirror, Yetan touched his own face, showing a rather satisfied smile. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a dangling nose, and he looks quite handsome. According to modern aesthetic standards, he can be regarded as a handsome guy. It is not very sunny. He is gentle and has a bit of book tiredness. In later generations, he will definitely be very handsome. Recruit the likes of girls. Such a handsome, personable, graceful, suave, lovely, and blooming. Yetan feels quite satisfied. It is better than the 165 centimeters tall and 160 jins in the next generation. He didn't know. Hundreds of times. It's just that the skin's color is a bit too pale, showing a bit of weakness. If you want to kill every girl, it's best to have a masculinity. He felt good about himself and put on a bodybuilding pose, but unfortunately, the physique of this body is a bit too weak and the muscles are loose. It seems that he has to exercise in the future. Otherwise, when there are more beauties in the harem, then can't bear it. Seeing the emperor looking at the bronze mirror for a long time, with a very intoxicated narcissistic expression, manager Suzalan, who stood by the side, became more and more wondering. Wouldn't the emperor be a narcissist? Yetan was narcissistic in front of the bronze mirror for a long time, and he was so satisfied that Suzalan blasted the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs out of the palace, and then swaggered out to eat. In the costume TV series, I occasionally see the story of the emperor's meal. The dazzling array of delicious dishes makes people look dazzling, and the extravagance is breathtaking. Although Yetan was mentally prepared, his eyes widened when he saw the hundreds of delicious dishes on the long table in front of him, not counting dim sum and pastries. Just these dishes are enough for hundreds of people to enjoy, which is too extravagant and wasteful. According to this calculation, how much silver is wasted every day? With this method of eating, Yinshan has to be empty. No wonder the fiscal deficit is. Seeing the emperor's brows frowning, Zheng Longjai, the chief of the dining hall, who was waiting by the side, broke into a cold sweat and cast an inquiring look at the chief supervisor of the inner superintendent, Suzalan. No wonder he was nervous. In recent months, the emperor's temper was very bad, and he was furious at every turn. Several celebrity chefs in the palace were chopped off. Can he not be nervous? Suzalan, the chief supervisor of the house attendant, was equally nervous. Normally, he could accurately figure out the emperor's thoughts, but today, the emperor seems a little weird, making him unable to guess. Yi Tan picked up the chopsticks and tasted the several dishes placed in front of him. These dishes were exquisitely made, color and delicious. Although there are no modern seasonings such as monosodium glutamate and chicken essence, the taste is really good. Satisfying. Chapter 8. Explore life together. Seeing the emperor eating with relish, Suzalun and Zhenglongjai both quietly let out a sigh of relief, and Zhenglongjai secretly wiped the beads of cold sweat on their foreheads with silk paws. The majesty of the sky is unpredictable, and the companion of the monarch is like the companion of the tiger. At this moment, they can't help but sigh in their hearts. Yi Tan ate very happily, and soon he was full. Of course, the best royal wine in the country, he just spit it out after paying for it. Compared with modern wine, what he called the country, there is only one word in the evaluation of wine: bad. His actions made Suzalun and Zhenglongjai, who had just been breathing hard, nervous again, and Zhenglongjai broke out in cold sweat. Is there a problem with the drink? All the food consumed by the emperor was first served by the little palace maids and eunuchs. One was to prevent people from poisoning, and the other was to appreciate the taste of the food. Only the suitable ones could be put on the table for the emperor to enjoy. Yi Tan stood up and stared at Zhenglongjai and said, "From tomorrow, I will have 3 dishes and 1 soup for every meal. Remember?" Zhenglongjai shivered in fright, and hurriedly bowed and replied, "Return to the emperor, the slave and maidservant." "Remember?" He secretly cast a questioning look at Suzalun. Suzalun gently shook his head. He was also wondering, what's the matter with the emperor today? "Lead the way, go to the palace of concubine Jin." Yi Tan thought that Li Fei's appetite just now made his teeth tickle with hatred. "You dare to suffocate brother's appetite, he also stuns your appetite." There are many beauties in the harem, Gwen. It's the little palace ladies who are waiting, all younger and more prettier than the other. Brother is afraid that there will be no beautiful women. He wanted to go to the palace of concubine Jin, but the dead ghost emperor never spoiled concubine Jin. Naturally, he didn't have much impression of concubine Jin in his incomplete memory. Yi Tan didn't know which palace Jin concubine lived in, so he had to let people lead the way. There was a small eunuch leading the way, and Su Lunzi, the chief supervisor of the inner maid, was waiting by his side. Yi Tan took 2 steps, stopped suddenly, turned his head and said to Zhenglongjai, the director of the Yushintang, "Concubines, 5 dishes and 1 soup." Zhenglongjai bowed and nodded desperately. After the emperor left, he hurriedly picked up the jug of wine the emperor had just drunk and took a sip carefully. The wine is Guiyang contributed by the Cao family of Guiyang. It is considered the best wine in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The taste is still the same as the emperor's usual drink. There is no problem. But the emperor's expression of frowning on the wine is clearly right. The wine is not satisfied. This made his heart more and more confused. Junction was unpredictable. He wiped the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. It seems that he will have to consult Chief Su later, otherwise, he might be unhappy one day and eat on his neck. The guy might have to move. Yi Tan was surrounded by soldiers, eunuchs and maids in the palace to the Qian King Palace. The soldiers, eunuchs, and maids who were guarding outside all saluted and greeted the holy driver. There was a young eunuch who wanted to go in and report that Empress Jin came out to greet him. Yi Tan waved his hand to stop him. He let people wait outside and went in alone. In the bedroom, concubine Jin, who had just finished showering, let her head full of blue silk dangle at will, and she wore a white silk robe like cicada wings, showing her plump body, and her beautiful outline without the slightest amount of pink, and pink reveals a touching blush such as King Shui Lotus, a bit charming in the dignity and nobleness. It was already evening, and the palace lanterns in the palace were all lit up. Under the soft light, she and her close maid Xia were looking down at something, and their cheeks were full of shy red clouds. Maybe it was too focused. Neither of them noticed Yi Tan coming in. There are eunuchs and palace ladies waiting outside. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to chaotically break in. Otherwise, Even if someone asks to see the family, the eunuchs and palace ladies will inform them. Jinf and Xia never thought that someone would be silent. Walked in. Yi Tan walked through the heavy gauze and walked gently into the dormitory. Seeing concubine Jin and Xia looking down at something, he was curious for a while, so he tiptoed over and leaned behind concubine Jin. Concubine Jin felt a little strange, turned around instinctively, and then screamed, hurriedly hiding a pile of cotton kerchiefs behind her back. The Emperor. Xia was also shocked, and hurriedly bowed to blessing. What is Aif holding in her hand? Yi Tan asked with a smile. In fact, he had seen it a long time ago. The pile of cotton kerchiefs are all embroidered. The workmanship is very exquisite and the characters are lifelike. This thing must be obtained for later generations. The absolute value is priceless. The Emperor. Concubine Jin, who was so embarrassed that her jade cheeks were red, shouted, When did you come? What she and Xia watched was the erotic picture that the third sister Dugarong gave her when she was married. When a woman married, the elders in the family would quietly tell them what to do in the wedding night of the bridal chamber. This erotic painting is a kind of theoretical knowledge. Right. The daughters of poor families usually get married on cheap paper paintings, and the married ladies of the wealthy family are usually embroidered color pictures of camphor at high prices. Yi Tan, who was eager to get rid of poverty at the beginning of the matter of men and women, acted violently, causing concubine Jin to suffer a lot of injuries and fear in her heart. This seemed different from what the married third sister said, but she felt that the third sister did not need to cheat, so she was confused in her heart. After returning to the palace, she took out the embroidered brocade of the erotic palace and discussed with Xia. What results can be researched for a person who has just passed the personnel affairs, and the other has no personnel affairs? But the more I look at my face, the redder my face is, the more my heart beats. There is an incomprehensible rush of heat surging deep in my body, and my body is crumpled and numb, a little soft and weak. Such shameful things were seen by the Emperor, and concubine Jin was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack to get in. The beauty is infinitely shy, the jade cheeks are blushing with spring, and it is as beautiful as the flower scriptures that are actually planted in March in the sunny spring. Yi Tan can't help but swallow a sip of water. When he got out of poverty, he found that concubine Jin was still a virgin, which made Yi Tan especially fond of the virgin complex. He smiled and hugged her into his arms, and said with a low smile in her ear, "Ai concubine, this kind of thing cannot be discussed by one person. Let's discuss and discuss together to explore the mystery. That is the true meaning of life." The Emperor laughs at his concubine. Concubine Jin put her head into his arms with shame. Her shy and humiliating expression became more charming and charming. After being married in the palace for more than a year, the Emperor only favored Leaf. She often lamented that her destiny was not as good as that of a poor village girl. At least, they could still perform their duties as a woman, loving each other and loving each other. Live a happy little life. To this day, the Emperor was finally lucky to her, which made her pleasantly surprised and full of worries, worrying that the Emperor was just a whim of the moment, and after that he still petted Leaf and left her in the cold. In the evening, the Emperor finally came over, which made her heart full of incomparable surprises and a hint of happiness, but at the same time she was extremely nervous. But as a wife, she has accepted the ancient precepts of 3 obediences and 4 virtues since she was a child, but she cannot refuse her husband's request. At this moment, she was both happy and afraid, and her heart was full of contradictions. Chapter 9. The most ideal daughter-in-law. Concubine Jin is infinitely shy and very touching. In addition, she is more and more sultry with her hey-push and half-step. Yi Tan puts her arms around concubine Jin and puts her hands up and down, acting recklessly. But this time, the movements were much softer than before, and the monkeys were no longer as anxious and rough as the first time, frightening the beauty. Wolf's Paw was acting recklessly, but Li Fei's enchanting and fascinating face appeared in his mind, and Yi Tan couldn't help but hate her teeth again when she thought of her suffocating her appetite in the imperial study room. Damn it, how dare you to appetite? Bruh, there is the emperor, and there are many beauties in the harem. Are those palace ladies more prettier than the other? Are you afraid that there are no women? See who has the appetite. He originally wanted to go to Leaf, but he was upset about the royal study room, and he was at a loss with Leaf in his heart. Before he knew it, he compared Leaf with Jinf. Leaf was naturally charming and charming. It is no wonder that Leaf was able to set the harem's 3,000 favorites in one. The Emperor of the Dead Ghost is quite discerning in terms of women. He feels that he has the same taste as the Emperor of the Dead Ghost. Concubine Jin is noble and dignified, with a variety of manners. It is most suitable for public places. However, it is the vase that is displayed, but it is not how to use it, and it is inadequate. A man's psychology, of course, is that he hopes his wife can enter the kitchen and leave the hall. That is the most perfect wife. The Emperor. Concubine Jin was so horrified that Harong lost her lust. Although she had been defeated since childhood, she hoped to be favored by the Emperor, but she was scared when she thought of it and looked for help. Looking at Xia. Xia is also blushing with jade cheeks now, and her heart is jumping wildly. At this moment, the Emperor and the young lady are making love in front of her again. How embarrassing does this make her feel? Her careful head was pounding wildly, almost jumping out of her chest, her cheeks hot and hot. She lowered her head desperately. Ai concubine. Yi Tan felt guilty in his heart. He blamed himself for being too rude, but scared the beauty into this sin. The Emperor, the servant maid is waiting for you to take a shower and change clothes. Xia raised her head unintentionally, and saw Jin Fei's plea for help with a bit of panic in her eyes. She hurriedly said, her voice low like a mosquito, and her jade cheeks are flushed and shy moving. Yi Tan chuckled and said with a low smile, I will be back soon. Ah, concubine Jin whispered, and said in shame, Chen concubine. In the spacious bathroom, Yi Tan lay comfortably in the big wooden barrel full of warm water, half closed his eyes, and comfortably enjoyed Xia's service, humming in his mouth. The special services of those modern saunas and bubble baths are nothing more than that. It's still refreshing to be an emperor. Not only did the warm water fail to dispel his evil fire, on the contrary, the animal blood in his body became more and more surging, and Xia, who was serving by the bucket, was blushing, with a bit of tension in her shyness. Yi Tan chuckled and said, how boring to wash alone, or mandarin ducks playing in the water with energy. Don't you think? The Emperor. Xia was mentally prepared when she married her into the palace, but when she really faced it, she couldn't help being very nervous, and covered her red jade cheeks with her two small hands. This mandarin duck bath, but it took quite a few hours before it was over, and Xia looked bleak, but her eyebrows carried a heart-wrenching love for spring. Concubine Jin could also see the reason from Xia's expression, and her feelings were mixed for a while. Although Xia is her personal servant, she grew up with her, and the two of them had nothing to say. They had no secrets. They were closer to each other than their sisters. The Emperor's visit to Xia depends on Xia's blessings. Maybe in the future, the sparrow will fly on the branch and become a phoenix. Yi Tan didn't know her thoughts were so complicated. He put his arms around concubine Jin to go to bed, warmed his mouth and hands for a few times, and then put his arms around her to sleep comfortably. I don't know how long I slept, but I was awakened by people's screams. The Emperor, it's dawn, it should be early. It was Suzalan's soft voice from outside the door. Go away, if you make any noise, copy your house and destroy your clan. Yi Tan was very upset. This would be a good time to get back to sleep, and besides, he still had a peerless beauty in his arms. Hey, my arms are swinging and swinging. Isn't all this just a beautiful dream of Huang Liang? Yi Tan was startled, and instinctively stretched out his hand to Chaos and touch. This time he really touched him. He still closed his eyes and murmured in his mouth, Ai concubine, let's sleep for a while. I like to sleep with my arms around you. The Emperor, it's dawn. It's time to get up. and it will be early in the meeting. National affairs are important, and the concubines will serve you to change your clothes. Concubine Jin sat on the edge of the bed, leaning over Yi Tan's ear and yelling softly. The jade cheeks were full of shy red clouds, and the joy and excitement in his bright eyes could not conceal. Chapter 10 My Reward. Concubine Jin looked at Chiguago lying on her side. A wolf paw leaned into her breast. The reckless emperor. The jade cheeks of the naked man were full of shame and red clouds, and she sighed for a moment. The emperor was bedridden and dying. Even the Emperor Zhao, who is known as Xinglan's first sacred hand, was helpless. Who thought the emperor seemed to have taken some elixir. Suddenly the dragon body recovered, and that day spoiled her and Xia. At first, she was worried about the emperor's body, and also worried that the emperor was just a whim, and occasionally spoiled herself. But now it seems that the emperor's dragon body seems to be really fine, and people seem to have turned sex. This is a good thing for her. I love the mountains and the beauty more. Come, love the concubine, and lie down for a while. Yi Tan stretched out lazily, one hand wrapped around the soft waist of concubine Jin, the other groped leaning into her chest to find the secret scene. The emperor. The early dynasty is the legacy of our ancestors, and state affairs are the most important thing. After that, the concubines ... will serve the emperor with all their hearts. Jinf, the blush and spring of your cheek, softly persuaded her, and winked at Xia who was standing beside him. Kama motioned to her to come and help too, persuading the emperor to get up and face. Under the soft persuasion of the two beauties, Yi Tankai, who had suffered from hand addiction, got up lazily, and Jin and Xia served him around to change his clothes. Yi Daishan's two wolf paws were not idle for a moment. He needed concubine Jin and Xia, panting, her nose snorted, her jade cheeks flushed with spring, and her eyes were like silk. The emperor, Xia, who had just passed the personnel affairs, stomped and stomped her feet. The emperor was so mad, and she didn't know how long it would take him to wait for him to change clothes and eat. The little T's demeanor and furious manner don't have a touching charm. Yi Tan grinned and smirked, and said with a drooling face, "Ai concubine, what about the three of us together tonight? Hee hee." What does that mean? Needless to explain. How can Jinf and Xia not understand? The two of them were so embarrassed that their jade cheeks turned red, and the emperor's words were too fruity and shameless. Moreover, he also said that three people should be together. This ... This is too ridiculous. The emperor favors Xia, and concubine Jin is not jealous, or even happy for her. Xia is her personal maid and grew up with her since childhood. There is no secret between the two. They are like biological sisters, but they have to serve at the same time. The emperor, this ... Isn't this shameful? The emperor is ... Really absurd. Concubine Jin couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Has the emperor really turned sex, or is it still as barren and brutal as before? The emperor, don't forget that Empress Jin is here waiting. Yuji is blushing. Xia said in shame. She didn't want to fight for favor with concubine Jin, but to help the master and the concubine Humazi. Fight for favor. Xia knows my thoughts best. Yi Danlang smiled, and stretched out his hand to pinch Xia's red and simple face. Confucian can be taught. I will definitely reward Xia when I come back. Ha ha. Xia bowed her head in shame. The emperor's smirk. How could she not understand the so-called reward? For a while, she was ashamed and happy, with a trace of anxiety, worried that the young lady blamed her for fighting for favor. How can concubine Jin blame Xia? She has received the traditional 3 obedience and 4 ethics education since she was a child. Even if she is no longer talented and open-minded, the old motto of only husbands is deeply ingrained in her mind. It is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. What good is it for you to be jealous? At the very most a disturbance. Nothing can be changed. At most, some gold and jewelry will be used as compensation, which makes her husband unhappy. She is a smart woman. Instead of making her husband upset, she should close one eye and follow his will. He can accept as many concubines as he likes, as long as she can keep her current position. Cough. A soft cough suddenly came from outside, and concubine Jin was startled, and then she understood that it was the chief officer of the internal attendant Su Gong, reminding her that it was not early and the emperor should go to court. The emperor, it's getting late, it's time to go to court, state affairs are important. Concubine Jin adjusted the clothes for the emperor, and softly persuaded her, after the court is dismissed, the concubines are here to wait for the emperor. Don't let the ministers. Concubine is waiting. They like to wait and wait. Brother is the emperor. Who dares to say that brother is not? He grunted dissatisfiedly, his heart moved, and shouted, Old Su, the slave girl is here. Suzalan, who was waiting outside the door, bowed and replied, but he was puzzled. After a serious illness, the emperor seemed to have changed himself. The emperor didn't call him that way, but Xiaolunzi's, screaming eagerly, this old Su, so good. Yi Tan said, you send someone to the front to watch. If any official is late, write down the name for me. The slave servant obeys the order. Suzalan bowed and withdrew and assigned a young eunuch to guard at the Jinlyun temple. His heart became more and more confused. Since yesterday, the emperor seems to have changed his words and deeds. Could it be that this is a serious illness? Burning head. Yi Tan ate breakfast in concubine Jin's bedroom, 5 dishes and 1 soup, plus a few color snacks and fruits. This was what he had ordered. Frugality is the main thing, not too extravagant and wasteful. It suddenly occurred to him that when he was still studying and going to school, he was often late for class and was punished by the teacher. Aren't those ministers who were very rich? Brother would find an excuse to punish you. Heavy fines. As much money as he can get. Hee. With this excuse, Yi Danlai was energetic. He hurriedly finished breakfast, hugged concubine Jin after a few hand addictions, and squeezed Xia's attractive buttocks, which was satisfied. Towards Chief Inspector Suzalan followed closely behind, and his dizzy old eyes were squirming, and the emperor turned to sex. This day, it seems to be changing. Yi Tan sat on the dragon chair vigorously, touching and looking around, twisting his butt on the dragon chair a few times. Tusk, this is the legendary dragon chair that only the emperor can sit on? Sit on it. Doesn't it feel like a normal wooden chair? However, the feeling of being aloof and overlooking the county officials is really cool. Long live my king! All the civil and military officials of the whole dynasty knelt down and saluted. All the love is flat. Yi Tan couldn't help being amused when he thought of the leader of the dragon sect in Dexia Jin's the deer and dingtail. At the same time, the whole body was also full of wings, and the whole person was floating. This feeling is really refreshing. He is more and more determined in his heart to consolidate his emperor's throne and realize the great ideal of including all the beauties in the world in the harem. Suzalan, who was standing next to him, lowered his voice and said, report to the emperor, except for those who are sick at home. Yi Tanxian's frustrated ball wilted all of a sudden. Moms, it's all on time. Doesn't he have no money to earn? He rolled his eyes. Old Su, go and see, which minister is disheveled. Pick it out for me. Chapter 11. No way to make money. Slaves follow the order. Suzalan's dizzy old eyes flashed. The emperor really turned sex? I hope that the emperor is not fooling around. If you really turn to sex and cheer up again, there is still hope for the great Zhou dynasty. He straightened his chest suddenly, and walked to the side of the ministers of civil and military affairs vigorously, and his grim and stern eyes swept over them one by one. The expressions on the faces of the ministers of civil and military affairs were different. There was no ghost in their hearts, their expressions were calm. Ghost eyes flickered in their hearts, and they did not dare to meet Suzalan's stern and terrifying eyes. They were all puzzled in their hearts. Here is the emperor. What kind of medicine is sold in the gourd? Suzalan turned around and came back quickly, whispering to report, the emperor, they are all neat. I cross. Yi Tan couldn't help but burst into a swear word with a disappointed expression on his face. He wanted to find an excuse to get some money. Who would think that there would be no chance for these ministers to let him make excuses to get mad? And he was very upset in his heart. What? He didn't know that the ministers face the holy every day. Who would dare to be late? It can range from dozens of sticks to the weight, and it may lose your head. Who dares to make fun of the guy who eats on the neck? As for dressing neatly, it is not only the majesty of the official, but also the reputation of the individual. All of them should naturally be neatly groomed and put on a full official appearance. Yi Tan wants to pick out some faults from this point. It is simply pick the bones in the egg. If you have something to play early, you can leave the dynasty without any problems. Suzalun stretched his voice into a professional sex tone. He can be regarded as a veteran of the 3 dynasties and served 3 generations of emperors. I don't know that I have shouted this sentence 10,000 times. Qin Hezhen, Shangxiu of the Ministry of Industry, said, "The emperor, the minister has this memorial fork. I didn't give face on the first day I went to court." Yi Tan stared at Qin Hezhen uncomfortably, and said weakly, "What's the matter with aching?" Qin Hezhen bowed and said, "The emperor, the minister thinks that the cabinet scholar Dan Jiangmin has been wronged and imprisoned, and the minister is willing to guarantee that the emperor will observe." Before the words came to an end, dozens of other ministers, Chi Su, were willing to use their heads to guarantee that the cabinet scholar Dan Jiangmin was wronged and imprisoned. Later, a group of ministers came out to accuse Dan Jiangmin of all kinds of wrongdoings. There were a lot of crimes listed, and they were too many to rob the family and destroy the clan. The public is justified, and the mother is justified. The 2 sides started a war of words, and the saliva was sprayed all over the sky, like a summer downpour, rushing endlessly, and almost no fists were moved. The whole Jinliuan palace was chaotic. Noisily into a ball. I cross. These sour Confucian civil servants who are full of knowledge and ethics are not as weak as the shrews who scold the street by a minute and a half. Yi Tan can hear it as loud as a fight, full of black lines. In the incomplete memory of the dead ghost emperor, there is no memory of Dan Jiangmin, and I don't know what crime he committed and was put in prison. Moreover, the names of the gang of civil and military ministers are mostly unimpressed. How should he handle this case? However, watching the gang of King Liu ministers fighting happily, it felt quite fun. Dozens of people slobbered at dozens of people. This scene was quite spectacular. Yi Tan sat on the dragon chair without a word and watched the excitement. Soon, he saw that the ministers of civil and military affairs were divided into several factions. One faction was headed by the cabinet chief assistant Jiang Tingdong and Jiang Zhi. He believed that Dan Jiangmin guilty and should be executed. The chief minister of the cabinet is a prime minister and serves as prime minister. Jiang Zhi is a respected veteran of the 3 dynasties, and most of the civil and military officials in the court are on his side with a clear-cut stand. The fictitious mainland, the official rank is also fictitious, you don't have to be true. The other faction, headed by Wu Gonghu Chengqing Shan, believed that Dan Jiangmin was wronged and imprisoned, and asked the emperor to investigate it. The 2 factions fought the most. There are only a few people in the Wu Gonghu faction, with only a few dozen civil servants. The others are all military generals. There are many generals who did not participate in it, but just stood by and watched the excitement. Some of the remaining ministers should also be watching with a clear-cut attitude, and some other guys are estimated to be on the fence, or they may be loyal to the emperor. As for how much loyalty is, only God knows. At first, when Yi Tan saw the ministers fighting, he felt that it was fun, and he held the mentality of watching the excitement, until the whole Jinliuan hall was quarreled, and he couldn't help feeling bored. "Shut up!" Suzalun, the chief supervisor of the inspector general, suddenly yelled. The whole chaotic Jinliuan temple was silent at once, so quiet that the embroidery needles could be heard when they fell on the floor. Suzalun was able to serve 3 generations of emperors without failing. It can be described as an evergreen tree. This naturally is his extraordinary ability. He is able to observe the color and speculate the emperor's heart. This is his unique skill. Yi Tan's face is clearly exposed. With an expression of uncomfortable expression, he looked in his eyes and immediately shouted to stop the quarreling ministers. This matter will be discussed later, and the court will go away. Yi Tan stood up from the dragon chair, flicked his sleeves, and rushed away, leaving only the hundreds of civil and military officials looking at each other. Surrounded by a group of eunuchs and court ladies, Yi Tan went straight to the Qian palace, thinking of the white and gentle carcasses of concubine Jin and Xia. The animal blood all over his body was surging, almost spraying out his nose. The concubine welcomes the emperor. Zhao Didi, a soul-stirring, charming voice came, but the concubine who was born to be charming was surrounded by a group of court ladies and eunuchs. Yi Tan couldn't help shivering. His legs were soft. Just listening to this soft voice makes people think about it. The evil fire rises. Isn't it even more ecstasy? AI concubine. He stepped forward 2 steps and helped Leaf, who had bowed to the blessing. A wolf's paw embraced her soft and slender waist, and the palm of his hand slid down. The emperor, the concubine, waited all night. Leaf twisted her slender waist, and her 2 small hands took Yi Tan's hand and shook her coquettishly. Her enchanting eyes were full of resentment, adding a bit more. Dang the magic of the soul. Hey, now you know how to complain? Who makes you lose brother's appetite? Yi Tan was cheering in his heart, but his mouth said, I drank too much last night, so I went to the king palace to rest by the way. The emperor's concubine has waited all night, and the concubine will punish the emperor. Leaf pursed her attractive little mouth, and whispered in Yi Tan's ear, the concubine will punish the emperor for 3 days. Don't get out of bed. I am willing, I am willing. Ha ha. Yi Tan heard that the soul was flying, the bones of his body were soft, and he grinned smirkly with his big mouth, wishing to push people down now and rectify the law on the spot. The emperor shouldn't let his concubine stay alone tonight, otherwise, the concubine will not care about the emperor in the future. Leaf spoiled, whispered a few words in his ear, and then, in his ear softly blew his breath, and slid out of Yi Tan's arms before eating tofu with 2 wolf paws. The emperor, the concubine retires. After saying that, she was full of good fortune, and surrounded by several court ladies, she left with a willow in the wind. Chapter 12. The legendary fairy Yi Tan sprayed raging wolf eyes and stared at the slender waist that twisted rhythmically and the sinister buttocks. His apple was rolled up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Mom's, and his brother's appetite now. This woman is really disgusting. It is hateful and hateful, but the evil fire in his heart is burning, and he is willing to push Leaf down. Men have this virtue, and sex, the more they can get, the more precious they feel, and they have to get it. He was about to catch up, but Suzalon took a few steps forward and bowed and said, the emperor, Mu Chunfing is back. Yi Tan was startled. Mu Chunfing. Who is this guy? His mind was spinning quickly, trying his best to search for the memory of the 3 words Mu Chunfing, but there seemed to be no such person in the incomplete memory of the Death Ghost Emperor. What does this guy do? He wanted to ask Suzalon very much, and was worried that he might be suspicious. The old guy has served by the Dead Ghost Emperor for many years and knows too much about the Dead Ghost Emperor. Well, I will find an excuse to fire the old guy in the future. Yi Tan wanted to go to Li Fei's bedroom now, think about it or suppress this strong idea, and said to Suzalon, lead the way. In the imperial study room, Yi Deshanzi sat on a chair and looked at Mu Chunfing, who was kneeling on the ground. Mu Chunfing's face is thin, his expression is indifferent, and his eyes are unpredictable, leaving a deep impression of shrewdness, skill, and ruthlessness. The emperor, the subordinates are incompetent, please the emperor to confess the crime. Mu Chunfing knelt on the ground and pleaded guilty, a bit of trepidation in his indifferent expression. Tell me. Yi Tan picked up the teacup. He didn't know what Mu Chunfing did, let alone what he did. He guessed in his heart that the Emperor of the Dead Ghost sent Mu Chunfing to perform what task, but Mu Chunfing failed. The Emperor, the subordinates are incompetent. Mu Chunfing kowtowed again to plead guilty, and then explained the story in detail. Yi Tan listened for a long time, and finally figured out the reason. Legend has it that the fairy Yanai of the Xuanmen has a magnificent appearance, and the Dead Ghost Emperor moved the heart of bringing people into the harem, and ordered Mu Chunfing to lead people to explore the fairy tale of Yanai. Mu Chunfing was originally a secret guard of the royal family, who secretly guarded the safety of the emperor. He was ordered to investigate the fairy tales of Fairy Yanayu. No matter what methods he used, he must bring Fairy Yanayu back to the palace. Mu Chunfeng took the 30 secret guards under him to visit the north and south of the country, and finally found out the whereabouts of Fairy Yanayu. First, he used the imperial decree to suppress the people, but was angered by Fairy Yanayu, and finally grabbed people, not wanting Fairy Yanayu's martial arts. Unfathomable, Mu Chunfeng and other guards were not opponents, and fled in fright after injuring a few people. Yi Tan touched his chin. Is this Fairy Yanayu more beautiful than Concubine Jin and Concubine Li? His greatest ideal is to bring peerless beauties from all over the world into the harem, and naturally he has a keen interest in Fairy Yanayu. Is it really like a legend? The Emperor. This is a portrait of Fairy Yanayu. Mu Chunfeng took out a scroll of portraits from his arms and held them in both hands. People who failed to bring them back to the palace meant that the mission had failed. Fortunately, there was Dan King among the guards he brought. Master, paint the face of Fairy Yanayu. Suzalun took the picture scroll in Mu Chunfeng's hand, spread it out on the desk, and then bowed back. Yi Tan took a closer look, and couldn't help rubbing his nose fiercely. The Fairy Yanayu in the painting wins snow in white, fluttering in the wind. Her brows are picturesque, her face is as calm as the rising moon, the kind of incense that does not eat the world. The extraordinary temperament is intriguing. The painter is definitely a master of danking. Fairy Yanayu in the painting has affectionate eyebrows and is lifelike, bringing people to life. But is the Fairy Yanayu really so beautiful? Could it be that the painter is a bit exaggerated? Yi Tan stared at Mu Chunfeng and asked, Fairy Yanayu is so beautiful as in the painting? Mu Chunfeng bowed and replied, yes, there is no lie in his subordinates. Fairy Yanayu is indeed as beautiful as an immortal. Dai Aoleoliu, who painted this painting, said at the time that it was the proud work of his life. But still it is impossible to describe the exquisite beauty of Fairy Yanayu. Yi Tan couldn't help turning his head to look at the scroll on the desk again. The Fairy Yanayu in the painting was already beautiful and messed up, causing harm to the country and the people. Wouldn't the real person be more damaging to the country and the people than to the country and the people? His right fist slammed his left palm fiercely. Mothers, such a beautiful color that has harmed the country and the people. Brother must be admitted to the harem and beloved every day. Mu Chunfeng, who stood by with his hands down, seemed anxious because of the failure of the mission. When he met the Emperor's gritted teeth, he couldn't help being frightened, and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. The subordinate is incompetent, please forgive me. Yi Tan stared blankly at the Fairy Yanayu in the picture, his brain full of nasty thoughts, and it took a long time to react. He didn't let Mu Chunfeng, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, get up, but sat down first. Falling down on the chair, he slowly took a sip from the teacup, and then stared at Mu Chunfeng and said, Mu Chunfeng, are you loyal to me? Mu Chunfeng kowtowed again and said loudly, the subordinates are loyal to the Emperor, and the world is a lesson. Yi Tan was quite satisfied. His eyes were the window of his soul. Mu Chunfeng's eyes were calm and awe, and he was somewhat afraid of being punished because of the failure of the action. This should be a normal response. He stood up and said coldly, I think you have no merit or hard work, so that you will not die, but your sins will not escape. You will be punished to kneel here for a day and a night. Thank you, the Emperor, for not killing. Mu Chunfeng was so grateful that he kowtowed his head and thanked him desperately. Yi Tan came to the palace of the King dynasty, under the pretext that he wanted to rest here, and blasted away Suzalun, the chief supervisor of the inner maternity supervisor. Concubine Jin was a little bit incoherent with joy. The Emperor, the concubines... I have time to freshen up in the future, please forgive the Emperor. She went through personnel and conquered again and again. After getting up and eating, she still felt that her body was weak, so she lay down and rested for a while, but she didn't expect the Emperor to dismiss the court so quickly and suddenly broke in. She hadn't had time to comb her dress. Yi Tan hugged her and chuckled and said, AI concubine, you don't know what you look like now. which makes my heart itchy even more. At this moment, concubine Jin is only wearing a silk robe that is as thin as a cicada's wings, showing the beautiful curves of the soul. Although the shiny hair is a bit scattered, but the lazy look of the first awakening makes her add to it. There is a charming charm of dangling people's heart. Peerless beauty. Even if she shaves a big bald head, she is all over the country, fascinated by the dead. The emperor. The emperor. The concubine. Can't bear it. Please pity the emperor. Feeling the obvious change in the emperor's dragon body, concubine Jin was so horrified that she lost her color and hurriedly begged for mercy. If the emperor would conquer again, a few games really killed her. I love concubine. Yi Tan was so excited that he hugged concubine Jin tightly, and his heart was so proud that he could kill a woman in bed. How could that kind of sense of accomplishment be so cool? I concubine, I will take pity, he chuckled. His wolf paws leaned into Jin Fei's chest to look for the scenery, and he reluctantly withdrew his wolf paws after being addicted to his hands. Chapter 13 Power from the barrel of a gun. Seeing the blushing and charming concubine Jin, Yi Tan wished to push people down right now and rectify the law on the spot. However, there was one thing in his mind that he could only forcefully suppress the evil thoughts and coax Jin. The concubine said a few words, and then hurriedly slid back to the imperial study room from the side door. In the imperial study room, Mu Chunfing stood on his knees with his head high and his knees turned from previous pain to numbness. Although painful, it was better than moving his head. Seeing the emperor coming in, he quickly bowed his head. The emperor. Yi Tan sat down on the chair and said, "Get up." "Thank you, the emperor." Mu Chunfing quickly kowtowed his head to thank him, and slowly stood up. Kneeling for too long, his blood was impervious, his knees were numb. He got up too fast, and he was very likely to fall down due to his instability. "Sit." Yi Tan pointed to an empty chair in the corner. He had been observing Mu Chunfing and felt that he was very careful, which made him quite satisfied. "Thanks, the emperor." Mu Chunfing thanked him again, and the emperor gave him a seat, which made him flattered. Yi Tan touched his chin and thought for a while before asking, "How many people do you have?" Mu Chunfing hurriedly replied to Fu said, speaking to the emperor, "There are 30 underlings, but 3 of them are disabled." Yi Tan frowned slightly. "Just this person? You secret guards should have a special training base, right?" Back to the emperor. "The training palace of the secret guard was disbanded 2 years ago." Mu Chunfing replied cautiously, "Isn't it your will to dissolve the training palace of the secret guard?" he muttered in his heart. Seeing the disappointment flashing on the emperor's face, his heart moved. The emperor, most of the secret guards who have received special training have already been out of the civilian population, and the subordinates may be able to contact some of them, and the model can also be estimated. There are 50 or 60 people. Yi Tan's eyes lit up when he heard it. There were 50 or 60 people. Although they were a little bit less, they were not bad. They just don't know how good they are. He really wanted to let Mu Chunfing fight against the soldier guarding outside to see how his skill was, but if you think about it, let it go. It is not suitable for publicity at the moment, and it is better to act in secret. Mu Chunfing, I don't know how your martial arts is. Let me show it. Subordinates obey. Mu Chunfing stood up, bowed, looked around, his eyes fixed on the exquisite porcelain pot on the desk. The emperor, the subordinates are presumptuous. Yi Tan waved his hand and motioned to you to do it. I won't blame you. Mu Chunfing bowed and saluted again, then walked to the desk, curled his right hand into a claw, slowly stretched out, and grasped on the exquisite porcelain pot. Yi Tan stared at his hand, and the back of Mu Chunfing's hand showed blue veins, showing super strength. As he turned his inner strength, the 5 curved fingers became pitch black like ink, and the temperature of the entire study suddenly dropped. As if it has reached the 12th lunar month of winter, it makes people feel cold. The exquisite porcelain pot seemed to be frozen quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a thin layer of white frost formed on the outside. This guy seems to have a way of life. Yi Tan was interested. His eyes widened, and he stared at Mu Chunfing's hand unblinkingly. He actually witnessed the magical martial arts that are only available in martial arts movies and novels. Mu Chunfing retracted his hand, stepped back 3 steps, and said, "The Emperor." Yi Tan touched the porcelain pot with a thin layer of frost. The lid was frozen and could not be opened. He curiously asked, "What kind of effort is this?" Mu Chunfing replied respectfully, that he was practicing Xuanian soul claw, which was 90% hot. Among all the secret guards trained, he had the highest cultivation level. Yi Tan stared at him for a long time before he said solemnly, "Mu Chunfing, can I use you?" Mu Chunfing's countenance was solemn. He knelt down, and puffed his chest out and replied loudly, "The subordinates are loyal to the Emperor and will never give up." Yi Tan nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I believe you once." He took off the jade pendant engraved on his waist and gave it to Mu Chunfing, asking him to go back to contact the secret guards scattered among the people, and quietly concentrate on the imperial city. At the same time, he asked him to pick out 8 talented people. The clever guard enters the palace and acts as his own personal guard. Subordinates will definitely live up to the holy grace. Mu Chunfing pushed Jin Shan again, kneeling down and loyal to his knees, and respectfully accepted the jade pendant from the Emperor. Who doesn't want to be prosperous and wealthy? He joins the secret guard's special training and hopes that one day he will be able to stand out, enjoy the glory and wealth, and glorify his ancestors. In recent years, the actions of the Emperor, coupled with the dissolution of the secret guard special training palace, made him, and the guards who were trained, chilling. Now that the opportunity suddenly appeared, he naturally had to take it well. The Emperor is still the Emperor, but his words and behaviors seem to be a little different from before. As for the differences, he can't tell them, but he feels this strange feeling in his heart. He had a hunch that as long as this matter is done well, it will be reused by the Emperor in the future, and it will be a matter of time before he will rise up. He must take advantage of this fleeting opportunity. What is your opinion on the case of the cabinet scholar Tan Jiangmin? For example, what is his personality? After Mu Chunfing thanked him, he was about to leave, when he heard the Emperor's sudden question. He couldn't help but hesitated and said, "When I return to the Emperor, my subordinates don't understand Master Tan." Yi Tan waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. It is not surprising that Mu Chunfing did not understand Tan Jiangmin's personality. He was a secret guard who received special training. He usually stayed in the special training palace to practice martial arts and rarely went out. Generally, I don't know much about external affairs. Yi Tan sat in the imperial study room, tapping his index finger gently on the tabletop, thinking in his heart, as long as Mu Chunfing summoned the secret guards who were living in the people, he would put them in the palace guards. Slowly he took control of the entire guard in his hands. And the next one was Habayashi, who was in charge of guarding the palace. Power comes out of the barrel of a gun. Everyone understands this truth. Without a loyal army or two, this country can't sit still. Only when Jiang Shan sits firmly can he realize his great ideal of collecting all the beauties in the world in the harem. The reason why he chose Mu Chunfing was not because of his martial arts or talents, but because he had no background and had not yet turned to any other power. Just like a piece of white paper, without any pollution. Such a person, as long as a little kindness, can make him desperate to work for himself. Mu Chunfing's future depends on his loyalty. This guy seems to be a talent. If he can't use it for his own sake, he has to click up. Anyway, this matter can't be rushed, only slowly, and the young eunuch Yi Tanming brought the file about the cabinet scholar Tan Jiangmin. On the first day of the Shang dynasty, he encountered such a headache. At this time, what he needs is a loyal minister who is loyal to himself, but this loyalty is hard to argue. The 2 little eunuchs were struggling to move in more than a dozen large bundles of files. Yi Tan's eyes were pitch black, and the sky was chaotic flashing. My 20, is this too much? Chapter 14 Misfortune comes alone facing a few large bundles of files. Yi Tan's head was as big as a fight, but he could only bite the bullet and read it to understand the origin of the case. This is not only related to the life of a minister, But also, at this time, he urgently needs loyal talents, loyal ministers, that would kill one less. After a brief glance, Yi Tan finally had some understanding of Tan Jiangmin's case. The cause of the incident was that the dead ghost emperor specially built a magnificent and luxurious moon palace for her to please Leaf. So several ministers wrote directly to him, and the result was annoyed by the dead ghost emperor. His head was chopped off, and his home was stolen. The cabinet scholar Tan Jiangmin had a very good relationship with the ministers whose heads were hacked off, and belonged to the loyalists of Chen Qingshan in martial arts, so he was impeached by other ministers. The dead ghost emperor was a faint emperor, and he ordered Tan Jiangmin to be imprisoned. Fortunately, the martial artist waited for Chen Qingshan and other ministers to force protection, and it was delayed until the dead ghost emperor returned to the west with a crane and was not questioned. The whole story is roughly like this. The cabinet scholar Tan Jiangmin seems to have been wronged and imprisoned. As for the ministers who were beheaded and ransacked, they died very wrongly. They were all loyal ministers who dared to speak directly. I crossed. The dead ghost emperor is destroying the Great Wall. Yes, all the bad charges of the dead ghost emperor have to be borne by brother, and the mess has to be cleaned up by brother, who let brother's soul occupy this stinky skin of the dead ghost emperor. Those ministers who died unjustly were ransacked and their wealth was confiscated. The adult males were either decapitated or sent to the frontiers for hard labor. The females were used as official prostitutes. It seems that they have to be ordinary people. Yi Tan shouted, "Come here! The servant is here. What's the emperor's order?" Suzalan's piercing voice came from outside the door. The emperor blasted away after going to the palace of the King dynasty, but when he heard that the emperor had returned to the imperial study room, he hurried over to wait. Well, this old castrate seems to be a little loyal to brother, but I don't know how much loyalty is. In the dynasties of the ancient China, there were countless incidents in which the eunuchs controlled the government. There were some very ambitious guys who even rebelled. Yi Tan was a little scared thinking about it. However, Suzalan, an old castrate, doesn't seem to gang up very much. It seems that he didn't interfere with the political affairs. If this were the case, he would be loyal to his brother, and he could consider not firing him. Yi Tan immediately made an order to rehabilitate the ministers who were hacked off their heads. The confiscated family wealth was returned in full. Anyway, the people died. At most, they were tortured by the name of loyalty to the liver and righteousness. His wife gave Mrs. Feng Haoming, and his children were given a free post as compensation. These titles did not cost him a coin. Suzalan took the order, and then ordered the little eunuch to go out of the palace to deliver the imperial decree. An hour later, the little eunuch came back to report, and the family chiefs of those unjustly killed ministers knelt outside the palace gate and begged to see the emperor. "Thank you." They said they wanted to thank you? Yi Tan thought he had misheard his ears. "Brother copied your home and chopped off your husband." "No. It's the emperor of the dead ghost." "You actually thank you?" The little eunuch repeated it cautiously, and Yi Tan Kai was sure that he had not misheard it. "Mother, it's good to be an emperor, he can be lawless." However, he was really embarrassed to see those orphans and widows. He hesitated for a while before moving to the king palace and let Jinf come forward to comfort him. The Emperor Shengming, concubine Jin, saluted with joy, bringing her personal maid, Xia, and some cakes from the palace. Surrounded by a group of palace ladies and eunuchs, went to the palace gate to appease the orphans and widows. Concubine Jin is of course happy in her heart. The emperor has really changed and become a little sage. This is a great thing for the Great Zhe Kingdom. Moreover, the emperor did not let Leaf come forward, but let her come forward. This was not only a trust in her, but also a favor for her. Not long after concubine Jin went out, a small eunuch hurriedly presented a 500ly expedited newspaper, and other ministers including Jiang Tingdan, Wu Gongwu, Chen Qingshan, and other ministers asked to see him. There is no other reason. Years of drought in the north, coupled with insects, no harvest of grains, bark is gnawed, hungry people are everywhere, people living away from their homes stretch for hundreds of miles. And cannibalism even occurs in places with severe disasters. If the government does not then take emergency measures to open warehouses to release grain for disaster relief, and civil commotions are very likely to occur. The situation was serious. The chief minister of the cabinet, Jiang Tingdong, and other ministers jointly petitioned the emperor to make an order to open a warehouse and release food for disaster relief. Looking at the ministers who were loyal to the country and petitioning for the people, Yi Tan was very upset. Mom, all of them were fat and wealthy. He knew that the disaster in the north was serious, and he just knew what he said but didn't take any practical actions. After all, didn't you want your brother to pay the treasury money? After reading the ledger, he knew that although his family was a true dragon emperor, he was so poor that he was not as good as a beggar. The dead ghost emperor was a prodigal boy, and Ruo Da's treasury was completely defeated, and he did not give him a couple of silver. If you stay, the finances are still in deficit. How can I get a lot of money in the short term? Yi Tan has a headache. This emperor is not good enough. It takes a lot of money to build an army loyal to him. The disaster in the north is serious and disaster relief is imminent, but it is really anxious. By the way, these fart-headed guys can only play tricks. They talked about a lot of plans, all asking him to pay for the money, and none of them said they would donate for free. Wait, donate? A rent? These guys are hairy iron cock. Brother just wants to pull the hair on your body. He suddenly thought of a coup, and he couldn't help being happy. While the ministers were chattering and quarreling endlessly, Suzalan, the chief inspector of the internal attendant, hurried in and said in a low voice, "The Emperor, Zhen Yangwen is an emergency report." These years, there are no high-tech communication equipment such as mobile phones. The news is delivered quickly, and the rush is 800 miles. That is the highest level of news delivery, which shows that this newspaper is very urgent. Yi Tan opened it and frowned immediately. This is an emergency report. The army of the kingdom of Jin suddenly fought unannounced. Yunyang Pass, an important town in Mobai, fell and Yunwu Pass was besieged. Commander Song with the three passes had dispatched troops and generals to reinforce them. At the same time, the flying cavalry reported to the court, request the deployment of a large army for reinforcements. Mother, damn Jingyu Oren, if you don't fight early, don't fight late. But when the disaster in the north suddenly went to war, it was life-threatening. Brother seems to be very unlucky. On the first day in the court, one after another encountered terrible things. Regardless of the final victory or defeat, this battle is together. Let alone how many soldiers died in the battle, how many innocent people were affected. The food, weapons and equipment alone is a huge expenditure, which is simply worse for the imperial court with fiscal deficit. Mom, it's raining when the room leaks. It's really a misfortune for him. Chapter 15 Fight and Not Fight. Yi Tan cursed and asked Suzalan to pass this 800-li expedited Tang newspaper to the ministers. He was a fake emperor for a day or two and knew nothing about Mobai. It's better to listen to the ministers first. At the same time, he ordered all civil servants and military generals to be urgently summoned into the palace for discussion. Although the imperial study room was large, it could not squeeze so many people. He had to move to the Jinyuan temple and listen to the opinions of the ministers of civil and military affairs. The emperor summoned them urgently. Those civil and military ministers who drank at home, spent much money with their concubines, spent money in the brothel, hunted, and visited relatives all rushed over. No matter how urgent they are also neatly dressed. Yi Tan, I just want to find scum for fines, but I can't find any excuses. Hearing that the border is in a hurry. The entire spacious Jinyuan temple is like a colony of ant colonies, and hundreds of civil and military officials chattering and noisy. Some are fighting, some are asking for peace, and a few ministers are shrinking in the corner and saying nothing. In short, the chaotic noise is annoying. In fact, the emperor suddenly made an order to rehabilitate the former ministers who were beheaded because of their opposition to the construction of civil engineering projects and the loss of money. The ministers did not expect it. The emperor suddenly came to this hand, which is tantamount to completely overturning the previous conclusion, and it is tantamount to the emperor himself slapped himself. The emperor is capricious, and Tanwai is really unpredictable. Some ministers who had previously been impeached were terrified. The ministers who tried to protect the innocence of the cabinet scholar Tan Jiangmin were very energetic. The emperor, when he was sober, was not completely incompetent. Of course, some senior ministers headed by cabinet chief Jiang Tingdong were extremely dissatisfied with the emperor's imperial decree. It is completely arbitrary to not negotiate with courtiers on such an important matter, so what use are we ministers? However, the most urgent thing now is to deal with the severe disaster in the north and the sudden war in the border. It is related to the critical survival of Diezu. It must be negotiated and decided immediately. Small things will not be taken care of for a while. Moreover, this matter can be big or small. Most of the civil servants headed by the chief minister of the cabinet, Jiang Tingdong, advocated fighting the disaster in the north, opening warehouses to release grain, providing relief to the victims, pacifying the people, and preventing them from gathering riots. The messenger negotiated with Jingo to meet some of their requirements. This gang of civil servants are very eloquent, they can put it all right, and there are many reasons. You must first settle in the outside world, and stabilize the country before you can feel at ease with the outside world. You only need to send more gold and silver jewelry beauties to the Golden Army to get some benefits. Retreat. The grass mud horse is next door. Peace talks. A whole bunch of traitors and prosperous guys traitors. Yi Tan was full of black lines, and he greeted Jiang Tingdong and other ministers who advocated for peace for 8 generations of ancestors and times. Most military commanders headed by Wugong Qingshan believe that seeking peace with the ambition of the wolf is tantamount to betraying the country and seeking glory. It is against my great Zitanwai, even if it is far away. If you violate my great Zitanwai, even if you are far away, you will be punishable. If you say that, my mother, my brother comes from a high-tech modern society, how can I lose to the ancients? If Jingo can't be cured, my brother will have no face anymore. Yi Tan had already had an idea in his mind, but he didn't know how to fight to teach Jingo severely. He only hoped that among the main fighting faction, who could come up with a good idea, he crossed. Among these civil and military ministers, there is not as usually ang-like evildoer. Can you share your worries and solve problems for brother? Also, this group of civil servants are so stubborn that they can quarrel for a long time if they fight or not. The public is justified, the wife is justified, and the two sides argue with each other on the basis of reason. The quarrels are endless, and there is no difference. Fists moved. The emperor, Mu Chunfing, is here, and the slave servant asked him to wait in the royal study room. After receiving a report from a young eunuch, Suzalun whispered a report beside Yi Tan. The dizzy Yi Tan sighed helplessly. Seeing the momentum of this group of civil and military officials, I was afraid that there would be no result after arguing for a few days and nights. He decided to go to see Mu Chunfing first. The disaster relief work is urgent. The frontier affairs are urgent, and the stable situation is even more urgent. He thinks that the first thing to do is to form a guard that is loyal to him. Mu Chunfing took 8 carefully selected subordinates outside the imperial study room, and when he saw the emperor coming, he bowed and saluted. The 8 carefully selected secret guards have different appearances and body shapes, but they all show a sense of shrewdness and coldness, and their martial arts are all good. They are all first-class masters. Yi Tan is quite satisfied. The so-called suspicious people don't need to use people. If Mu Chunfing wants to kill himself, there are a lot of opportunities. Yi Tan believes in his loyalty, and naturally believes in the guards he carefully selected. The 8 secret guards were immediately named Dragon and Tiger Guards by Yi Tan, and they were personally protected. And they were so excited that they knelt down and thanked them again and again. The emperor and Mu Chunfing spoke in low voices. Suzalun, the chief supervisor of the inspector of internal attendants, stood in the distance very wittily. The emperor secretly summoned Mu Chunfing. Of course, he didn't want people to know what they were talking about. How could he not know what they were talking about? Serving 3 generations of emperors and standing still, the emperor seemed to be a little different than usual. Just seeing that he didn't stay in Chengdu Palace, and fortunately that whom easy knew that this day, it was going to change. No matter how the sky changes, he only needs to do his part, serve the emperor well, and sit firmly on the throne of the chief of his inner guardian. As for other people, they can make trouble as they like. In short, some people will be out of luck. Yi Ten was concerned about disaster relief and border customs. After asking Mu Chunfing about some things, he was about to go back to the Jinliuan temple and asked casually, "Commander Mu, if Yun Yang Pass falls, Yunwu Pass is trapped. As the commander of the three gates, how should you deal with it?" The Imperial Guard commander was the official position he verbally gave to Mu Chunfing. Of course, June didn't say anything. As long as Mu Chunfing called back those secret guards who had received special training, he would set up a guard camp, and Mu Chun the Wind is the commander of the guard battalion. The commander made Mu Chunfing's blood boiled with excitement, and he almost knelt down to thank you. He didn't know which battalion the emperor wanted to plug in, but June had no joking. In short, the commander's rank as a third-rank military officer. He is determined. He joined the secret guard, not for the glory and wealth of his life. Now, the glory and wealth that he has dreamed of for many years is so easy to get. How can he not make him so excited that he wants to shout a few times to vent his excitement and excitement? Although his heart was extremely excited, the expression on his face was still as calm as water. He was not confused by the sudden arrival of glory and wealth. He was taken aback by the emperor's questioning, and then he calmed down and said cautiously, "The emperor, the minister, if anything is wrong, please forgive the emperor." Yi Tan couldn't help but smile. This guy, the ghost spirit. Chapter 16 Tiger and Leopard riding in the imperial study room. Mu Chunfing pointed at the map on the table, spoke carefully, glanced at the emperor secretly from time to time, and checked the expression on his face. Although the emperor had said that he was not to blame, after all, the power of heaven is difficult to test. Annoyed the emperor, this guy eating on his neck may be snapped off at any time. Yi Tan's eyes moved with Mu Chunfing's fingers, staring at the military map placed on the desk, listening carefully to Mu Chunfing's analysis, and understood a little bit. The Darjin kingdom is quite similar to the post-Jin dynasty in the ancient China. It is composed of dozens of large and small tribes, all of which are nomads. Men and women are good at riding shooting. They are very powerful in combat and claim to have millions of string-controlling men. Yi Tan is not sure if there are millions of people who control the strings. But what is certain is that the best horses in the world come from the prairie of Jin country. The emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty all dreamed of accomplishing the great achievements of unifying the mainland and conquering the dozens of big gold. In this battle, it was all about losing more and winning less, which made Diazu hurt his muscles and vitality. By Yi Tan's generation, Diazu had completely fallen, and the offensive and defensive order was completely reversed. The increasingly powerful kingdom of Jin is now the main attack, but Diazu can only passive defense. Of course, Darjin nation is not without its weaknesses. Due to environmental and climate factors, Darjin nation is destined to have a serious shortage of food. Therefore, Darjin nation has always looked forward to the prosperous Great Zhou Kingdom and has always dreamed of entering the Central Plains. Yun Yang Pass and Yunwu Pass are corners of each other. They are the key to the Great Zhou Kingdom's throat and Darjin Kingdom. Diazu's army can attack from the two passes at any time. Therefore, Darjin Kingdom has always tried every means to take it back. During the strongest period of the Great Zhou dynasty, these two cities were indeed very important. But today's Great Zhou national strength has been declining, and the power of the northern expedition has been weakened. These two cities have become tasteless. It is better to give up temporarily and stick to the world's first danger. Known as the Zhenyang Pass, it blocked the 1 million army of the Great Qing Kingdom outside the pass, and waited until the Great Zhou Kingdom recovered its vitality. Of course, there are still many Dazu people living outside the pass. It will still take a lot of time to move them all into the pass. According to Mu Chunfing's combat intentions, the army and soldiers will be divided into two routes, all the way to strengthen Yunwu Pass, and at the same time cover the people. Moving into the pass, another army pretended to attack Yunyang Pass to ease the pressure on the defenders of Yunwu Pass and buy time for the guards and the people to retreat. Yi Tan was accustomed to rubbing his nose sexually. He didn't expect that Mu Chunfing was still a talent. If he weren't anxious to establish a guard camp loyal to him, he could be sent to guard the Zenyang Pass. Zenyang Pass is built on the mountain, with dangerous terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is known as the world's first dangerous pass. It is the northern border barrier of the Great Zha Kingdom. If the Dajin Kingdom wants to gain control of the Central Plains, it must first overcome the dangerous pass of Zenyang. In the past few decades, countless elite soldiers of the Golden Army have died in Zenyang. Zenyang's dangerous pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, as long as there are enough soldiers and sufficient food and weapons. The master will not attack rashly. Close the city gate and hold it firmly is enough to stop the millions of army of the Golden Kingdom from outside the pass. In other words, the commander in charge of Zenyang Pass must be a veteran who is good at defending the city, and only seeks to be safe, not greedy for merit. Of course, as the war broke out in Mobai, several neighboring empires, including Chu, Yan, Danyan, gathered armies on the border and were ready to move. They had to deploy armies to deal with them and strengthen their defenses to prevent accidents. After listening to Mu Chunfing's analysis, Yi Tanmao paused. He was in a good mood and patted Mu Fengshan on the shoulder. "Director Mu, good job." It is the subordinate's duty to share the worries for the emperor. Mu Chunfing was flattered. Although the emperor didn't say anything, the shot was enough to show that the Emperor Long Yan was happy and admired him very much. Of course, he was a head taller than the emperor. In order for the emperor to take a picture of his shoulder, he bowed without a trace and let the emperor take a picture of his shoulder. Yi Tan returned to the Jinlian temple, and the gang of civil and military ministers were still fighting for battle or seeking peace. They were red-faced, and they almost didn't move their fists to park. Both sides said quite reasonable. Yi Tan, who was already confident, looked at the noisy Minister of Civil and Military Affairs, and his eyes fell on the young general who was standing at the end. From beginning to end, this young general just stood silently in the corner without saying a word, making people ignore his existence. Perhaps it was because he had the lowest official position among the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty and did not dare to speak. The reason why Yi Tan was interested in him was that this young general had an indifferent expression, a leisurely expression that was indifferent even when the sky fell. "Old Su, what's that guy's name?" he whispered to Su Zilun, who was next to Shi Li. The imperfect memory of the dead ghost emperor did not have the slightest impression of this young general. Su Zilun leaned forward and replied in a low voice, in reply to the emperor, "He is Huxioyon, deputy commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Last name Fox. I haven't heard of this surname, but it feels quite new." Everything is possible in this world, and some are even more scientifically unexplainable. The surname is not surprising. Tiger and Leopard Ride? What is this? It sounds like a cavalry, but the name is quite mighty. After listening to Su Zilun's explanation, Yi Tan understood the origin of tiger and leopard riding. The tiger and leopard cavalry is the most elite cavalry created by the first emperor. There is only one battalion of 500 horses. After countless battles, they have made outstanding achievements. However, the subsequent generations of emperors have a great ideal of dominating the mainland, but they are incompetent and incompetent. The tiger and leopard cavalry, the most powerful in the Great Zha Kingdom, was ruined. It was passed down to Yi Tan's generation, and the tiger and leopard cavalry was in vain and had long existed in name only. Huxioyon was born in a poor family, joined the army when he was a teenager, and participated in hundreds of battles. He often won more with less. Because of his outstanding achievements, he was promoted to the rank 4 deputy commander and controlled the tiger and leopard riding. Officials from the 4th rank were not qualified to enter the Facing Saint, but the tiger and leopard cavalry was created by the first emperor. The circumstances were special. Only then was Huxion able to enter the facing saint. The generals were at the end of the ranking, and he did not say anything. It is easy to ignore his existence. I have participated in hundreds of big and small battles at such a young age, and I should be a great person to be promoted to deputy commander with his outstanding military service. Unfortunately, there is no opportunity to display his talents. Yi Tan was very interested in Fox Xion, and said to Suzilun, "Old Su, get me his information. The more detailed the better." With a word from the emperor, a large group of people were busy to death. Suzilun sent a message to the little eunuch. The little eunuch transferred all the files of Fox Xion from the Ministry of War and submitted it quickly. The efficiency of the work was quite satisfactory. Yi Tan cow snapped Suzilun's mouth, and Suzilun knew it, and shouted loudly, "Quiet!" The whole chaotic noisy Jinliuan hall was immediately silent, and the red-faced civil and military officials were standing alone, waiting for the emperor's final decision. Fox Xion. Yi Tan's Hong's full-bodied voice swayed in the spacious Jinliuan hall, and the remaining sound curled up. "The emperor called me." Standing at the end of the ranks of generals, Fox Xion was taken aback, and hurriedly stepped out, bowed and said, "The minister is here." The emperor suddenly appointed his name, not to mention that he was so stunned that he couldn't react for a while. Even the civil and military officials of the same dynasty were also full of stunned expressions. Only then did they remember that there was still in the Jinliuan palace the existence of such a person. Chapter 17. The 18 Spirits. Deputy Commander Fox, what is your opinion on the urgent matter at the border gate? Yi Tan asked, and at the same time winked at Suzilun on the side of the servant. Suzilun, who was mindful of the eunuch's unique feminine voice, said, "It doesn't matter if you have any different opinions. The emperor will not blame it. Opportunities don't happen every day." Some unresponsive ministers are still thinking about General Su's meaning, and those who react quickly are energized. Is the emperor implying that as long as he can put forward different opinions and agree with him, he may be promoted? There are also smart people who have seen father get excited, and then sigh with helplessness. The commander of these three passes is not so good. If you can't solve the siege of Yunwu Pass, you can't win back Yunyang Pass. The guy who is going to eat is still unsure, or pretending to be dumb. Under the weird eyes of most ministers, Huxion was also thinking about Suzilun's words. Could it be that the emperor was suggesting me? He joined the army in order to kill the enemy and serve the country and show his talents. Unfortunately, after taking over the mess of tiger and leopard cavalry, his ambition was slowly worn away and he became discouraged. Opportunities are fleeting. If you don't grasp it well, you may really have to bury what you have learned all your life, and there will be no stage to display your talents, and you will spend your whole life without doing anything. When the knot was unraveled, he lifted his spirits and said loudly, "The emperor, the minister indeed have different opinions." Yi Tan laughed. This guy has been keeping a low profile. Maybe he is waiting for this opportunity. As long as you have the ability, I will give you a stage to display your talents. If you are just a mediocre on paper, I'm sorry, I will copy your home and punish you. After confirming that he has crossed and become the emperor, he has not adapted to the role of the emperor from the beginning to the present. He has played the role of the emperor very well. He said I on the left and I on the right. Copying your whole family and punishing you are even more of his mantra. Huxion spoke loudly, with a calm expression. The emperor, the minister thought that all the minister's suggestions were good. What he said is equivalent to saying nothing. Many ministers couldn't help but face scorns, secretly scolding him for being sloppy, despicable and shameless. Old treacherous ministers were slippery, the rudder of the wind, the mediocrity of the emperor. According to Mu Chunfing's analysis before, Yi Tan had faintly guessed the meaning of Huxion in his heart, and he encouraged him. Go on. Huxion ignored the disdainful gazes cast by many ministers and said loudly, the minister thought that the siege of Yanwu Pass must be resolved if we want to talk about peace with the kingdom of Jin. Yi Tan is now, brother's eyes are still very sharp. He accidentally dug out a great man, he. Regarding what Uxion said, some visionary ministers bowed their heads in thought, and some bathed in disdain, but the emperor did not speak, and none of them dared to argue. Uxion's words seemed to be more convincing than Mu Chunfing's words. He was very cautious in suggesting that Yun Yang and Yunwu are just like chicken ribs in the current predicament of the Great Zhou Kingdom. It is better to abandon them, and the army retreats into the customs with all its strength. Sticking to Zhenyang Pass is the best policy at present. What he meant was that some ministers with fast brains understood, and immediately went out to impeach Fox Xion and ceded the territory, betraying the country and seeking glory, and the crime was extremely heinous, so Ling Kai should be put to death. It's no wonder that Yun Yang Pass and Yunwu Pass are bridgeheads built on the Gobi Desert by the first emperor to dominate the mainland with huge manpower and material resources. In order to protect these two passes, I don't know how many soldiers have bloodstained the battlefield. How can it be said, give up and give up? The person who made this suggestion is very guilty and should be put to death shortly before the hatred can be resolved. Seeing a gang of civil servants scrambling to impeach Huxion, Yi Tan was full of black lines. In addition to being able to slobber, this gang of civil servants was always playing the impeachment, which is really hateful. Shut up all to me. Yi Tanteng stood up full of black lines and shouted angrily. The entire Golden Liuan Hall was silent at once, so quiet that even the embroidery needles could be heard falling on the ground. Yi Tanl, brother is still very arrogant. I am. What kind of arrogant? Brother is the emperor. He should be called the emperor's gas. He looked around the ministers coldly, and said coldly, I have made a decision, Mr. Jiang. You are personally responsible for the peace talks with the Kingdom of Jin. You can delay as long as you can, and you will take the mission with you tomorrow. Chen. Follow the order. Jiang Tingdan, the chief assistant of the cabinet, was stunned for a while before he reacted. He bowed and led his orders and retreated into the train, quietly wiping the sweat bead from his forehead. The emperor did not accept the opinions of the emperor and ministers, and acted arbitrarily. He understood now that the emperor meant to fight to the end and negotiate, just to delay time. But this peace talk is not an easy task. Not to mention whether you can fool the people of the Kingdom of Jin. If you don't do it, you will have to bear the traitor who betrayed the territory of the Great Zhou. Self-proclaimed clear stream. He wanted to refuse, but the decisive expression on the emperor's face clearly didn't allow him to refuse. This was a terrible chore. Yi Tan, who suddenly burst out of the 8th Qi, issued another imperial decree to exempt the disaster-stricken counties in the Northland from taxation for 3 years. Each state government made every effort to relieve the disaster, opened warehouses and released grain, and helped the people affected by the disaster. Whoever is not able to help the disaster, who dares to be greedy and betray the law, greed the money and food for disaster relief, ransack the family and exterminate the family. All disaster relief matters are supervised by the imperial minister appointed by the imperial court, and the sword is given to the top, which is cut first and then played. As for the candidate for this imperial minister, the ministers are responsible for recommending. The ministers looked at each other. The disaster relief in previous years was also the time when officials from various provinces and governments were fishing for oil and water. This year is different. The emperor has been ruthless. Who dares to fill his pockets, and those who eat on the neck are not guaranteed. The emperor seemed to have changed a bit after a serious illness. It seems that he has to be more careful in the future. In the Yushu, a group of hawks and generals headed by Wugong Uchenking Shan, including Huayan, the deputy commander of Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, surrounded the table, staring at the map of Mobai placed on it, discussing how to solve the problem. The siege of Yunwu Pass protects the people of the city to safely withdraw to Zhenyang Pass. Yi Tan thinks he's still so-so. In this marching war, he is a layman and he can't be sloppy. It's better to hand it over to the generals, who have been torturing and killing half their lives on the battlefield. What he needs is to brainstorm and discuss a few things. A complete and stable military operation is okay. The final result of the discussion was similar to what Mu Chunfing had analyzed before. They were divided into two groups, pretending to attack Yunyang Pass all the way, breaking the siege of Yanwu Pass all the way, and protecting the people from retreating into the pass. The candidate in Yitan's heart was Huxioyan. He appointed the commander of the three passes of Huxioyan. Even if Wugong Hu Qingqingshan and others wanted to fight, they had no choice but to shut up. The emperor Huxioyan bowed and said, "The minister can lead the army to break the siege of Yanwu, but to guard Zenyang's dangerous pass, one needs a respected veteran." The minister thought that Wugong Hu Cheng'u was the most suitable. Wugong Hu Rongma has acted calmly throughout his life. He would rather miss a fighter opportunity than attack rashly. Also, because of a stable word, he rarely loses, but his results are not very outstanding. His reputation in the mainland is not very strong. However, he is in the military. The prestige is high, and he is the most suitable candidate to guard the Zenyang Pass. Chapter 18. The Emperor's face. The old minister is willing to share the worries and solve problems for the emperor. Wugong Uchingking took a step forward and bowed to salute. He was nearly 60, and his beard was all white. Because of his advanced age, the emperor gave up his military power. As a military commander, his ultimate fate is to die on the battlefield, and the days of being idle at home make him very uncomfortable. He hopes that one day he will reunify the soldiers and fight. Now the opportunity is right in front of him, and he does his part. A group of military generals all recommended the martial arts prince. Yi Tan nodded, and solemnly said, "Then there's Zenyang Dangerous Pass. Please rely on the old general." Chang Qingshan hugged his fists and saluted, and said loudly, "The emperor, but please rest assured, even if the old minister fights this old bone, he will also keep Daroko out of the gate." Yi Tan nodded, his face solemn, and he said solemnly, 3 years. I need 3 years. During this period, if the old general has any difficulties or needs, even if I speak, I will try my best to satisfy it. As long as 3 years are given to him, he will not only have the confidence to settle all internal problems, but also make the people rich. The treasury is abundant, and the elite army will be trained. When that time, brother will be driven personally, and the horse will step into the golden country. Wugong Hu Changqingshan felt warm, and said excitedly, with the words of the emperor, "The veteran has no regrets." Yi Tan smiled sullenly, his face solemn, and said loudly, "Not only do I want you to guard Zenyang Pass for 3 years, but I also want you to live well to see how I can dominate the mainland." This arrogance suddenly burst out, causing all the battle-tested generals in the imperial study room to breathe. Suddenly, Qi Shuxiu knelt down and said, "Long live the emperor, long live, long live." Their hearts were both confused and pleasantly surprised. They were more hopeful. After the emperor was seriously ill, the whole person seemed to have changed. This should be a pleasant surprise, but I hope it's not as faint as before. Fighting on the battlefield and unifying the mainland is the highest expectation of every general. I hope that the emperor can let them fulfill this dream that no one has been able to accomplish in 100 years. The emperor, who should be sent to supervise the army. Su Zilun, the chief supervisor of the internal guard at the side of Shili, asked in a low voice. "Supervisor?" Yi Tan frowned, and he understood the role of the supervising army a little bit. It was to restrain the generals or prefects holding military power and prevent them from supporting themselves and becoming the emperor of the dust. It is a good idea to set up a supervising army. If it is a shrewd, capable, clean, and loyal supervising army, of course there is no problem. If it is to embezzle the army and interfere in the military by using its power, the trouble will be great. Ancient officials corrupted. How many good things will the supervising army dispatched to various places have become popular? It is often that success is insufficient and failure is more than failure. The ancient Chinese Ming dynasty is a vivid example. Yi Tan looked at Wu Gongwu and said solemnly, "The old general will decide on the matter of guarding Zenyang's danger." Wu Gongwu Qingqingshan's old eyes were red, and the blood boiled over his whole body. He pushed Qinshan, "Pour the jade pillar," and knelt to the ground fiercely. The emperor, the old ministers will live up to the holy grace. He is in charge of the army of the three gates, and the emperor does not set up a supervising army. What kind of trust is this in him? Everyone was moved to tears. Blood was boiling, and he wanted to confess his heart to the emperor. If he could not hold Zhenyang Pass for 3 years, he would have no face to live in this world. In the afternoon, after receiving the handsome seal tiger amulet, the enthusiastic Wugong Hu Qingqingshan rushed to Zhenyang Dangerous Pass immediately. The border war was tight, and there was no delay. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom was corrupt, as soon as the war machine was activated, the various departments still exercised their powers in an orderly manner. After receiving the orders from the Ministry of War, the various state governments drew troops to Zhenyang Dangerous Pass, and prepared food, grass, weapons and equipment, shipped endlessly to the front lines. Half of the 500,000 silver deposits in the national treasury were allocated by Yitan to Chengqing Mountain, and half to the north for disaster relief. Although it was a drop in the money, he really couldn't help it. Most of the copper was gone. As for the other border soldiers stationed in various places, their payment and silver can only continue to be in arrears temporarily, saying that a penny of money will stump heroes and the prince of a country. The two most important things have been dealt with temporarily, but what the consequences are, Yitan is still not very relieved. And the most terrible thing is how to get a lot of money in a short period of time for emergency, so he is not in a good mood. Regarding Hu Xiaoyan, the deputy commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, which he is very optimistic about, he didn't bother to pay attention to it for the time being. Silver, everything needs silver. Yitan returned to the palace of the Qing dynasty sullenly. Concubine Jin hurriedly asked Xia to serve the fragrant tea. She stood behind the emperor and kneaded his shoulders for him. The emperor has everything to do with everything. Pay attention to the dragon body. Yitan touched her soft little hands, and sighed heavily. Hey. Seeing his serious concerns, Concubine Jin said softly, "The emperor, can the concubines share the worries for the emperor?" Yitan said that the border crossing was critical and the north was disasters for years, and the treasury was empty, and then he sighed. My great Zhou dynasty, the national treasury is empty, and the millions of victims in the north are in desperate need of food. The soldiers at the border are fighting bloody battles, but I owe it their military pay. Alas! Concubine Jin and Xie looked at each other, their eyes all showing a surprised look. The emperor has really changed and become more sensible than before. At least, he understands the importance of national affairs and no longer indulges in fascination. In wine color. Concubine Jin gave Xie a wink, and the latter understood it, holding out a small brocade box from the box in the compartment. Concubine Jin opened the brocade box, filled with valuable jewelry, and she said softly, "The emperor, this is the dowry from the concubine from her natal family." The concubine is willing to share the worries for the emperor and help the victims. Frontier soldiers do their best. Looking at the exquisite workmanship and valuable jewelry, Yitan's eyes were lost. These gadgets are absolutely expensive for later generations. No, this is the dowry of concubine AI, I can't ask for it. And this matter is not allowed to be mentioned again, Yitan said categorically. Although he urgently needs a lot of money for emergency, it is a matter of face. Brother is a dignified king of a country. Can you sell your wife's dowry? He also knew that the Duga family was one of the 3 imperial families with strong wealth. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow 2 or 3 million, but he was not embarrassed to say that. The emperor said so decisively. Concubine Jin sighed faintly. The emperor, or else, the concubine will go home. Understanding long live my wife. Yitan was so happy that he hugged concubine Jin with a loud bang, gnawed fiercely on her tender and charming face, and laughed. AI concubine is really my good help. Concubine Jin was so embarrassed that her jade cheeks were red, while Xia on the side covered her mouth and chuckled. Both of them had flushed jade cheeks and were charming and charming. Shi Yishan couldn't help but move her index finger. He hugged concubine Jin. His wolf paws acted recklessly, and said, "AI concubine, I want to wrong you a bit, and Xia. Concubine Jin panted and twisted her beautiful body, and she wanted to refuse to welcome her. If you can help the emperor, you will be willing to give your concubine no matter how much wronged you are. Yi Tan held Yu Jinf's Xia in one hand, and Jinf with the other hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the couch and discuss it together." He. Chapter 19 Sparrows Become Phoenix. The Emperor, Concubine Jin, who was so embarrassed that her jade cheeks were flushed with red cheeks, refused as a symbol of sex. It was daylight now. But there was Xia who came in. She was so ashamed that her cheeks flushed and her heart throbbed when she remembered what the emperor said about the double flight last night. Yi Tan is an all-rounder. While he was busy in bed, he also expressed his plan. This plan was also a small money trick he thought of when he was presiding over the court in the Jinlian temple. Of course, Concubine Jin had to suffer some grievances, but Xia flew up to the jade branch, and the sparrow became a phoenix. The emperor has really changed. Apart from still being so ridiculous, he has become sage, and there is hope for this big week. Concubine Jin was extremely happy in her heart, and she was extremely gentle with Xia, serving the emperor in a cool and crooked manner. Suzalun, the chief supervisor of the internal maternity supervisor who was waiting outside, heard all the noises and sighed, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly, wanting to say that the emperor had changed. It seems that it has really changed a bit, but the nature of this good Sei Huang Yin hasn't changed at all, and it has become even stronger. What's the matter in the big day? And it seems to add Xia, a dragon earthing is really absurd. He quickly asked his little eunuch to take a pen to record when and where the emperor favored his concubine or gonge. He must record in detail, so that they can be pregnant with dragon seeds. This is a rule handed down from the palace. It can't be broken, but the emperor doesn't take it seriously. The emperor was in it with concubine Jin, Xia, Hutan, and Hudi. All that was ridiculous. But when the battle was in full swing, he ordered a holy life that made him a little unresponsive for a while, stupefied him for a while, just reacted. It didn't take long for the civil and military officials to return home after leaving the palace. The hawkish ministers had to leave for the Wugong Uchinking Shan Chenu who was about to expedition, and the Dove's ministers would also give the head of the cabinet who was about to go to the Kingdom of Kings and make peace with Tazi. Supplementary Jiang Ting went to Jiang Pavilion, but didn't want to. But suddenly there was news from the palace that the emperor canonized Xia as Zhaorong and held a banquet for Zhaorong in the palace. According to internally reliable sources, Zhaorong was extremely favored by the emperor. The wedding banquet dedicated to her was not even qualified for the emperor's favorite leaf, let alone Jinf, who was rather neglected. The emperor only held a celebration banquet for a suddenly canonized Zhaorong. This is in the history of the Yi clan in the Great Zhou dynasty. But there is no one before and no one will come. Xia is just concubine Jin's personal maid, and I don't know what trick she used to charm the emperor, and the sparrow suddenly turned into a phoenix, and its value skyrocketed. All of the thoughtful ministers were stunned. The emperor's move made it clear that she was very fond of Zhaorong, and Leaf might be falling out of favor. The harem has not yet canonized the Donggong Empress. Is this the emperor's move? Want to make Zhaorong the queen? Zhaorong is just a handmaid. Her status is low, and she cannot be made queen according to the rules, but there is no way to change Zhaorong's identity. For example, let Zhaorong recognize the chief minister Jiang Zhou Wugong Uchenu as the chief minister of the cabinet. Foster father, doesn't this status become noble? It was not a very complicated thing, but it made the thoughts of these delicate ministers very complicated. Regardless of whether Zhaorong can enter the East Palace in the future, she is very much loved by the emperor. Of course, this flattery must be shot, and it must be shot greatly. Ever since, after these thoughtful ministers inquired that Zhaorong was particularly fond of real gold and silver, they drank a sip of water and wine at the banquet of Jiang Zhilao or Chang Hu Yi, slapped a flatter, and carried it. Various gifts sent to the palace to congratulate Zhaorong. As soon as they entered the palace, The ministers were dumbfounded. The spacious and luxurious hall was filled with banquets, which seemed to be very grand, but they were all color and one element, plus 2 color snacks, and then water, wine, tea and fruit. Isn't this too shabby? What medicine does the emperor sell in this gourd? Most of the ministers were puzzled in their hearts, and wisely thought of what the emperor had felt during the past 2 days. I am afraid that this day will really change. Zaizaorong is dressed in makeup and is charming. She sat beside the emperor, frequently toasting with the ministers and accepting their congratulations. These days, the thirst is quenched by alcohol. Men and women will drink, but the amount of alcohol is high or low. For women, the amount of alcohol is not high. Just a little bit. Just behave like a toast. The emperor did it all for her. At the beginning, Leaf, who had collected 3,000 favorites, did not have such honors, which shows that the emperor's love for Zaizaorong. The ministers are all speculating about the emperor's thoughts. Does the emperor's move send some kind of signal? Do we want us to support him in setting up Zaizaorong? Compared with the later generations, the wine of this age, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. No matter how good Yitan's alcohol is, he can hardly support it under the wheels of the ministers. He quickly became drunk and was helped by the maid to enter the inner palace to rest and stay alone. Zaizaorong presided over the banquet on his behalf. This is another great exception. Leaf, who once collected 3,000 harems and beloved in one, is not so special. The delicate-minded ministers have become more determined. The emperor intends to set Zaizaorong as his queen. In the future, the empress and empress of the world. This flattery not only has to be slapped, but also must be slapped fiercely and heavily. So after the emperor leaves the seat, a group of ministers got up and left the seat, scrambling for the tied Xiangxiaorong, singing praises, disgusting nonsense. All kinds of gifts are also rushing forward. Zaizaorong accepted it calmly, and the little eunuchs of the palace maid beside him took the gifts from the ministers one by one, and then carried them into the inner palace. In Qianqing Palace, Yitan, with a smile on his face, put his hands on his head, leaned against the soft pile of piles, and several little palace ladies and eunuchs were busy counting the gifts. It is not expensive antique calligraphy and painting, or gold and silver jewelry. These ministers are really generous in their moves. The most generous gift is Jiang Tingdeng, the chief assistant of the cabinet. His gift can be equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. Of course, there are some honest people who don't give gifts, just verbal congratulations, and their names are not on the list of gifts. In fact, they are not blamed for being stingy. It is difficult for them to put out a few hundred taels of silver. Even if they are taken out, they can't make it to the table. It would be better not to send. The gift money was quickly counted, which was equivalent to nearly 700,000 taels of silver. Yitan collected the gift list. After the ministers gave the congratulatory gifts, the banquet soon dissipated. As soon as the radiant Zaizaorong came in, he was hugged by Yitan. "Xia, you have done a great job for me, and I want to reward you well." Yitan chuckled and chuckled. After only playing such a trick, he made a net profit of nearly 700,000 taels. The emperor Xia withdrew into his arms with shame. The emperor's so-called reward is naturally the same thing. Chapter 20 New Favored Old People Department of War. Shangxiu Mansion, Study Room. Dugajin, Master Shangxiu of the Ministry of War and the head of the Duga family, stood in front of the window with his hands in his hands, with a strange expression on his face. Mrs. Li, who was sitting on the side, caressed her daughter lovingly, who is now Concubine Jin. Concubine Jin's face was blushing, and she seemed to be embarrassed because of what she had just said. Li Shi groaned. "Good girl, human relations issues. What's so shy about this? This is a good thing, at least. The emperor is pleased with you. Conceive the dragon seed early, give birth to the prince, and the East Palace is yours." She sighed immediately. "My parents are worried that you will be unhappy in the palace. Alas, this faint ... The emperor is really, as a mother, why not love her own flesh and blood? What's more, Concubine Jin is not only well behaved, She is more gentle and virtuous, knowledgeable and reasonable, but also makes her dote on her, who wants her precious daughter to marry in the palace for several years. But she is still a virgin. Hyo-jun was really mediocre and innocent. If it weren't for the face of her precious daughter, she would curse out loud. Concubine Jin, whose jade cheeks are full of shame and red clouds, hung her head down and said in a low voice, "Mother, the emperor treats Jaina very well." She knew that her mother took care of her face and did not scold the word Fun Jun, but to be honest, the emperor before the serious illness was indeed an out-and-out great monarch. I hope he can be as sage as he is now, and the great Zha kingdom will reappear. The glory of yesteryear. Li Shi sneered and said, "How are you, Humphrey?" He only sees that whom easy. When I said it, I seemed to think of something in my heart. His face changed suddenly, looked at his husband, and said, "Master, the emperor." She came from a family of scholars. Before marrying Duga Jin, she was a talented woman recognized by the imperial city. She was quick-witted, Lanksin-favored, and Duga was promoted to the head of the family. She had many headaches only after her guidance. Duga Jin smiled slightly and nodded slightly. The emperor, it seemed that something really changed. The husband and wife are very familiar with each other, and there is no need to say some words directly, and they can understand each other. Concubine Jin was confused, and said, "Father, mother, what dumb fans are you playing?" Duga Jin smiled and looked at her daughter affectionately. "I will immediately order the next person to raise 5 million tals of silver and bring it into the palace." Concubine Jin was pleasantly surprised. "Father is so good." She originally intended to borrow 3 million tals of silver for the emperor, but she did not expect that her father would give her full support. She spoke up to 5 million tals. Regardless of the big business of the Duga family, the daily expenses are not small, and she has to spend 3 million yuan immediately. 2 cash silvers are still a bit difficult. Li Shi took his daughter's hand and smiled lovingly. "Silly girl, isn't your father for you, for our lonely family?" I only heard what my daughter said when she came back, and some things in the court. Together, the couple seemed to feel that after the emperor suffered a serious illness, the whole person seemed to have changed a little. Although some things were extremely absurd, they no longer seemed to be as faint and incompetent as before. Although the emperor didn't ask Duke Jin to borrow silver, but if Concubine Jin spoke, it was the emperor's meaning. 3 million, not a small amount. Just treat it as a temptation. The price of this temptation is very high. However, money is only a foreign object, and you can earn it back without it. The longevity of the family is the most important thing. If the emperor spends the money to squander, Duga Jin will give up his heart, and the Duga family will reconsider for the long-term interests of the family. If the silver is used where it should be used, Duga Jin will be very happy. This is equivalent to the emperor's inheritance of the great favor of the Duga family, and it is also a huge investment for his daughter to enter the East Palace. When the 5 million cash silver was counted and put into the warehouse, Yi Daniel went crazy. He hugged Concubine Jin on the spot and rewarded him fiercely again and again. By the way, Liang Xie rewarded him again. There was nothing in that Peach Blossom account. Elaborated. With the 5 million tals of silver borrowed from the Duga family, Yi Tan's confidence is strong. His energetic Shang dynasty, Jinku opened. 2 million was allocated to Zenyang Dangerous Pass, and he fully supported Wugong Hu Chinking to guard Zenyang Dangerous Pass. 1 million will be allocated to the disaster-stricken areas in the north to provide all-out relief efforts. 1 million will be allocated for food, grass, and army salaries to the frontier troops in various places, and 1 million will be kept in the treasury for future use. Duguaking, these payments and silver will be distributed, so you can take a good look at me. Who dares to be greedy, fill his pockets, no matter how big the official. I will copy his family and punish his 9 clans. Chen, follow the order. Duga Jin quietly let out a big sigh of relief. 5 million tals of silver. The emperor's allocation of such silver was indeed used on the blade. He was worried that the emperor would give the emperor the symbolic sex to the Wugong-u and the disaster-stricken areas in the north. So hundreds of thousands of tals, and the rest was squandered. The emperor, really changed. On this day, his bet was right, and the Duga family was about to become the top of the three aristocratic families. Yi Danzhong proposed to patrol the disaster area in the north to supervise the ministers of the imperial mission. The ministers spit out each other again and nominated 5 or 6 ministers at once. This time the imperial minister was different from the previous ones. It was a bit risky. However, as long as he was cautious, he was still a fat man. The ministers of several factions recommended their own people, and for a time it was a big fight. Is it so difficult to send an imperial minister? Yi Dan, who was full of black lines, was once again turned into a fight by the slobbering ministers, so he simply flicked his sleeves and retreated. Only after leaving the Jinlian temple, a seductive voice came from one side. The emperor. Yi Dan shivered, looking at the resentful Leaf. He laughed a few times. It's a sin to let the beautiful woman stand alone with her pigeons. He smiled and shook Li Fei's white and smooth hand. I will make it up soon. Compensation for concubine Jin. Concubines are not rare. Leaf snorted coldly, shook off his hand, twisted the seductive plump buttocks, and walked away in the wind. 1, 2, 1. 2. It's so rhythmic, it's so crazy. With a grunt, Yi Dan swallowed fiercely, and hurriedly followed. AI concubine, I will pay you no. Ha ha. He could hear Leaf's complaining tone full of coquetry. If she doesn't follow up, she will really complain to her death. Women, regardless of ancient and modern times, love coquetry. If you don't understand the meaning, then you can with. Leaf returned to Cheng Palace, crouching on the edge of the bed and sobbing, the white and jade-like plump shoulders twitching clearly in the red gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. She seemed to cry sadly. I love concubine. Yi Dan leaned over, trying to hug her attractive waist, but Leaf twisted her waist and rolled onto the bed, avoiding his hug. The emperor has new favorite. Forget AI slaves. Slaves do not want to treat all be dead beautiful. Huddled in a heap, Jinbai tearfully Liffy, Parain, exceptionally provoke people Zhao pity. Of course, Yi Dan understands that she is mostly acting like a baby, but if she can act so realistically, if she enters Hollywood, she will definitely be a queen. I love concubine, am here to accompany you. Yi Dan smiled and climbed onto the bed. Of course he was a little impatient. Fortunately, the charming little beauty seemed to be slow this time, and was finally caught by him and held in her arms. However, Leaf seemed to be sad the more she thought about it. She curled up in his arms and sobbed softly. Even if Yi Dan's blood is boiling, the sword guides the sky. The worm is on his head. At this time, he can only forcibly endure it, holding her in a low voice, teasing. At this time, it's really bad. So let's talk about it after making the beauty laugh. Chapter 21. Brother shocked. Yi Dan had to admit that Leaf was very good at grasping a man's psychology, until he promised not to leave Cheng Palace for half a step from now on. Leaf burst into laughter. The 2 little palace ladies next to Leaf were very considerate. They didn't need Li Fei's instructions. They shuttled back and forth, setting up a small table for banquets in the spacious and gorgeous bedroom. Yi Dan was sitting on the thick brocade with the charming Leaf in his arms, drinking wine, eating fruit snacks, and admiring the dancing girls moving, singing and dancing. The atmosphere of this country is a bit like that of the Tang dynasty of ancient China, quite open. Of course, get used to it when you see more. Drinking enough wine, and enjoying the beautiful dance full of spring light, Yi Dan is not honest again, and the soft and charming Leaf wants to use her hands and act recklessly. The emperor, the concubine will dance for you. Leaf giggled and floated away from his embrace, and then cast him a seductive eye. With such charming eyes, my brother is hot. Although there was a maid standing behind him with a fan, Yi Dan was full of beast blood and sweating all over. He didn't catch Leaf, so he had no choice but to sit and watch her singing and dancing for himself. Li Fei's physical resilience is amazing. and the difficult movements that professional sports athletes can perform are simply pediatrics to her. She seems to be a natural dancer with beautiful dance posture. Leaf seemed to show him all the dance music she had learned, dancing one after another, while Yi-tan drank cup after cup of herbal tea. The iced sour plum soup was originally meant to relieve the heat and reduce the fire, but when it reached Yi-tan's stomach, it was like a fire, causing blood surging in his body. His eyes were congested and red, and blue veins appeared in his forehead. Although the Jindian was soft, sitting so upright made him feel uncomfortable after a long time. He simply climbed onto Leaf's gorgeous bed and leaned on the pile of quilts to admire Leaf's wonderful beauty. The dancing posture is much more comfortable like this. Next, Leaf, who performed one song after another, danced with sweat. And of course she had to go to the shower. Yi-tan wanted to go with him. Let's have a mandarin duck playing in the water. Leaf refused to kill him. Yi-tan only had to wait for her to take a warm bath after she showered. Of course, there were two charming little maids serving her. After taking this bath for long, Yi-tan's hands and feet were so soft that he was backed by the two little palace ladies. Yi-tan lay on Leaf's fragrant, luxurious bed, waiting for her to sleep in her arms. Who thought? Leaf danced for a while, feeling hungry. She had to cook by herself and make a bowl of ginseng soup for the emperor. It was dark now, and when the soup was ready, Yi-tan, who was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyelids, screamed and fell asleep early, and the thunder couldn't make any noise. When Yi-tan woke up, he instinctively stretched out his hands to chaos and touch, but found that the person next to his pillow was no longer there. He sat up, through the heavy gauze, vaguely saw Leaf sitting in front of the dressing table, and a court lady was grooming her shiny hair. Yi-tan climbed out of bed, and a court lady hurriedly came over to wait for him to change clothes. The court lady who served him to change his clothes was called Xiao King, and the lady who dressed Leaf's was called Xiao Hua. Both of them were Leaf's personal maids. They were cute and considerate, and they were really likable. Yi-tan still wants to go to court. After washing up, he ate breakfast in a hurry, teased Leaf a few words, and then went to court surrounded by a group of soldiers and court ladies' eunuchs. Today's discussion is still about the imperial minister, but the result is still the same as yesterday, and it quickly turned into a war of words. Yi-tan's head is full of black lines. I crossed. Just such a small thing, can't be done for a few days. However, he felt sore and saw that he was so sleepy that he wanted to sleep, so he didn't want to listen to these bastards slobbering. So he simply stepped back and went back to sleep. He moved to Qianqing Palace and lay down directly on Concubine Jin's bed. When he woke up, it was almost evening, and Concubine Jin's master and servant served him to dine. Yi-tan was very happy to eat, but there was always something stuck in his throat. Concubine Jin thought he was thinking about the dangerous war in Zhenyang and the disaster in the north, and she comforted her again and again. How did she know that the emperor was thinking about some ridiculous and nasty things? Chapter 22 The Flower Thief. Yi-tan didn't have any thoughts, but was full of wild thoughts, all ridiculous and nasty things. He felt that his capital was quite strong, and relied on his youth to kill Jin Fanxia to beg for mercy. Whoever wanted to be strong and have a strong midfielder, Li Fei's kung fu was so great that his self-confidence was lost. Last night, he fought fiercely with Leaf, and was in ecstasy for several times. The result was that he lost his helmet and armor, and was completely defeated. Although he rolled his eyes, he was really shameless to a man. Leaf was able to collect 3,000 harems and love her. It was really not covered. Even he felt that if he was allowed to choose, he would rather choose Leaf to stay in bed and die on her belly willingly. However, Li Fei's kung fu made him fascinated and afraid. The Leaf alone has already made him feel overwhelmed. He also said that all the beautiful women in the world receive the harem, and the rain and dew are all covered, making them happy and happy. Lost a big deal. Take medicine. That is simply killing. If you have the courage for a while, you will be miserable in the second half of your life. Hey, I don't know if there is any room in this world such as Huang Din aging, the Queen's Heart Sutra, Overlord Chu. and Fang Zongxiu. The secret technique, even sorcery such as collecting yin and nourishing yang, is fine. Feeling a little traumatized in his heart, Yi Tan thought chaos, forced a smile and coaxed concubine Jin and Xia a few words, and left the palace of the Qing dynasty unhappy. As soon as the holy driver moved, the dragon and tiger guards, the imperial guards, and the little eunuchs of the palace ladies naturally followed a large group, and Su Zilun, the chief general of the inspector of the emperor, naturally followed. Yi Tan circled twice in the imperial garden, and 2 close guards of the dragon and tiger guards and Su Zilun followed a few steps later. The soldiers in the palace guarded the surroundings, and the palace lady eunuch stayed outside to wait for the order. The royal gardens are full of exotic flowers and weeds, and the fragrance of the flowers makes people drunk. Yi Tanman's mind was chaotic, thinking, how could he be in the mood to appreciate any flowers, flowers, etc. A flash of inspiration in his mind, and then a weird holy command was sent to the whole country to arrest the flower-picking thieves, who able to catch one alive, escort the imperial city to the 3rd rank, and reward 100,000 silver. He had a wishful calculation in his heart. The flower-picking thieves in the martial arts novels all have some evil tricks of collecting yin and nourishing yang. As long as one catches one, they will be tortured to extort a confession, so that they can honestly surrender their minds and then themselves practice again. In this world, everything is possible, and he has passed through it himself, and Mu Chunfing has really exposed his true skill, so he believes that everything is possible. Regarding this weird life, Su Zilun, who had already been taught, still took so many breaths before reacting. What's the matter with the emperor? Why do you suddenly hate those prostitutious thieves and flower-picking thieves who specialize in bad female sex fame? The majesty of heaven is unpredictable, and the sanctuary cannot be violated. Su Zilun, who has always been best at speculating on the emperor's thoughts, could not for a time speculate what medicine the emperor this god sells, but he knows that this sanctuary will be prostitutious. The thieves and flower-picking thieves are going to cry for father and mother. Sure enough, as soon as this sacred destiny came out, the official document of the sea catch spread to all corners of the Great Zoo at an expedited speed of 800 miles. The government officials in all counties and towns were busy chaos, looking for and arresting the rivers and lakes every day. The prostitution thieves, the flower-picking thieves, are promoted to the 3rd rank, and the silver is rewarded 100,000 tals. Not to mention the government, even the whole arena that has been calm for many years has become a sensation. Those first and second-rate masters, decent and upright, green forest roads, black and white roads can be described as masters, and hunting teams are formed in groups of 3 to 5. Catch the prostitutious thieves and flower-picking thieves in order to enter Beijing to receive rewards. Suddenly, those prostitutious thieves and flower-picking thieves became rare animals that were even more national treasures than the national treasure giant pandas. They didn't even have time to curse the emperor. They were like a bereaved dog hiding in Tibet, desperate. And some were chased by hunting teams into desperation. They only wipe their necks and drink poison medicine, and some wield their swords from the palace, returning to Buddhism to find a place to hide and save their lives. Under the reward, there must be a brave man. Sure enough, before the sky was fully illuminated, a little eunuch came to report, someone had caught a flower-picking thief, and he was waiting outside, waiting to be summoned. Yi Tan's spirit was lifted, and he jumped up naked from concubine Jin's big bed, ignoring Xia to wait on him, put on clothes and shoes in a hurry, and took people to interrogate the captured flower-picking thieves. In the imperial study room, an excited Yi Tan Yuan sat on a chair, 2 dragon and tiger guards stood behind him, and Su Zilun, the chief of the inner maternity supervisor, stood aside, followed by Mu Chunfing and other secret guards, all covered in black. The trembling flower-picking thieves knelt on the ground with a pale and bloodless face. This guy deserves to be unlucky. He is committing crimes in the imperial city. At that time, The holy order came out of the palace and had not been issued to the criminal ministry. Mu Chunfing was ordered to secretly summon the guards from the separated civilians, and most of the secret guards that could be summoned were already available. When he came to the imperial city, a few people were rushing at full speed due to the long distance. He had been in the palace to report, and he just heard the news and immediately left the imperial palace. The Emperor Meng valued it, reactivated the secret guard, and wanted to repay the holy grace. Mu Chunfing, who was eager to perform, naturally wanted to do something to make the Emperor Longyan joyous. There was an opportunity before him. He returned to the secret assembly of the guard ground, gave an order, all these secret guards were dispatched, and it happened to catch this unlucky ghost, who is a master torturer. Yi Tan smiled and looked at the flower-picking thief with no one's face. He wanted to say that he was lenient in frankness and strict in resistance. Just imagine, this trick may not be able to scare people. The flower-picking thief was stared at by a dozen strange eyes. He was so scared that there was no color on his face. He trembled and screamed when he heard the word torture. He screamed mum and slumped on the ground. The Emperor is forgiving. The Emperor is forgiving. The grass-minded people can do anything, anything. The Emperor is forgiving. Yi Tanl is happy. This trick really works. He laughed and said, "You count your knowledge." Several guards who wanted to perform sighed helplessly. "M20, this bastard is really unkind. I won't charge up the hero first. Let the brothers use torture to show their performance in front of the Emperor." Yi Tan smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The flower-picking thief hurriedly replied, "Return to the Emperor's words." "Komen Liu Huichun." Yi Tan nodded. "Liu Huichun, I ask you, have you ever learned what kind of housing through technique for collecting yin and replenishing yang?" Suzalan, Mu Chunfing and other secret guards all opened their mouths and stared at them. The Emperor asked why. After all, Suzalan has served 3 generations of emperors, and what he is best at is to speculate about the Emperor's heart. He was stunned for a moment, and with a dim look, he seemed to understand the Emperor's intentions. He lowered his voice and said, the Emperor's secret records handed down by the Emperor are there. Records the training methods of such thaumaturgy. Chapter 23, A Peerless Good. Dong Ancestral. This time it's Yi Tan's turn to stare wide-eyed, but it's not surprising to think about it. The Emperor's harem, not the queen, it's definitely a lot of concubines, talents, Zaorong, etc. 3,000 is an exaggeration. However, there may be dozens or hundreds, one a day. Even Superman will be squeezed into adulthood. If you want to get wet, of course you have to learn some thaumaturgy. The ancestor who invented this secret record of the Emperor is really a fellow man, my friend, wolf friend. After returning to his soul, Yi Tan urged to ask, where is the secret record? Suzalan squinted at the desk with a smile, and a row of books was neatly placed on the desk, and the secret record of the Emperor was sandwiched in the middle. Before, he had practiced by the Emperor, but the Emperor would not listen. Suddenly remember this today? Yi Tan couldn't wait to find the secret records of emperors inherited from his ancestors. They were all in traditional Chinese characters, but they could still be recognized so. He read it carefully, page by page. The first dozen pages were all the notes of the emperors of the past dynasties. Yi Tan was not interested. He continued to read it and finally found what he was looking for. He was holding Emperor's secret record, and looked down with a smile. Emperor's secret art, the 10 daughters of Yi Yu, the sharp spear can't fall, cool, and Yi Tanl's saliva flowed out, and his eyes were gleaming. What a peerless stuff. Wow, ha. The Emperor recorded the methods and wonders of the practice of thaumaturgy in the imperial room, as well as the notes and experiences of the emperors of the past. The fiercest generation of emperors used to impose the 10 daughters at night, and the guns could not fall. After a long time of joy, Yi Tan suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Suzalan. Lao Su, isn't this Emperor's secret? Yi's 10 female golden guns won't fall. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Suzalan bowed and said, the Emperor, It is true that when the Emperor Shenwu was on his fortune, the servants and maids were waiting on the sidelines. Yi Tan rubbed his nose fiercely. What Lao Su meant was that when his ancestor Shenwu the Great was doing that, he was waiting on the side. It was absolutely genuine. This book, The Secret Records of Emperors, really a peculiar book. Ha ha ha. After he was happy enough, his face sank, and he pointed to the flower pickle Yu Hui-chun and said coldly, "What I hate the most is the villain of the Bad Girl Festival. I drag it out and cut it." Poor Liu Hui-chun still doesn't understand when he offended the emperor. He rolled his eyes in fright and fainted suddenly, unable to even call for forgiveness. It's also to blame for his bad life, just a little bit too close. He missed his glory and wealth. If there was no emperor's secret record, he only had to write down the yin and nourish yang technique he had learned, and Yi Tan would definitely not. Will cut him off, and even give him a petty official. Of course. The premise is that JJ snaps off and becomes Duke Liu. The gentleman made no jokes, and Yi Tan immediately handed out a reward of 100,000 taels of silver to Mu Chunfeng. How he divided the reward was a matter for Mu Chunfeng, and he would not bother. As for the promotion to the 3rd rank, that is something later. Anyway, he verbally promised Mu Chunfeng and others. Mu Chunfeng and other secret guards were so moved that their eyes were red, and their blood was boiling, all kneeling down, swearing allegiance to death. Su Zilun reminded in a low voice, "The Emperor, the early time has come." Yi Tan's eyes rolled white. "I said that I am uncomfortable today, and I won't be up to face, so please accept any memorabilia." Su Zilun was speechless, watching the Emperor holding the Emperor's secret record and reluctant to let go. Isn't it because he wants to practice now? In addition to the Emperor himself, he is the only one in the world who has read this, the secret record of the Emperor. It not only records the Emperor's heart art and the practice methods of thaumatism in the Emperor's room, but also records a superb martial arts miracle of the Emperor's mysterious arts. Before, the Emperor also wanted to practice the thaumaturgy in the Emperor's room, but to practice this room's thaumaturgy, the premise is to practice the Emperor's profound art first, and then practice the Wangjua after breaking through the 5 realms. Only effective. However, the Emperor was lazy and could not bear hardship. He was obsessed with wine and sex all day long, and stopped mentioning any training issues. Today, he mentioned the old things again. He reminded once again, the Emperor, "I want to cultivate Wangju. You must first cultivate the Wangzuan Gong." Emperor Xuan Gong is an excellent martial arts, one of the 5 great magic arts in the world. He is known for being strong and domineering. Su Zilun is an eunuch. Even if he wants to learn it secretly, there is nothing he can do. So complicated. Yi Tan cursed, and hurriedly reviewed the Emperor's profound art training methods. It's not bad. As long as you practice hard and break through the 5 realms in front, the next few realms are sleep, mysterious. Gong can also be practiced naturally, which is really wonderful stuff. To the great ideal of brother, for the 3,000 beauties of his harem, happy, brother, just work harder. Seeing the Emperor's face showing a determined expression, Su Zilun breathed a sigh of relief. The emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty, who was not a master of martial arts in the world, was abandoned by Yi Tan's generation. Fortunately, he was determined to practice. Shouldn't it? Could it be the emperor who was frustrated with Leaf? Thinking of Leaf, his dim old eyes flashed with a breathtaking coldness. As long as our family still has a breath, no one should ever want to usurp imperial power. Su Zilun has self-knowledge. Even if he has ambitions, it is easy to usurp the throne, but he can't stand righteous word, and he is an eunuch, and he is doomed to fail. Rather than taking a risk, it is better to consolidate your current position as the chief executive officer of the internal servants. As the saying goes, there are 2 emperors in one dynasty. Yi Tan is the sitting emperor, and he is the standing emperor, under one person, above 10,000. He is already very satisfied. Su Zilun can be described as a veteran of the 3 dynasties who are loyal to the Yi family, but it is a pity that Yi Tan has a great guard against him. It's no wonder that Yi Tan, this Jiang Shan was not his originally. His soul just occupied this body, so besides Jinf and Xia, the only person he believed in was Mu Chunfeng, and everyone else was on guard. Heart of Yi Tan is now very interested and anxious to practice the Emperor's profound art, so he drove out Suzalan and the other guards, leaving only Mu Chunfeng alone and let him teach himself to practice the Emperor's profound art. The world martial arts, Wan Liu returned to the sect. The training of the mind is nothing more than exercise and exhale, gather chi to flush the acupoints, penetrate the 8 meridians and 12 serious meridians. Exercise and exhale, Yi Tan only needs to follow it. The training methods recorded in the secret record of emperors are sufficient. What he doesn't understand is the acupoints of the meridians of the human body. This must be guided by a master. How could the emperor trust me so much? Mu Chunfeng was flattered, and carefully pointed out the important acupoints and meridians of the human body to Yi Tan. If he hadn't practiced Xuanyi in soul claws, his inner strength would take the path of femininity and viciousness. He really wanted to not hesitate to lose his true essence, open up the meridian acupoints for the emperor. It wasn't until noon that Yi Tan used the condensed true energy to rush to the first acupoint. He didn't know if he had the talent for martial arts. Anyway, he felt that the condensed energy rushed to the first acupoint very quickly. Chapter 24 Buying People's Hearts. Congratulations to the emperor. Congratulations to the emperor. Mu Chunfeng repeatedly congratulated. Although the emperor's aptitude is not called a martial arts wizard, the time to open the first big hole is only half an hour slower than he was at first, and his talent is also not bad. Besides, the emperor's flattery, of course, must be shot. Knowing it is bullshit. But Yi Tan is very useful. He is now very interested in practicing peerless magic. If he is not still thinking about things in his heart, he still wants to stay in the imperial study room and continue to practice. Those secret guards who had been separated from the people and were specially trained had quietly returned to the imperial city, gathered somewhere in the city, waiting for the holy orders. Of course Yi Tan wanted to take a look. The purpose, of course, is to win over the hearts of the people. The emperor wants to go out of the palace secretly. Not only is Mu Chunfeng not nervous, but on the contrary, he feels very excited and moved. The so-called scholar is dead, he now has this mentality, and he wants to show his heart to the emperor to show his loyalty. As for the safety of the emperor, he didn't worry much. First of all, the emperor wore casual clothes to go out of the palace secretly. All he knew were the secret guards, and he himself was a master of martial arts, close to the level of a master, and his men were not even first-rate masters. As long as it is not a terrifying master of the level of Fairy Yanayu, I am afraid that there are not many who want to pass his level. Yi Tan only trusts concubine Jin, Xia, and Mu Chunfeng, and is somewhat wary of Suzalan. He wants to go out of the palace secretly, so he naturally distracts Suzalan first, and then follows under the guard of the 8 dragons and tigers. Mu Chunfeng and others sneaked out of the palace through the side door. Suzalan is the head of all the eunuchs in the palace, and he himself is an old fox who has become a fine spirit. How can the emperor slip out of the palace to hide from him? Suzalan did not follow the guards secretly. He knew that Mu Chunfeng's cultivation base was very high and he was loyal to the emperor. He also added 8 dragon and tiger guards with good cultivation bases, as well as those secret guards of Mu Chunfeng. If you don't run into a master-level Terra Master, there is no need to worry about the safety of the emperor. The emperor, one day, you will know the loyalty of slaves. Suzalan, hidden behind the wall, watching Yi Tan's figure disappear, sighed rather helplessly, and turned back to the palace. Yi Tan, who sneaked out of the palace, was walking around the street for the first time. He looked at the endless stream of people and the dazzling array of products, and his eyes were full of flowers. He was wearing a sapphire blue color gown, holding a paper fan in his hand, and he looked like a handsome, gentle, and passionate family son. On the street, the flow of people is very prosperous and lively, and there are many beautiful women in the past. Of course, they are not as good as Jinf and Leaf, but they can also be called Chen Yuliu Oyan, shameless flowers and closed moon, and somewhat beautiful his wife and daughter-in-law Wu's family also secretly glanced at him. Their eyes collided, and her jade cheeks flushed with shame, and she looked shy and moving. Unexpectedly, my brother's turning head rate is still quite high. Yi Tan's vanity is greatly satisfied. He seems to have wings on his back, and he walks lightly. More than 40 guards were concentrated in a large mansion deep in Hudonyan Nanxing. This is not a busy area, it is remote and there are few pedestrians, and it is indeed a good place to hide. This mansion was originally a merchant's old house living in the imperial city, but it was usually empty. Some of the guards were his nephews, and these secret guards took it for granted. As soon as Yi Tan followed Mu Chunfeng and others into the house, the 40 guards who had been waiting in line for a long time knelt down and bowed. "See the emperor." Yi Tan waved his hand. "Flat. Sit down." The emperor gives a seat. The guards were stunned for a while before they reacted. They were flattered, but none of them dared to sit down. Even the 3 guards who were abandoned by Fairy Yanai and were inferior to ordinary people stood tall. Yi Tan looked at these guards, most of whom were dressed in black, and their eyes flushed with excitement. He couldn't help but secretly cheer. "Didn't you do anything before? Are you so moved?" He called Mu Chunfeng to his side, and said that he had planned for a long time in his heart. Speaking of the famous Ming dynasty, the notorious Jin Yiwei, and the blood droplets of the Qing dynasty, who wouldn't be so scared? If Yi Tan wants to be stable, he must not only control a loyal army, but also have special agencies like Jian Yiwei and Xnizi. He must know that these secret guards are all dressed in black. Call the Black Guard. This old house was temporarily set as the secret headquarters of the Black Guard. Mu Chunfeng was the commander of the Black Guard, and the officers at the following levels were appointed by him. Yi Tan took Keyless name, and Xie had earned hundreds of thousands of silver for him, and asked Mu Chunfeng to buy all the neighboring houses with a lot of money. This is not only a temporary official office for black guards, but also a secret base for training black guards. Of course, the place must be large. In short, the black guards cannot be seen, and everything must be done in secret. In order to completely win over Mu Chunfeng and others, Yi Daishan also asked the 3 guards who had become useless, and asked Mu Chunfeng to pay them more to support their families and arrange them as much as possible. In fact, once the black-clothed guards are operational, they still need a lot of civilian personnel. Those who keep accounts, records, documents, manage files, analyze, screen, and classify collected intelligence, etc. all need manpower. These people don't necessarily need to can fight or kill. The black guards were moved to tears, and they all knelt down on the ground with the scream, "The emperor is wise and martial artist. I am waiting to swear allegiance to the emperor." Yi Tan's performance made these black guards burst into tears, and they joined the secret guard for the sake of prosperity and wealth. Now, the emperor gave them a chance, and so caring, how could they not be moved to a mess? One by one, they can't wait to take out their hearts and let the emperor see their loyalty. Yi Tan smiled very proudly, very happy. Brother finally grasped an absolutely loyal secret power in his hands, although it is still very weak, but it is definitely not to be ignored. In order to perform the role more perfectly and make these black guards more desperate, Yi Tan asked people to buy water, wine and cooked meat, and followed them to eat meat and drink in this house, which made these black guards moved beyond description. With plenty of wine and meat, the scene was over. Yi Tan in a good mood swaggered away from the commander's office of the Black Guard and wandered around the street. It's hard to come by, of course. I have to wander around, travel to this country. I have to look at this imperial capital city anyway, stay in the palace all day, facing the ministers. Sometimes I have a headache. The streets were full of traffic and pedestrians. Yi Tan walked with Shishire holding a folding fan. The 8 dragon and tiger guards who accompanied him were guarding him tightly. The 2 of them opened the road in front, quite a bit of an overbearing scent of crabs. Chapter 25, More arrogant than brother. Although the Great Zha kingdom is declining, the imperial city centered on political power, culture, and economy is still very prosperous and lively. Yi Tan had a strong interest in shopping. After turning a few streets, he saw some begging on the street. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Behind this false prosperity, it is difficult to conceal the decline of the Great Zha kingdom. Thinking of the northern disaster victims being forced to leave their homes and fleeing famine, his heart became heavier. On the surface, the Great Zha kingdom was still a behemoth, but it was already very sick in his bones. If this situation is not changed as soon as possible, it is only a matter of time before the country is subjugated. Damn the prodigal son, threw such a big mess to brother. He cursed the dead ghost emperor, but then he was full of pride. Mum's brother is a modern outstanding young man from the high-tech society. If you lose to the ancients, then brother isn't this time passing through for nothing. He clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth and swearing. Brother must work hard to establish an immortal imperial career that unifies the mainland and complete the great ideal of collecting all the beautiful women in the world. Go away. There was a sudden roar in front of him, and a dozen sturdy men dressed as domestic slaves, surrounded by a few greasy-faced sons and brothers, slammed into each other like a vicious god. Across the holy driver dare to collide? The two dragon and tiger guards who opened the road in front narrowed their eyes slightly, and the blue veins of the back of the hand holding the hilt of the sword appeared, showing super strength, and the cold and sharp murderous aura also burst out in an instant. Yi Tan couldn't help cursing. The man next door to the grass mud horse, the elder brother, is the real dragon emperor, and he is not so arrogant. Alas, forget it. My current identity is not the emperor, but he is a handsome, romantic and passionate talented man who is low and loke. He wanted to keep a low profile, but the dragon and tiger guards who opened the way in front of him put the safety of the emperor first. These arrogant guys rushed towards the emperor. How could they give way? With two bangs, the two domestic slaves who came on the rampage howled miserably, knocking the companions behind them, and smashing the bones into a ball. Can you be the emperor's personal guard without two strokes? The two dragon and tiger guards who opened the road in front are still merciful. The emperor? No, the son must be loke. So be loke. They only used skillful strength to knock people into the air. Although they did not hurt people, they also caused them to be knocked into the air. Several arrogant family slaves fell apart in pain, and their tears and nose were marked. Anyone who dares to beat my son, come on, get on me and kill them. The leader of the son was so angry that he ordered the slaves to beat them. Ouch! Before he could finish his words, a man in black suddenly rushed out of him, punching him so that his face was blossomed and his nose was bleeding. The person who made the shot was Mu Chunfeng. The emperor went shopping in a microservice. How could he dare to be careless, and secretly brought more than a dozen black-clothed guards to quietly follow him for protection? Unexpectedly, there are real people who dare to run into the holy driver. Papa Mu Chunfeng remembered Yin and Yang, fanning the arrogant brother into a pig's head. Maybe even his mother would not recognize his own baby son. Someone dared to beat the son. The gang of domestic slaves was stunned for a while before they reacted. They picked up the guy and just wanted to rush up. A dozen black-clothed guards brought by Mu Chunfeng came out from the crowd. Fighting in the street is a common thing. The people who can be beaten are the little overlords who are rampant in the imperial city. The pedestrians on the street are scared to avoid one by one, and even those who set up shops are scared to close their stalls hurriedly. Close the door, a middle-aged uncle kindly reminded. This son, you should run away. You are fighting against the third son of General Wang. It will be troublesome if the officer comes. General Wang? Which king general? Is there any other great person who can compare with Nu Cha? Yi Tan smiled indifferently, and asked curiously, what kind of officer is that general king? What if the officer comes? Is the No King's law at the feet of the emperor? Wang Fa? It's all dog officials who are guarded by officials. Someone sneered, the bullshit emperor is even more daunting. Yi Tan smiled bitterly. His image in the hearts of the people is so unbearable. Really ashamed. He stopped the blackguard who was about to attack. Mu Chunfeng leaned in and said in a low voice, my son." His subordinates recognized that guy as the third son of General Wang Tong, General Yulin Weilong. Yulin Wei. Yi Tan smiled. He was doing everything possible to master the guards loyal to him. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so unintentionally. Yulin Wei is the guard guarding the palace. Yi Tanxing wanted to find an excuse to withdraw the commander of Yulin Wei and replace him with someone loyal to him. Now he can find an excuse. The third son of General Wang was beaten in the street, and the officials responsible for the security of the imperial city were shocked. They rushed to take down Yi Tan and others. Mu Chunfing and the others, under Yi Tan's gesture, restrained, let the gang arresters quickly tied up and escorted them back to the Yamen for trial. Beat me hard, beat me to death. The third son Wang, who had turned into a pig's head, roared in the court, and instigated Lord Fuya to be tortured and beat Yi Tan and others to death, relying on the fact that Lao Tzu is the commander of Yulin Wei. The third son of the king yelled. He has always been rampant in the imperial city, only he bullies others. No one dares to bully him. He was beaten today. He wanted to repay the shame. Master Fuya is full of black lines and is paralyzed. I am in charge of this court. Or are you in charge? If it wasn't for your Lao Tzu's face, the officer would take you down on the charge of roaring at the court. Although Lord Fuya was very upset in his heart, General Wang had no choice but to give his face. He slammed the gavel. Come here, let these lawless criminals who have no way to fight and fight in the street are a big deal. Mu Chunfing and the others were so pale, but the emperor didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to take action, but they struggled to resist. And the government officials couldn't hold them back. Tu Yamen saw Yi Tan's thin-skinned, weak, scholarly look, and thought he was bullying. They grabbed his arm from the left and the right, and pressed him down. Stop it, he's just a passing student. Someone stopped shouting. Yi Tan's heart moved. Hey, where did you hear this sound? He turned his head to look, and couldn't help but smile. It was the middle-aged uncle who kindly persuaded them to hurry up. He didn't expect that he was actually the old head catcher of the government. The old head catcher looked at Yitu and sighed rather helplessly. His eyes were full of blame and helplessness. He told you to run away a long time ago, but didn't listen. Now I know the trouble. Beat me, beat them hard, beat them to death. Ouch, damn. It hurts me. You bastard. Wang Sangongtsai jumped to the side and yelled, with a terrifying pig-headed face and a terrifying face, for him. The doctor who took the medicine was scolded by him. The goal has been achieved. Yi Tan didn't want to play anymore, and winked at Mu Chunfing. Mu Chunfing and the others, who had been suffocated in their heart, immediately took action. Ping Pong knocked down the gang of government officials. Mu Chunfing kicked the third son of the king to the ground. He chopped his chest and grabbed the fascinated government office and dragged him to Yi, in front of the sky. He kicked at the bend of his leg. Lord Fuya pounced and knelt down in front of Yi Tan. Chapter 26. The image of brother. The deputy commander of the city guard North City led Duga Kangxu to lead a group of city guards to patrol the market. Hearing that someone had attacked the government office in the north of the city, beating the officials, immediately led people to surround the government office. He led his people to rush in, and everyone in the court hall, including Lord Fuya, knelt on the ground with a panic expression. A dozen men in black guarded a young son who stood proudly. Duga Kangxu was startled at first, and when he could see Yi Tan's face clearly, he couldn't help but was shocked, and hurriedly knelt down to salute. Chen Duga Kangxu knocked on the emperor. A group of city guards who rushed in also knelt down, knocked to the emperor. When Yi Tanlian revealed his identity, Lord Fuya was so scared that he could not catch his breath. He fainted on the ground with a grunting sound. The third son of Wang was also so frightened, his eyes turned white. His body trembled, and he collapsed on the ground. He smashed the holy driver and ordered his servants to beat the emperor. The court also clamored for the government officials to hit the emperor's board. This crime was serious enough to rob the family and destroy the family and punish the 9 tribes. You, put all these people in the jail. Yi Tan pointed to Duga Kangxu, then turned to point to the old head catcher who was kneeling on the ground. This government will be under your control in the future. If you can't do things impartially, I will copy your whole family and punish your 9 clan. The old head catcher replied with excitement, thanks. The emperor. The villain will live up to the grace. He is just an old loyal to his duty and a helpless head catcher. He did not expect to encounter such a weird thing today. The emperor even gave a private visit to him and made such a big disturbance. In an imperial city, there are as many high-rank officials as the Crucian carp who crosses the river. The government office is similar to a local county magistrate. It is in charge of the public security of the 4 cities in the east, west, south and north. It is the lowest level sesame mung bean official in the imperial city, but for the old head catcher, it was a consecutive level promotion, and it was hand-picked by the emperor. This honor should be impressive. The third son of Wang and the former government officials were in miserable situation. The Sky Prison is a place where repeated offenders or death inmates are held. The emperor ordered them to imprison the Sky Prison. Isn't the end clear? Commander Habayashi sent General Dragoon Wang Tong to drink in the mansion, and his arms around Xina's concubine were happy. When he heard about this, he was so scared that he ran into the palace to plead guilty. He knelt outside the palace for several hours, but the emperor did not summon him. If the emperor scolded him, kicked him, whipped him a few times, he would be happy. The less the emperor did not summon him, the more fear in his heart. Seeing the big celebrity in front of the emperor, Suzalan, the chief officer of the inner maternity supervisor, passed by, Wang Tong ran over and grabbed Suzalan, crying like a dead father and mother, "Manager Su, save me." "Oh." Suzalan sighed pretendingly, "General Wang, it's not that this manager doesn't want to help you. This is very difficult to do. The emperor is very angry, and he has broken several of his instruments. Manager Su, please, my Wang family will count on you for dozens of people, and Wang will definitely thank you afterwards." Wang Tong begged desperately, clutching Suzalan tightly, as if floating in the sea with his hands. A life-saving straw is held in it. The chief minister of the cabinet, Mr. Zhang, is not there. Suzalan is a big red man in front of the emperor. If even he can't help it, no one can save his family. Suzalan lowered his head to ponder for a while, and said in a low voice, "There is one way, but I don't know, General Su. What is a good way?" "Don't hesitate to say. As long as you can escape this crisis, Tong will thank you again." Wang Tong knelt on the ground, holding on to Suzalan's official gown tightly. Tears and nose moved. It came out sloppily. Suzalan said indifferently, "General Wang wants to save his life, so he can only take the initiative to resign and return to his hometown." As for Lingling, he is young and energetic after all. Wait until the emperor's anger is gone. Well, the emperor is doing relief work. It's a headache for border affairs, and it's best to donate some silver. Maybe the emperor will be happy and nothing will happen. Really? Really? Wang Tong was incoherent with excitement and his life was gone. He was still the commander of Pailinwai. It would be good if he could protect dozens of people in his family. They were all harmed by his ineffective son. Oh. At this time, there is no time for him to blame his son. "Manager Su, how much do you want to donate?" "Of course, the more the better." Suzalan's old face showed a weird smile, and Wang Tong was really dizzy this time. "The emperor, the slave and maid had removed a stumbling block for you, and the slave had dealt with you. The loyalty is a lesson from heaven and earth." Wang Tong was so grateful that he repeatedly thanked Suzalan, and then hurriedly left the palace, went back to raise silver, and wrote his resignation. He knelt in the palace for most of the day, but didn't know that the emperor had not returned to the palace yet. Bai knelt for most of the day, but also shed some tears in vain, and even acted in a tragic drama. Yi Tan did not return to the imperial palace. After leading the crowd to leave the government office, he asked Mu Chunfeng to send people on the streets of Shaijing to find out about the role of the deputy commander of the city guard, Du Bikangxiu, including the Manchu dynasty's civil and military wars and endless quarrels. Dan Jiangmin, a cabinet scholar who is still imprisoned in the jail, is a man. Although Dan Jiangman was wronged, he still asked people to check Dan Jiangman in the public to see how he felt about him. When the people sent out to investigate come back, it is dusk, and the sunset glow is particularly gorgeous and mysterious. People. Yi Tan didn't have the heart to appreciate the sunset. He was listening to the report of the Black Guard. The Emperor, Master Tan, has a good reputation among the people. They say that the Emperor, the black-clothed guard who reported to the report, said smoothly, and suddenly remembered something. He was so scared that he shivered, and the following words swallowed abruptly. In stomach. He didn't need to say it. Yi Tan also knew that the ordinary people called him a faint king, a tyrant. Hey, the image of brother is so unbearable in the hearts of the ordinary people. Cups. Duge Kangxu's reputation is also good. He is the son of Dugejin, a scholar of the Ministry of War. He doesn't have the arrogance and domineering habits of those aristocratic elder brothers. He is quite chivalrous. He joined the army at the age of 18 and has gone through many tragic battles. Military merit, was promoted to deputy commander of the city guard. Of course, as young as he is, to climb up to the position of deputy commander of the city guard alone, he has to rely on the power of his family. Yi Tan had a good impression of him, but he was worried about whether he was loyal to him. Regardless of whether Duge Kangxu is used or not, the commanding leader of Yilinwei, Dragon Cavalry General Wang Tong, must be brought down. How can he miss such a good machine when he is sent to the door? As for the Minister of Imperial Commission to patrol the disaster areas in the north, he also has an ideal candidate in his mind. That is, the cabinet scholar Dan Jiangmin, who is imprisoned in the prison. This servant has a good reputation among the people, so let him be appointed. So Yi Tan moved to the jail, and wanted to see what kind of person Dan Jiangmin was like. Chapter 27. Beauty Assassin. The Sky Prison is a place where serious prisoners are held. The walls are thick and strong, and the guards are very tight. It is said that there have been several jail robberies. The robbers and prisoners were shot and killed by random arrows. No one has escaped from the Sky Prison. As soon as Yi Tan entered, he immediately felt the gloomy atmosphere of the jail, and the sweat hair all over his body solidified. Mom, this ghost place is so gloomy. He doesn't like it at all. The saint's sudden arrival shocked all the officials guarding the jail. All of them ran out to greet the saint, and the guards were several times stricter than usual. Yi Tan flocked to the prison where Dan Jiangman was detained, surrounded by guards in black clothes such as dragon and tiger guards, Mu Chunfeng, and jailers of all sizes. Dan Jiangmin is a minister of the imperial court, because the case has not been settled yet, and with the secret care of Wu Gonghu, Qingqingshan and other ministers, although he is detained in a jail, his life is still quite comfortable. There are wine and meat, books, pens, inks and papers, enough to pass the boring time of yin poems and paintings. After another turn, we arrived at the cell where Dan Jiangman was detained. The cell was dark and gloomy, and a torch was placed on the wall. Two jailers came to face each other, and the head of the cell in front hurriedly stopped, reminding them that the emperor had arrived. Quickly give way to salute. Unexpectedly, before the head of the cell spoke, an unusually handsome young jailer suddenly broke out into trouble. He let out a dragon chant and the sword came out of its sheath. Faint lord, look at the sword. The gleaming long sword attacked Yi Tan, and Mu Chunfeng reacted the fastest. He threw himself at the assassin, with 5 fingers like a hook, grabbing the long sword, and shouting loudly, "There is an assassin, protect the emperor." The 8 dragons and tigers guards and the black guards did not react. Slowly. Amid the choking sound, the weapons were unsheathed and all blocked in front of the emperor, forming several copper walls and iron walls. Yi Tan was shocked at the beginning, and instinctively backed away. Only when he saw Mu Chunfeng and the assassin ping-pong together and gaining the upper hand, he was finally determined. Just listening to the assassin's voice, she knew she was a female, and she didn't know what her background was. It was the female assassin who made Yi Tan feel funny. She was assassinated when she wanted to assassinate. When she made her move, she called to see the sword. Didn't this make brother beware? This female assassin was so cute, as if she was afraid that she was going to assassinate her brother. If she wanted to change to her brother, she would definitely not say a word. When she was close, she stabbed her long sword directly. There were female assassins wearing jailer costumes assassinating the emperor, and the officials of the Sky Jail were frightened, with no one's face. It was only a trivial matter that the black hat was taken off, and the guy who took off the neck to eat would be miserable. Fortunately, it is full of copying and cutting, and punish the 9 clans. They were loyal to the show, and quickly ordered the jailer to embrace, but gave Yitan a stop. The aisles of the prison were already narrow on this day, and a group of people crowded in, but it was too full to hinder Mu Chunfing from capturing the assassin. Mu Chunfing's cultivation is approaching the level of a master, and Xuani in Soul Claw is even more proficient. He is not afraid of swords. He attacked and completely suppressed the female assassin, but the female assassin's swordsmanship is exquisite, and her body is light and graceful. Suddenly, it took nearly 10 moves before he was caught and missed, which made Mu Chunfing feel very shameless. The hat on the female assassin's head has been taken off, and the green silk on her head poured down like a waterfall and scattered behind her head. Although she was tied up with 5 flowers, her smart eyes still glared at Yitan, and she kept yelling at Yun Junwoo. Tao. The jailer who was with the female assassin had been taken down by the black guard. In fact, the guy was so scared that he fainted. The girl, very beautiful, is definitely a level of harm to the country and the people, but her skin is slightly darker. She is healthy, and she has a bit of wild sex, just like a little wild cat that has not been tamed. What's your name? Yitan stepped forward and reached out to touch little wild cat's chin. Fun Jun, Bar. The little wild cat sipped viciously, and suddenly struggling hard, his jade legs flew up. The emperor is careful. With a bang, Yitan's stomach ate a solid kick. The pain made him muffled, and his face instantly turned pale. Mom, it hurts. This little wild cat is really hateful. Yitan clutched his abdomen. If it weren't for a few dragon tiger guards to reach out and hold them, he would have fallen on all fours early. Bold. Mu Chunfing shouted angrily. His palm raised, but he gave Yitan a stop. The emperor. The emperor is forgiving. The emperor is forgiving. There was a panic-stricken cry for help from inside, and a group of jailers rushed in. Yitan ignored the little wild cat, and went inside under the guard of the Dragon Tiger Guard. The emperor is forgiving. The emperor is forgiving. With a disheveled hair, the cabinet scholar Dan Jiangmin, wearing a prison uniform, knelt on the ground, banging his head, knocking his forehead full of blood. The emperor, the little girl is young and ignorant. The old minister begs the emperor for mercy. Begged the emperor for mercy. Dan Jiangmin, who knelt down on the ground, cried and burst into tears. In addition, he had disheveled hair, blood flowing on his forehead, and a terrifying expression. Father, faint Junwoo. The female assassin screamed and struggled, kicking her legs at Yitan randomly, but she was tied up, and 2 black-clothed guards held her tightly. Shut up. Dan Jiangmin shouted violently. Kneel down and kowtow to the emperor to admit his mistake. The female assassin shut her mouth obediently, but didn't kneel down, just gave Yitan a fierce look, let out a cold snort, and turned her head to look to the other side. Yitan couldn't help laughing. This little wild cat still has filial piety, but think about it, it is not surprising that in ancient times, 3 obediences, 4 virtues, emperors and fathers, loyalty, filial piety and righteousness. He coughed lightly, and suddenly shouted, Master Dan, are you convicted? The emperor, the veteran has no way to discipline, the veteran is guilty. I hope the emperor will show favor. Tan Jiangmin kept kowtow. He heard the movement of his daughter assassinating the emperor while in prison, and he was frightened to death, and he calmed down in extreme terror. He confessed his guilt, but he was only responsible for disciplining his daughter, but he did not admit the previous crime of slandering. Even if his daughter was assassinated on the emperor, he died innocently, and his reputation still survived. Yitan Kai didn't bother to care about him, and snorted coldly, I will give you a chance to redeem your sins. Are you willing? Dan Jiangmin was stunned for a while. Although he was imprisoned in a jail and lost his freedom, he lived here for a while. Wugong Qingshan and other old officials and friends often came to visit, and he naturally knew some movement outside. It is said that after the emperor suffered a serious illness, the whole person seems to have changed a little. He only dispenses with his efforts. He appointed Wugong Qingshan to guard Zhen Yang's dangerous pass. He did not appoint the supervising army, and gave Wugong the right to make decisions on his own, as well as order disaster relief. By exempting 3 years of taxation and corvée in the disaster-stricken area in the north, he can be sure that he really seems to have changed a little. If the emperor really changes and becomes a sage, this will be a blessing for the great Zhou, a blessing for the people. Seeing the emperor's lust, fascinating gazes on his daughter, he screamed in his heart, "Oh, no, the emperor said that he was trying to redeem his merits. Isn't it the idea of hitting Junshi?" Chapter 28 Little Wildcat. The country is easy to change, but the original sex is hard to change. The dog can't change the feces. This fainted monarch is originally lewd and innocent. Seeing that Junki is beautiful, he must have moved his lust heart again. Dan Jiangmin was so frightened that there was no one on his face. The emperor. The emperor. He is always a daughter, and he regards his daughter as a jewel in his palm, and he is very fond of him. Fortunately, although his daughter is a bit savage, she is still very knowledgeable. Even if he struggles with his life, he is unwilling to push his baby daughter into the fire pit. Yi Tan didn't have time to talk with him, and said impatiently, "Dan Jiangmen listens to the order." Dan Jiangmen hurriedly knelt down on the ground, and was accustomed to sexually adjusting his clothes, combing his messy hair. When he heard the words appointed as an imperial minister, he was shocked for a while. His mouth was wide open. I heard it right. Not to mention him, even Tan Junki, who was screaming at Fawn Jun and stabbing him, was stunned. Her big smart eyes looked at Dafa Jun Yi Tan dumbly. I heard that right. Yi Tan ignored the stunned expressions of the father and daughter, and said solemnly, "Dan Jiangmin, I appoint you as the imperial minister to patrol the disaster-stricken areas in the north, hold the sword above, and cut down corrupt officials. Punish the 9 races." He is now very catchy when I come and go, and it is even more often a mantra to copy the family and kill the 9 clan. It took a long time for Dan Jiangmen to react, slammed his head, and replied loudly, "The old minister will live up to his holy grace." It was a sinful body. It might not be possible that the head fell to the ground, and the whole family was also tired to fall with the head. But I did not expect to suddenly become an imperial minister appointed by the holy. The difference between the upper and lower levels is really too big. Tan Jiangmin thought he was dreaming. Secretly pinched on the thigh, the pain came clearly. This is not a dream, but it is true. The emperor will not investigate the past, and he is now an imperial minister appointed by the holy. Several jailers graciously lifted him up and wiped the blood from his forehead. Everyone congratulated him. The emperor, little girl. Dan Jiangmen was not dizzy because of this. He knelt down again and pleaded for his precious daughter. After all, assassinating the emperor was a capital crime of ransacking and extermination. The emperor did not chop off his head on the spot, and appointed him to do it. The imperial minister even bestowed a Shangfeng sword that could be cut first and played later, indicating that there is still salvation. Yi Tan's face sank, and he said coldly, "Tan Dakian, these are 2 different things. You should know what crime is to assassinate the emperor." Old minister. No. Tan Jiangmin wiped the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. "The emperor, little girl." Yi Tan snorted coldly, "It's fine if you know. Come here, let this little wild cat. The murderer who assassinated me into the jail." "You are the little wild cat." Tan Junki struggled and was taken to the prison by 2 black-clothed guards and locked the door. This can be a bit dramatic. The father left the cell with his front foot and his daughter was locked in with his back foot, and it was the same cell. Yi Tan glared at Dan Jiangmin, who was still a little dazed. "The disaster relief work cannot be delayed. You will go up and leave tomorrow. After all, He ignored the expressions on the faces of the Tan family's father and daughter, and led the crowd to leave. Out of the gloomy prison, Yi Tan ordered 2 black-clothed guards to stay and escort Dan Jiangmen home later. Then, he remembered something again, and asked Mu Chunfing in a low voice, "Lao Mu, that little wild cat seems to be good at martial arts. If it is not tied, I am afraid she will slip away." Mu Chunfing smiled and said, "The emperor can rest assured, when the ministers put some crispy bones in her food, she will not be able to use her internal strength and cannot escape." The emperor's old shepherd yelled at him so much that he was flattered. The emperor didn't treat him as an outsider. Sagasan is a special medicine that inhibits the aggregation of internal force. It has no internal force. Except for martial arts moves, it is just like an ordinary person. Don't try to escape this heavily guarded prison. Not to mention how secret the formula is, this crispy bone powder is very complicated to prepare. Not only does it require a wide range of materials, but also some materials are extremely precious and difficult to find. It is one of the 10 wonder medicine of the world. If it is not a special case, he will not use. The general government deals with criminals like Jiang Yang, but anyone who knows martial arts directly breaks the acupoints of the Sea of Qi, breaks the tendons, hamstrings or collarbones, and becomes useless. He can only wait for death. The emperor will really pity and cherish Jade Tan Junki, right? He guessed right. Yi Tan really fell in love with Tan Junki. His greatest ideal is to take all the beauties of the world into the harem. Of course, people like Tan Junki who harmed the country and the people will not let it go. This little wild cat dared to assassinate brother. It is really hateful. Put her in jail for a while, let her suffer a bit, and polish her wild sex. Thinking of this in his heart, the pity Xiang Xi's heart rose again, and he ordered Mu Chunfing Datong to confess to the leader responsible for guarding the sky prison, so that he should take care of the little wild cat. If the person loses weight or loses a hair, ransack the house. Annihilation. This frightened a certain general who was in charge of guarding the sky prison, and made the jailers even more painful. They cleaned the cell where the little wild cat lived spotlessly, and brought them a large carved bed, a bronze mirror with a bronze mirror, and so on. As far as the family is concerned, every family's daughter's room, the small wild cat's cell, and the cell that shouldn't be there are also there. The whole cell is arranged like a daughter's fragrant boudoir, and people are treated as if they were queens. The moon in the sky was barely picked off. Yi Tan returned to the imperial palace. He wanted to go to Li Fei's Cheng Palace, but after thinking about it, he went to Jin Fei's Qianqing Palace. Both concubine Jin and Xia were there. Although Xia was canonized as Zhaorong, but refused to leave Duga Jin, Yi Tan asked her to live in Xiu Palace, which is next to Qianqing Palace. It is convenient for the two to communicate with each other and for him to do anything. Flying. The Emperor. This is the resignation of General Yulinwai Dragoon Wang Tong. Also, General Wang took the initiative to donate 500,000 taels of silver to the disaster-stricken areas in the north. When concubine Jin and Zhaorong saw the emperor coming over, they couldn't help feeling ecstatic. They were worried about the relapse of the emperor's old illness. They went to Leaf's Fox Mezi again. They didn't expect the emperor to come over and win the emperor's favor. Why were they unhappy? Both of them were just shortly after the bath. They only wore silk robes that were as thin as cicada wings. Their beautiful curves were exposed, and they were fascinating. They smiled like flowers with a red cloud of shame, adding a little bit under the soft light. Exciting and charming charm. Yi Tan was in a good mood. He wanted to take advantage of the third son of the king to remove the official position of Dragon Cavalry General Wang Tong, who is in charge of Yulinwai, and replace him with someone he trusts. He didn't expect Wang Tong to be very prosperous, not only automatically. Please resign and donate 500,000 taels of silver. The old guy is smart enough. He hugged concubine Jin with his left hand and Zhaorong with his right hand. He smiled and said, "Ai concubine, I am in a good mood today, so I decided to reward concubine Ai. The The Dragon Emperor God liquid. Concubine Jin and Ziza or Rong knew exactly what Dragon Emperor God's liquid was. The smooth jade cheeks of the two were soaring red, and it was hard to conceal the joy in their hearts. As long as they were pregnant with the dragon seed, Li Fei's fox Meizi would still compete with them. Chapter 29 Blackmail from eating fruit. In the early morning of the next day, the civil and military officials saw Tan Jiangmin, a cabinet scholar who was full of spring breeze, suddenly appeared, and all of them opened their mouths wide. Previously, the arbitrary emperor suddenly issued an order to pardon the family members of the ministers who were beheaded for remonstrance and rehabilitate them, but he did not mention the cabinet scholar Tan Jiangmin. The ministers who had good relations with Tan Jiangmin couldn't help but cheer up and congratulated one after another. Some ministers who wanted to put him to death gathered together and whispered, "What is going on?" The man was taken down by the emperor's order and sent to the sky prison pending trial. Now he is swaying to the court. If there is no emperor's edict, who would dare to let him out? What medicine does the emperor sell in this court? The master Zhang was not there, and none of them dared to make a fuss about this matter. According to the custom, the civil and military officials visited the emperor, and after singing the praises, the chief supervisor of the housekeeper, Su Zilun, sang in the unique feminine and harsh tone of the eunuch, and retired without incident. The old minister has his own play. The commander in charge of Yilinwei made the dragoon General Wang Tong the first to go on duty. The emperor. The old minister is too old and can't control Yilinwei anymore. Please enlighten the old minister to pay back. Township. What? Many ministers exclaimed, but think about it, Wang Tong's third son ran into the sacred driver, and it was fortunate not to be chopped off. He used to retreat to advance and save the family's life is also a helpless move. Yi Tan said calmly, "Quite silly play." Thanks to the emperor for your kindness. Wang Tong said, "The emperor, the border wars are tight, and the disaster in the north is serious. The old minister is willing to donate 500,000 taels of silver to do his best." His move immediately drew a lot of curses from ministers. In order to protect your son's life, you just need to spend 500,000 taels of silver to redeem the man. This matter was even brought to the court to speak. Isn't it harmful? People, this group of civil and military officials have many wealth, and they are so fat, but they are asked to donate silver for disaster relief. Jane is abruptly plucking the hair on their bodies. It hurts. Yi Tan smiled and said, Wang Aking is concerned about the country and the people, and his loyalty is a lesson. I am very touched. What do you think of the King family? When he was busy talking with concubine Jin and Ziza or Rong last night, he was inspired and sent someone out of the palace overnight to Wang Tong's general mansion, implying that Wang Tong did not disappoint him. What do you think of that sentence? It is clearly a blackmailer who eats fruit. Look at it. General Wang Tong is loyal and worried about the country and the people. He volunteered to donate 500,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. How about you? Be loyal to me. Do you have Diaza people in your heart? The minister is willing to donate 10,000 silver. The minister is willing to donate 20,000 silver. The minister is willing to donate 20 silver. For a time, the civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty scrambled to show their loyalty. The old bastard Wang Tong set a precedent, and the emperor hinted that he would eat fruit like this. Who would dare not show his loyalty and donate money? Wang Tong was scolded by a group of ministers of civil and military affairs for a dog blood sprinkler. Yi Tan was so happy that he almost laughed wildly. These guys are really rich, and they squeezed out more than 1,000,000 taels of silver in one fell swoop. Tusk, brother seems to have a talent for business. He. The little eunuch held a pen and was busy recording the amount of silver donated by 20. Except for the expatriate officials, the civil and military officials present were very active, very loyal to the silver donation table. Of course, there were also clean officials with toss-sleeved breeze who also gritted their teeth. After donating hundreds of taels of silver, Yi Tan didn't scold them for being stingy. Honest officials. Donating 200 or 300 taels of silver is already very difficult, as long as you have the heart. Brother remembers in his heart, there will always be a day when you laugh, Next, Yi Tankin appointed Cabinet University scholar Dan Jiangman as the imperial minister and bestowed the sword on the upper hand. Any corrupt official can be headed first and then played. The Dragon Cavalry General Wang Tong was promoted to General Long Xiang, who accompanied him to guard the safety of the imperial envoy. In fact, Wang Tong is not old, he is in his 50s. And he is old enough to grow stronger. If there is no such thing as the trouble of his son, he would naturally be reluctant to tell his old man and return to his hometown. Now, although his power has been sacked by the emperor, he is promoted to General Long Xiang. How much comfort it is. The vacant Yulin Y commander was taken over by the deputy instructor of the city guard, Duga Kangxiu, which was also a disguised return for Yi Tan's borrowing of silver from the Duga family. Tanwai is unpredictable, the emperor's thinking jumps too fast, and he is arbitrary. A group of veterans did not respond, and the matter of imperial ministers has been finalized. Next, Yi Tanxia ordered the establishment of a black-clothed guard, who was personally supervised, and appointed himself a superintendent officer. Mu Chunfing was appointed as the deputy guard, and there were school guards and other positions under him. The reason for the establishment of the Black Guard is to target the enemy country's secret spy work, with the privilege of cutting first and playing later. At this time, all the civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty blew up. If this Black Guard is really just a secret spy work directed at the enemy country, it should be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. The emperor actually wants to be in his own hand, and it is not exaggerated to have the privilege of beheading first. This is clear. Is it for the internal secret service? Yi Tan was arbitrarily determined today. The hundreds of civil and military officials in the Manchuria hadn't reacted yet. He dismissed and threw down the ministers who hadn't reacted, got up, patted his butt and left. When he returned to the imperial study room, Yi Tan reviewed some memorials. It was actually very simple. After reading the general content, he thought it was okay. Just click on a tick. Then he sat cross-legged on the mat to work hard and spit out, with luck. The previous 5th level realm is equivalent to building a foundation, which must be persistent. Although it is a bit hard, but thinking of his great ambition, he is willing to endure hard work for the happiness of his concubines. It wasn't until the evening that he rushed through a few acupoints with the condensed inner energy. After having dinner, he felt good about himself and moved to Chengde Palace excitedly, thinking of Li Fei's wave of strength. His whole body became hot, and the worm caught his head, wishing to push the man down immediately and straighten the fire. At this time the sky was dark, and only 2 palace lanterns were lit in Leaf's bedroom. The light was a little dark. Yi Tan was lying on the soft big bed, enjoying the service of the little palace lady comfortably, waiting for Leaf to take a shower. Come back to war. This time, Leaf didn't dance and eat xio or anything, just as usual. After blowing out all the palace lanterns, he was willing to pamper him. Yi Tan once again enjoyed Li Fei's marvelous kung fu, humming and enjoying the wonderful taste of ecstasy. At this moment, even if he hangs under the peony flower, he is willing to do so. Fighting wildly all night, when he climbed out of bed, Yi Tan felt that his hands and feet were soft. Li Fei's kung fu was so terrible that he was a little scared, but she was willing to hang on her belly. It seems that brother's skill is still not good. Once again, Yi Tan didn't even have the mood to eat breakfast. He was slouched and left the court early after dealing with a few things. After tossing all night, the whole person was so tired that he couldn't open his eyes. He ran to the palace of the King dynasty, climbed onto the fragrant bed of concubine Jin, and screamed as soon as he fell, causing both concubine Jin and Ziza Orong to sigh helplessly. The harem has not yet established a queen. There are still a few concubines before. But the emperor listened to Leaf's slander and gave them to death or sent them to the cold palace. Now only she and Leaf are left. Xia is new, canonized Zhao Rong. The emperor did not come last night, so naturally he went to Chengde Palace. Seeing that the emperor was so exhausted, they were helpless because it was Li Fei's fox Mizi. Chapter 30. There are beautiful women next door. When Yi Tan woke up, it was past noon. and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. The considerate concubine Jinan Orong had set up a small table in the palace as early as possible. There are not many dishes, only 5 dishes and 1 soup. This is his previous mission to prevent extravagance and waste. With the 2 beauties, Yi Tan ate very happily. Hearing that Mu Chunfeng, the deputy guard in black clothes, had been waiting outside the hall for a long time, he quickly finished lunch and then moved to the imperial study. The emperor, this is the token of the black guard. Please have a look. Mu Chunfeng respectfully held a black iron plate, which was made according to the emperor's design, and the front of the iron plate was carved with a hideous the scary skull with the names and official positions of the members in black clothes engraved on the back. The workmanship was very exquisite, and Yi Tan was very satisfied and praised Mu Chunfeng a few words, then changed into casual clothes, brought 8 dragon and tiger guards, and followed Mu Chunfeng quietly out of the palace. Today is a good day for the official establishment of Hai. Of course, he, the founder, has to go and cheer his subordinates, and win the hearts of the people. Yi Tan is still dressed up as a scholar, with a gentle manner, with a folding fan in his hand, which is chic and charming. The official office of Hai was located on the west side of the palace. When it was officially opened, many ministers from the central government came to congratulate them. They were nothing more than flattering Mu Chunfeng and nothing to look at. Yi Tan just stood in the distance and glanced a few times, and then went to Hai's secret stronghold. Following his instructions, Mu Chunfeng bought a dozen nearby residential houses, found new places for the residents, and helped them build new houses. Of course, those residents were willing to relocate. Hai's secret stronghold is still an ordinary civilian house on the outside, which is not noticeable at all, but it's all open and connected, and it is very spacious, with training places, dormitories, official offices, archives, torture rooms. There are also dark rooms and basements in the warehouses, stables, etc., just like a small barracks. Yi Tan was very satisfied with this and praised it greatly, making those black guards moved to tears. It was just a verbal praise, and it didn't spend a copper plate to win people's hearts. Why not do it? The black guards are divided into 4 groups: dragon, tiger, eagle, and leopard. The dragon group is responsible for assassinations and other operations. The eagle group is responsible for reconnaissance and gathering intelligence. The tiger group is responsible for covering the response and cleaning the scene. The leopard group stays behind and analyzes and collects the division of labor for intelligence, interrogation, recruitment and training of personnel, etc. is very clear. The emperor, there is a beautiful woman next door. A black-clothed guard who came in whispered a few words in Mu Chunfeng's ear, and Mu Chunfeng leaned over to report in a low voice. Hai's team is a former secret guard. He was ordered to search for peerless beauties on behalf of the emperor. Hai Honggang, who had just come in to report, had followed Mu Chunfeng to find Fairy Yanayu, and naturally understood the emperor's preferences. He is now a black-clothed guard, similar to the 100 households of Jai. The sage is visiting the secret stronghold. Of course, Mu Chunfeng has to strengthen his guard, and Honggang is responsible for the defense. He accidentally climbed the wall next door and saw that there was a big boss next door. The beauty immediately came in eagerly to report to the emperor to win the favor of the emperor. Yi Tan's eyes lit up, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Lao Mu had been ordered to find a peerless beauty for him. Naturally, he knew that his Muju hobby would make Lao Mu call a beautiful woman. Seeing the emperor happily coming out, the thoughtful Honggang immediately asked his subordinates to bring in a long ladder and put it on the high fence. He climbed up again and checked it again and got down after confirming his safety. Several black-clothed guards walked up the long ladder. Yi Tan climbed up the long ladder. Looking forward, he couldn't help rubbing his nose severely. Just look at the house building next door, the backyard planted with exotic flowers and plants, and the Jingshan pavilion. You know that it is a very rich family. The small pavilion is covered with light gauze, fluttering in the wind. There is a coffee table in the pavilion with a few color pastries, fruits, tea, and a beautiful lady lying lazily on the side of the bed facing Ethan's side. It was just that the beauty seemed thoughtful, but she didn't find Ethan, who was lying on the wall and peeping. The beauty's eyebrows are like a crescent moon, and the watery peach eyes are like a deep pool, which makes people drown in it willingly. The cheeks are light without the slightest pink, and the red lips are plump and kissing, and a pair of woke up just to wake. The lazy look adds a bit of swing to the soul. It was midsummer, and the weather was hot. She had a high bun, showing her beautiful pink neck. Her skin was crystal clear as jade, and she was only wearing a thin white silk robe, and a pink tube top appeared. Beautiful curves, plump body, revealing a sultry mature charm. If you say that concubine Jin is noble and dignified, and concubine Lee is naturally charming, the temperament of this beautiful woman is between the two women or both, which constitutes her unique temperament. Superb. It is definitely a disaster for the country and the people. Speaking of this big beauty, she is also quite famous in the imperial city. Her name is Gixun, a member of the Pengqing family, and a small family. When she was 15, she married into the Liu family of Pengqing. Her husband, Liu Tongxing, was a short-lived ghost. Gixun was dead after only 3 months. Gixun guarded the way of women and planned to keep her filial piety for her deceased husband. He would not remarry until he died. Who would think that her father-in-law Liu Mingliu was an old wolf, and even caught her attention? This kind of filthy ash-picking incidents happen frequently in large households. It is not surprising to see it, but Gixun is not a weak woman who is generally resigned and obedient. She is chaste and stubborn in her bones, and her mind is quite open. She always thinks why women can only do it by one thing in the end, and a man can have 3 wives. Women have to live without men. It can be said that she is the new female sex of this era. Mr. Liu Mingliu wanted to pick up dust, but he made the wrong wishful thinking. On a stormy night, this servant touched into his daughter-in-law's women's bedroom and wanted what he wanted, but the daughter-in-law's women gave him a severe lesson. A meal. The green-skinned and swollen old man Liu cut a big somersault. He was angry, hated and helpless in his heart. The Liu family was a prominent family in Pengqing, powerful. If such scandals spread, the Liu family will lose out. Seeing the charming daughter-in-law women stand alone in the empty curtain, the old-hearted old man Liu was unwilling to give up. In order to force Gixun to give in, he made things difficult for him. Gixun couldn't bear it and made a big fuss, separated from Liu's house and established himself. The city was full of trouble for a while. For the sake of the Liu family's face, Mr. Liu reluctantly agreed to Gixun's independence. This was a shocking move that challenged tradition at the time. Gixun ignored the strange gazes of others, and the slander and talk came to the sky. Bringing the dowry maiden's dowry, and came to the prosperous emperor alone to work hard. In the era when a woman had 3 obedience to 4 virtues, the widow who lost the backbone of her life had a very difficult life. But after selling her dowry, Gixun worked hard for several years in the prosperous imperial city and just stood firm. Today, she is the big boss of 3 cloth houses, a mansion, a farm outside the city, and hundreds of acres of fertile land. Her life is very moist, supreme, on the surface. Chapter 31. Widows are many, right and wrong. At the door the light gauze flutters in the wind, and the beauty lying on the side of the bed is looming, like a flower in the mist, hazy, adding a sense of mystery to the soul. Yi Tang-u swallowed his saliva, and his brain turned rapidly like a dual core. How can he attract the attention of the beauty? Gixun didn't know that there was a big wolf peeping next door. She leaned back on the bed, recalling the past, and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Life is pretty good. However, if the big mansion is missing a male owner after all, she has been married to Liu's family for 3 months, and she treated him fairly well. It's just too old-fashioned and pedantic, reading desperately all day. Extremely don't make intimacy with her, just let her enjoy the bed and die. The women of the Liu family called her a broom star, and the men of the Liu family looked forward to her. Even the respectful father-in-law had no shame in begging for joy. To keep her innocence, she had to leave the Liu family and stand on her own. "Oh, why am I suffering so much?" Gixun couldn't help but let out another faint sigh. The days of staying alone in the empty curtain are a kind of terrible torment. At the very young age, she doesn't want to waste her youth. She is not afraid of gossip and nonverbal, but there are some who dare to come to ask for relatives. But none is a good man in the world who can enter her law eyes all dead. The hot weather is uncomfortable. Although there are 2 buckets of ice in the pavilion, she still feels hot. What makes her feel even more uncomfortable is that since the bedtime, the deep part of the body often feels uncomfortable. Ming's wonderful enthusiasm surging, tortured her, tossing over and over, unable to sleep. Alas, without a male host, this day seems to be really unhappy. Thinking of her misfortunes, her eyes turned red and her eyes became blurred. In the midst of self-pity and self-sorrow, a low male voice suddenly came, making her startled, instinctively sitting upright, turning her head and looking around. Beauty roll bead curtain, lying alone, frowned. But seeing the tears wet, "I don't know who I am thinking of." In order to attract the attention of the beauties, and not to be abrupt, Yi Tan racked his brains and searched his stomach. He still remembered a lot of poems in Tang and Song dynasties, but it was more difficult to find a love poem for the occasion. Fortunately, I remembered that I had read a novel about the 3 kingdoms before, and there happened to be such a so-so poem in it, and I immediately chanted it. Seeing the beauty looking over, he showed the smile on his face that he believed to be the most handsome and most unrestrained, learning the plot from the costume TV series, holding his fists. "This lady, the Xiaoxing, is polite." Seeing Yi Tan, who was lying on the wall and showing his upper body with his fists, Gixun frowned and felt embarrassed. What a frivolous and rude sour scholar who even took advantage of her lunch break to spy on her. It was extremely disgusting. Shameless fanatic. She was ashamed and annoyed, and immediately grabbed an apple placed on the short table and slammed it over. Yi Tan reached out his hand to catch the smashed apple, put it under his nose and sniffed it, then opened his mouth and gnawed fiercely, shaking his head and shook his head. "It's so fragrant and sweet, like a drop of nectar in the vast desert." "Thank you, miss, for the gift of the fruit. The young man will remember it in his heart." Gixun became more and more embarrassed. She wanted to beat people with fruit. Who would think it would be like this? The taste seems to have changed a little, and it is easily reminiscent of flirting and cursing between lovers. Shameless. Yu Cheek was blushing. She gave Yi Tan a fierce look, got off the bed, walked quickly back to the wing, and slammed the door. What a shameless fanatic. Gixun leaned against the concierge, her chest undulating violently because of shame. This hateful fanatic dared to flirt her openly. It was really hateful. However, that poem has never been heard. The beauty rolls the bead curtain, lying alone, frowning, but seeing the tears wet. "I don't know who I am thinking of." Although she is not a scholar of scholarly background, she is not a talented woman, but she has read many books since she was a child, and she likes the famous poems and masterpieces passed down by the talented and talented women through the ages. This poem is full of sadness. Although the words are not gorgeous, it is detailed and vivid, more profound, and has an endless aftertaste, which is just enough to express the sadness in her heart. Well, it's quite suitable. I don't know if he did it. People are also pretty, but just a bit nasty and frivolous. Yi Tan, who was lying on the wall and molesting, saw Marina go, reluctantly stepped down the long ladder, and said to Mu Chunfing, "Check me and find out all 8 generations of her ancestors." To get Mu into hands, it's best to understand everything about her, and then do what she likes, so that it's easy to get started. The minister abides by the order. Mu Chunfing bowed his orders. After the emperor chanted the poem, he had already let his hands check Ixon's information. However, people should not be too smart, especially in front of the emperor. The emperor is the smartest person in the world. Yue's work efficiency is very fast. It didn't take long for Gixon's detailed information to be submitted to Yi Tan's hands, and even Mr. Liu wanted to pick up dust. In fact, Gixun can be regarded as a small well-known figure in the imperial city, and it is easy to find out. Young, rich, and a beautiful widow, it's hard not to be famous. Yi Tan was drinking tea while reading the information. He saw the ugly thing about Mr. Liu. The tea just came out from the mouth. Moms, the surname Liu, dare to be troublesome. Brother, copy your family and punish your 9 tribes. After reading the information, he handed it to a dragon and tiger guard next to him and asked him to keep it away. After returning, he had to study it carefully. Go to Gajibu shop and have a look. Gixun runs 3 cloth shops. It is said that the business is pretty good. He is also idle and bored, so he will go around and see if he has any chance to get close to Gumaina. They all say that there are many right and wrongs in front of the widow women, and now I can remember it. Gumaina's door. I am afraid that there are too many right and wrong in front of Gumaina's door. The spacious streets are still busy, showing the prosperity of the imperial city. Surrounded by Mu Chunfing and dragon tiger guards, Yi Tan wandered around to Gajibu in the north of the city. The business of Gaji cloth shop is pretty good. There are many customers who choose fabrics. Most of them are female sex. Sometimes 1 or 2 customers ask the tailor master in the cloth shop to tailor their clothes, but most of them are bought. The fabric goes home and sews by itself. In a society where men are inferior to women, the vast majority of women weave at home, wash and cook, and teach their husbands and sons. All of them have learned well. The clothes are almost all made by themselves, and very few buy ready-made clothes. Yi Tan soon discovered this. The ready-to-wear items on the shelves are occasionally bought, but very few. That is to say, the ready-to-wear products of this era are very unpopular products. Yi Tan walked into the shop, turned his head and looked around, and accidentally bumped into a pretty girl in a floral shirt. My son, I'm sorry. The girl hurriedly accompanied her. Seeing her dress, she should be the maid of a big family. She was holding a red floral cloth in her arms, and her pretty face looked nervous and uneasy. Yi Tan smiled at her and said softly, "It should be the Xiaoxing who apologizes." "Thank you, son." Upon reaching Yi Tan's smiling eyes, the pretty face of the little girl turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head, facing Yi Tan, and then ran out of the cloth row holding the floral cloth. Chapter 32. Self-defeating. The little girl ran a long way before stopping, and then patted the small crispy chest that was not fully developed, and her heart was beating wildly. Because I was nervous, I bought a piece of cloth and hurried out and bumped into someone, but the young man didn't blame her. He also said that it was his fault. It's really rare to be accompanied by her. She is a young man with status. It's really rare. The young man is really handsome, personable, gentle, and has a very kind smile, but his eyes will make people blush and heartbeat. I don't know what his name is. Will you meet him in the future? Ah! The little girl turned around and glanced at Gajibukesing, let out a faint sigh, and disappeared into the endless stream of people holding the flower cloth. The little girl is innocent and pleasant, but Yi Tan didn't overturn little Lolita's hobby, so naturally she would not be interested in her. He wandered around in the cloth, thinking about how to attract Gixun's attention. Mu Chunfing was guarding him half-step, and the 8 dragon and tiger guards stood outside the store, really wanting to squeeze in. No matter how spacious the cloth line was, it seemed crowded. Besides, the emperor emphasized that it should be low. Yi Tan looked at the ready-to-wear garments hanging on the shelves, all of the same style, with many collars and sleeves embroidered with different patterns. Not much to look at, which is like the modern styles of various new fashion styles. Well, there is. Thinking of a coup that would attract Damiga's attention, Yi Tan was so happy that he tapped his palm with a folding fan. He was about to talk to the shopkeeper of the cloth shop, but he saw a few big men dressed in black domestic slave costumes surrounded by gold. Dai-Yin's woman came in, and the little Lolita who had just collided with him was also there. But her eyes were full of tears, and there was a red palm print on her white and tender cheeks. Yi Tan has always been pitying and cherishing Jade. Seeing such a lovely little Lolita being abused, he can't help frowning. Which bastard is so rough? Mu Chunfing, who was closely following Yitan, glanced at the several domestic slaves who had broken in, and raised his hand to make a gesture to the 8 dragon and tiger guards waiting outside. With a bang, a domestic servant threw the red-color floral cloth that little Lolita had just bought on the counter, and shouted with a loud voice, "Where is the shopkeeper? Are you?" "What's the matter with the guest officer?" There was a professional sex smile on the face of the store clerk. This group was coming aggressively, and things seemed a bit bad. The slave glared at the store clerk. "Go away, tell you the shopkeeper to come out." The shopkeeper of Xingbu greeted him and said with a smile, "I am the shopkeeper." "I don't know what's the matter with the guest officer." The slave's big palm patted the red floral cloth on the counter, and shouted loudly, "It is said that Yugji cloth has a good reputation. Take a look. This is the cloth you bought in your store just now." The old shopkeeper Yin pulled the cloth a few times away, and suddenly found a small hole in the red floral cloth, and he couldn't help frowning. "Look, this is Gjibuxing's reputation for selling bad fabrics to others." The domestic slave yelled loudly, with an air of judgment. There were many guests in the cloth shop, and they all squeezed over. Mu Chunfing also leaned over to take a look. He also touched with his hands, took it under his nose and smelled it, and then retreated to Yitan's side. He whispered in his ear, "My son, it was burnt with incense. It was burned just now, and the smell is still there." Yitanjian raised his eyebrows, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Dare to feel that these guys were deliberately looking for faults. He was doing everything possible to get close to Gudamai. This is a good one. Someone has created a chance for him. Brother's luck is not so good. He stood with arms folded watching the excitement. Mu Chunfing stood beside him, 4 dragon and tiger guards guarding the surroundings, and the other 4 guarding the door. These people deliberately came to Gjibuxing to find fault and cause trouble, and there may be physical conflicts later. For safety reasons, Mu Chunfing still summoned 4 dragon and tiger guards to guard the emperor's side. Mu Chunfing quickly found out the party who deliberately found fault was Ilchi, the 3rd young lady of the L family. The L family was a family member, and the old man Ilminglai was the 5th grade Gwengalu temple Shoking, and the L family was in the imperial city. There are quite a few businesses, and cloth shop is one of them. Yitan understood the reason. The so-called peers are enemies, and helpless foreigners like Ixon can stand firm in the fierce business competition, relying on good reputation. Gji's cloth shop is doing well, and it will inevitably arouse the jealousy of his colleagues. L's family is one of them, and he owns the cloth shop. Can Miss San be guilty of buying from other cloth shops? The intention is very obvious, that is, to deliberately corrupt the reputation of Gjibuxing. The shopkeeper knew that it was L's people who made the ghost, but suffering from no evidence, he repeatedly compensated in a calm manner, returned Miss San's cost of buying the cloth, and doubled the compensation. Miss San walked away surrounded by a group of domestic slaves. The ruining of Gjibuxing's credibility was only the beginning, and there were still many backhands, so it was not guilty to tear up the skin. Little Lori was Miss San's maid. When she left, she glanced at Yitan with tears, lowered her head, and silently followed Miss San. When little Lori left, the miserable and helpless look of sadness made Yitan Liangxianxi's heart surge violently. He asked Mu Chunfing to send someone to inquire about the details of Il's house, and specially ordered little Lori, seeing a few customers who were choosing fabrics at Gji cloth shop. Because of what happened just now, they planned to leave and went to another cloth shop to buy fabrics. Yitan clapped his hands and applauded, and smiled. Double the compensation. Gji's really good reputation. The shopkeeper, I want this piece of cloth. This old shopkeeper is a good person. Miss San deliberately found faults and damaged Gji's credibility. Gji clearly suffered a bit, but the doubled compensation increased Gji's credibility. When Yitan said this, the few customers who wanted to leave were taken aback for a while, and soon figured out the truth. Gji is indeed very credible. They happily chose the cloth they liked, paid the money, and held the match. The cloth, leaving with joy. The old shopkeeper smiled slightly at Yitan, clasped his fist. Thank you. this young man. Yi Tan smiled freely. The old shopkeeper is still shrewd. Ha ha. The two showed a knowing smile, and the old shopkeeper smiled and said, after all, this shop still owes the son a favor. Please select it by yourself, as long as the cost price. Yi Tan was not welcome. Little Lolita's miserable and helpless expression flashed in his mind, so he picked a pink color floral cloth, and Mu Chunfing paid the bill. Although I did not meet the beauty of Gu, at least I have left a good impression on the people of Gujibuxing. There will be more opportunities in the future. The beauties that brother sees are sure to be eaten. Don't think about it. From the palm of your hand. Slip. Yi Tan walked out of Guji's cloth shop, looked up at the sky, guessing that the sun would soon go down as soon as he touched it. It was time to return to the palace. Before Jiang Shan was fully seated, he should stay safe in the palace. On the way back, looking around, he inadvertently saw the slim figure walking not far away, and he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 33. The most proud star in history. At this time, the sun was about to set, and the people who went to the fair returned with their burdens, and the streets of the entire imperial city became more crowded and lively. At a small grocery stall on the street that specializes in rouge gouache, several women are choosing their favorite rouge gouache, and little Lali is also choosing rouge gouache. Yi Tan hated Miss Lusan, who framed the reputation of Guji's cloth line, and understood that little Lolita sold her as a maid, and she couldn't help but blame the poor, and he naturally felt pity for the one who always believed that he would pity Yu the most. He bought the pink color floral cloth just to take care of Guji's business, and he didn't know who to give it to. The fabrics in the palace were all tribute top quality goods, much better than the ones sold outside. Now that he saw little Lolita, give it to him then, girl. Please. Yi Tan leaned over, clasped his fists, with a friendly smile on his face, and looked at little Lolita with a smile. Little Lolita's cheeks blushed and she hurriedly bowed to her blessing. She was just a humble maid, so she couldn't stand the gift from the son of the other man. My son. Yi Tan smiled and said, I accidentally bumped into the girl before. Xiaoxing has always felt sad. This cloth can be regarded as an apology for the girl by Xiaoxing, and Miss Wang Wen accepted it. After he finished speaking, he fisted at the little Lolita again. Before Lolita could react, the folding fan in his hand spread out with a scream, and then he put it away again. After he held his left hand, he walked away unrestrainedly. Mu Chunfing stuffed the pink color flower cloth into the little girl's arms and smiled and said, Girl, please accept it. My son said, if the girl doesn't accept it, just throw it away. After speaking, he strode away, leaving only the little girl who was still in a daze, and a few little women with envious expressions on their faces. The sun. When the little girl reacted, Yi Tan and others had disappeared in the endless stream of people. She hurriedly faced the direction of Yi Tan's departure, and the whole delicate and smooth cheeks were red at this time. The sunset glow is particularly delicate and moving. Yena, isn't that young man who is interested in you? An old woman who chose rouge gouache for his daughter and dressed as a woman joked, the son is so handsome, such a servant. Yan blessed. Mother Zhao, please don't say chaos. The little girl was so embarrassed that her neck was red. She lowered her head and hugged the cloth, hurriedly fleeing like an escape. She stopped after running a long way, and took a long breath, but her heart still thumped so hard, as if she was about to jump out of her chest. Son, really good-hearted. Although she knows that she is humble and not worthy of the son of the other person, what Zhao Ma said just now still made her hazy about love, and her half-knowledge heart beats abruptly. Yi Tan returned to the palace and immediately found a craftsman, and ordered him to make charcoal pencils according to what he said. The so-called active charcoal pen. The pen core is to grind the black charcoal into thin strips, and then use wood to make a coat. Wrap the pen core and tie it with a string, and the exposed pen core is used up, pushing the end of the pen with a slender wooden strip. It became the first activity charcoal pencil invented by the Emperor Yi Da in this country. The carpenter who was ordered to make the active charcoal pen was ecstatic. When drawing lines in the carpentry work, Using this kind of active charcoal pen to draw the line is much more convenient than using the Mao pen to draw the line. Yi Tan is not afraid that his big invention will be copied and spread out. He just reminds the carpenter that there is no problem with copying, but it must be said that it was invented by a son named Playboy Cherish. In Yi Tan's mind, in addition to the beauty and the stability of the country, he is thinking about how to make money. In modern times, a star who shoots an advertisement for a product endorsement can collect tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. A football cap and jersey worn by a star sneakers can be sold for millions of dollars. Brother also has to concoct the most awesome celebrities in history, so that fans all over the world will adore them. He hid in the Imperial study room, took the automatic charcoal that was just invented and drew one sketch after another on the paper. After drawing 7 or 8 sheets, he carefully rolled it up and put it away. These drawings are creating opportunities to get close to Good Day Mai. Of course, will also earn him a lot of money. That's not right. Soaking up beautiful Lady Gu, it's a Taoin fortune. Yi Tan was in a good mood. At this time, the sky was dark, and he hesitated for a long time before deciding to go to Chengde Palace. Li Fei's coquettish show made him fearful and loving and fascinated. Thinking about it, he still gritted his teeth and went to Chengde Palace, where he died under the peony flower, and he was also romantic. It was another night of frantic tossing, until dawn. Yi Tan felt strenuous to get up from the bed, and his hands and feet became soft. 3 times. Every time he lost his armor and abandoned his armor, and he was completely defeated. It was really shameless. Mom, I decided not to practice the Emperor's tactics, and never step into Li Fei's palace. After making up his mind, Yi Tan didn't play the lottery for a while before retiring, and slipped to Concubine Jin's Qianqing Palace and word, making Concubine Jin and Ziza Orong very helpless, and could only wait cautiously. Chengde Palace. Leaf, who was born and charming, wore a pink veil, and she languidly leaned back on a chair. On the small bed opposite her, lay a slouchy and unsightly sleeping face. That sex is also a natural stunner, but the lips are slightly thin, which makes people feel a bit cold. Leaf seems to be accustomed to seeing her a long time ago. Her expression is indifferent. Sister Yuling, you have been tired these few days. If you haven't gotten up to practice, the master will definitely blame it. Senior Sister Yuling let out a contented murmur, lazily stretched her seductive body, and yawned. Little junior sister, if you don't tell me, how would the master and her elderly know? Li Fu frowned. Do I need to say it? Master and her elders will find out after it dry. Senior Sister Yuling still stayed on the bed and refused to get up. If I know it, I will know it. People are sleepy. Li Fu frowned again, and said with dissatisfaction, Senior Sister Yuling, you don't seem to be like this before. The senior sister let out a low, soul-stirring laugh. He seems to have become particularly brave these days. The slave family is so in love with him. Leaf was speechless, and the curving eyebrows frowned tighter. Senior Sister Yuling, business matters, don't miss Master's important affairs. Master Yuling was quite dissatisfied and said, I see, help you enter the Eastern Palace, then you will be the Queen Mother of the world. Does it take so much trouble? Follow me and kill the 2 slut directly. Save trouble. You have to drag like this, can you blame me? Leaf sighed and reminded, don't forget the old castrate Suzalun. The master can't get the slightest bargain under his hands. Then don't blame me. Senior Sister Yuling yawned. Little junior sister, I'm sleepy. After speaking, she turned over and continued to fall asleep, without paying attention to Leaf. Chapter 34, Counting in one fell swoop. Yi Tan, who was hit again, vowed that he would no longer set foot in Leaf's Chengde Palace before breaking through the 5th stage of the Emperor's art. For 5 or 6 days, he stayed in the royal study room and reviewed the ministers, except for the early court and the handling of government affairs. We presented the memorial that came up. The ministers in charge of these memorials have written solutions to the problems. As the king of a country, you only need to look at it and check it to show that it is okay. However, the memorials are piled up like a mountain, and it is true that you need to read them one by one. It's terrible. In fact, Yitanda can learn from the modern system and delegate some powers to the ministers. However, he was a wage earner in his previous life, and now he owns the power. He would rather work harder and enjoyed the pleasure of being a sovereign and holding military and political power. Of course, he still has a lot of worries in his heart. The ministers donated a total of more than 1.6 million tals of silver, in addition to more than 600,000 kept in the treasury. 1 million were allocated to disaster relief in the northern disaster areas and various border troops. Military pay. As long as the disaster relief in the northern disaster area is done properly, the hungry victims will eat a little bit and will not starve to death. Generally, they will not rise up to rebellion. His appointed Minister of Imperial Envoy Dan Jiangman has set off on the same day and hurried to the northern disaster area under the protection of General Longxiang Wangtong. Inspect the relief situation. Yitan is most worried about the war in the northwest region. Wu Gongwu has set off on Chengqing Mountain for many days, and there is no news of the war. The distance is too far. Even if it is 800 miles to expedite the Tangbao, it will take 7 days at the earliest. I only hope that Wu Gongwu can bring good news to my brother. The other thing that worries him most is the financial issue. The south is still experiencing good weather and good food harvests, but most of them have to be transferred to the north. Finances are very tight. The big hole of the dead ghost emperor is like a bottomless pit, which can't be filled no matter how to fill it. Money, money, everything is because there is no money. At present, it is important to make money. Yulin Wei is responsible for guarding the palace, replaced by Duga Kangxu in charge of Yulin Wei, and Yi Tan then inserts a few carefully selected by Mu Chunfeng in. Now he is more relieved. As for the little eunuch in the palace, the little palace lady, he hasn't noticed any changes so far, but he is still wary of Su Zilun, the chief officer of the Inspector of Internal Attendants. Yi Tan also remembered Dame Gu in his heart, letting Mu Chunfeng send someone to stare at her secretly. As long as she went out, she would immediately report it. For 2 days, the black-clothed guard did not report to the palace, indicating that Dame Gu had not gone out, and Yi Tan had to deal with state affairs during the day, staying in the imperial study room and doing his work, condensing her point. After the dynasty was dismissed on the 3rd day, the black sweater chief went to the palace to report. Miss Gu was in the cloth shop in the north of the city. Yi Dancing rushed out of the palace and went straight to Guji's cloth shop in the north of the city. Due to the events of the previous 2 days, the guys in the store were very polite and greeted Yi Tan enthusiastically. Did not see the old shopkeeper. Yi Tan had no choice but to tell the shop assistant, "Trouble you, brother, invite the old shopkeeper from your shop. This son has something to discuss." The old shopkeeper was talking to the young lady inside. Hearing that Yi Tan had something to do with him, he bowed his hand to Gixun and followed the shop assistant. He clasped his fists and smiled. "I don't know what's the matter with Yi Gongtsai looking for the old man. What happened that day?" Yi Tan left him a very good impression. The son of a big family, the son of the dude. Yi Tan did not have any bad problems of the dude. He was gentle, approachable, courteous, and smart. He is really a handsome son. Yi Tan answered the wrong question, pointed at the reedy air clothes hanging on the shelf, and smiled and said, "Old gentleman, these clothes are not easy to sell, right?" The old shopkeeper smiled and nodded. All the women in the world would be good at female celebrities. They almost bought the cloth and cut them out by themselves. Of course, the finished clothes are not easy to sell. Everyone knows that. Yi Tan smiled and said, "What if it's a new style? With your reputation, sales should pass." The old shopkeeper moved his heart, then shook his head, and sighed helplessly, "Difficult, difficult, difficult. Even if you invent a new style of clothes, it will take 2 or 3 days for someone to imitate it. When it becomes popular, the new style is out of habit and cannot be sold. It seems that I have counted $1,000, but I still missed this point. Wouldn't the drafts that I worked so hard for me be in vain? Isn't there no excuse for getting close to Daimagu?" Yi Tan frowned, pacing around a few steps, with an idea in his heart. The star effect promotes the brand. Hee hee. Isn't this the way for future generations? Big celebrity, isn't he just going to make the most awesome celebrity in history? Doesn't this happen to count in one fell swoop? Wow ha ha. With a snap, the folding fan banged heavily on the palm of his hand. Yi Tan laughed, and said vigorously, "Old shopkeeper, please introduce your boss. This son wants to discuss a big business with him." The old shopkeeper was stunned for a while before he reacted, holding a fist and saying, "Master, wait a moment." He has been the shopkeeper for several years. Miss Gus' shrewdness and ability made him admire him from the bottom of his heart. In her lifetime, he also wants to see Gigi develop and grow. The confident smile on Yitan's face made him doubtful. No matter if it is true or not, let him see first. Besides, there is no loss anyway. Gixun was sitting inside drinking tea. Hearing that someone was about to discuss a big deal with her, Liu eyebrows raised. This person made a big tone. She didn't want to see guests, but after hearing the old shopkeeper talk about what happened the previous 2 days, she stood up and followed the old shopkeeper out. She actually saw the young Master Yi who praised haiku. As soon as Gixun came out and saw Yi Tan with a smile on his face, he couldn't help being startled. Thinking of the day, his cheeks were soaring red. How could this frivolous person be here? Isn't he the Yi Gongtsai in the mouth of the old shopkeeper? Young Master Yi, this is my lady. After the old shopkeeper introduced them to the two, he stepped aside with interest. "Oh, I didn't expect that the boss of Gjibuxing would be so young and disrespectful." Yi Tan pretended to make a fuss and fisted at Gixun. Even if Gixun is angry with the so-called reaching out and not hitting smiley people, how can she raise her face when people are so polite at this moment? Besides, although she was a little angry in her heart, she couldn't hate it. She bowed to her blessing and said generously, "What business does Mr. Yi want to talk about?" Although she didn't raise her face, she didn't invite anyone to come in for a discussion, indicating that she still had some grievances in her heart. Yi Tan didn't speak, but smiled and fetched a roll of manuscript paper from the wide sleeve, took out one of them and handed it to Gixun, and then carefully retracted the rest into the sleeve. Gixun took a look, and the curving eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. There were a few weird figures drawn on the manuscript paper, which made people unclear for a while. Contacting her suspicious gaze, Yi Tan smiled slightly, and turned his index finger around his head a few times, meaning, "Think about it again." In fact, it's not that Gixun was puzzled, but Yi Tan's paintings were too simple, a bit like a child's scribbling. Of course, Yi Tan didn't want to paint well, but he only had such a small level of painting. Chapter 35. Unmarried Gixun seriously looked at the painting in her hand that looked like a urchin's chaos. The two round things dragged a few tails, but they were connected. "What is it?" Rao was so smart that she couldn't see what it was for a while, but Danking, whose surname was Yi, was so bad that she spurted blood. Feeling Yi Tan approaching, she instinctively raised her head, glared at him, and took a step back. Facing her vigilant gaze, Yi Tan mobilized the facial muscles, showing what he thought was the brightest and purest smile, and lowered his voice to prompt, "It's a personal item that your women use all the time." Gixun's pretty face turned red, and her crooked eyebrows raised. Her instinct was about to break out. How dare this bastard tease her in public? Wait. She glared at Yi Tan, and then looked down at the drawing that had puzzled her. The more she looked at her cheeks became redder, and even her heart was pounding strangely, even though someone painted badly. But after listening to his prompt, she could imagine what this bad painting was. Just a little bit of fabric? She could imagine that this thing was too coquettish to wear on her body, not to mention men. Even women blushed and heartbeat. However, then again, the scholar is dead for the acquaintance, and the woman is for the pleasing. If it is worn to his own mate or sweetheart, wouldn't he love people to death? This is a very attractive novel style, but I don't know how he came up with it. Gixun, with her smooth cheeks full of shame and red clouds, gave him a white look. How did this guy think of this shame? Yi Tan's eye knew that she had understood. She smiled, and took out the small pile of paintings from her wide sleeves and shook it, meaning, I still have a lot of novelties. Young Master Yi, please go inside. Gixun made an inviting gesture. Although her heart was still beating chaotically and her cheeks were hot, but she was the one who came here after all, and she had seen the face of the world again. Also quickly calm down. If this heart-pounding blushing coquettish gadget goes on the market, it will definitely cause a big sensation. But the headache is that it will soon be imitated. If this big problem can be solved, it can indeed make a lot of money. Regardless of her superficial beauty, the 3 cloth shops are pretty good in business. But if a big imperial city, I don't know how many cloth shops there are. The competition is very fierce. In addition to a good reputation, most of the time it is small profits but quick sales. Can't make much money. Some powerful cloth dealers also deliberately suppress prices and sell at a flat rate, trying to force some small cloth dealers to be unable to hold on to change trades, so as to achieve the purpose of monopoly. She is having a headache about this. The new styles of clothes may give Guj a good chance. Although he still has some complaints about Sumyeon's frivolity, he still has to admire his mind. The two sat on the chairs in the small courtyard. Gixun poured the tea herself, and then slowly said, Yi Gongts, I can come up with something like this ... Cough. Such a novel thing. Ziyun admires it. Yi Tan touched his nose and said with a smile, Miss Gu, don't praise me. This is easy to make me proud. When I am proud, it is easy to make mistakes. Gixun was startled. Is there anyone who talks like this? This person is really true. Seeing his gentle manner, his speech is not correct, but it also makes her feel quite fresh. She couldn't help but laughed out loud, and gave Yi Tan a blank look. Master Yi, I'm telling you serious things. Yi Tan smiled and said, yeah, that means serious things. Gixun didn't bother to care about him. She said her worries, it was nothing more than imitation. She wanted to see the pile of drawings in Yi Tan's hand, but she also understood that before they reached a deal, they won't let her see. Yi Tan had figured out a solution before. He laughed, and said the way he had just thought of. Gixun heard him say it so well, but Liu's eyebrows wrinkled. The method seems to be good, but where can I find such a famous talent in the world? Of course, there are no celebrities who are famous all over the world, but are those celebrities who claim to be clean and treat money as dung? Are they willing to write poems for a businessman whose status are worse than that of a landlord? Besides, this poem is not something that can be done just by saying that it is done, but it is also a famous poem that has been passed down through the ages. The idea is good, but not practical. With a sigh, Yi Tanji shook off the folding fan in his hand, staring at Gixun's beautiful eyes, and said solemnly, Miss Gu doesn't believe it. Seeing him so serious and full of confident smiles on his handsome face, Gixun is a little confused. Can he really find such a famous person who is famous in the world and who is willing to write poems for businessmen? Under the forced look of his aggressive sexual gaze, her heart jumped wildly and strangely, feeling that her cheeks were also hot, and she quickly lowered her eyes, picked up a few cups. I don't know the son who is that celebrity. There are as many celebrities in the world as the Crucian carp who crossed the river, but there are countless people who can make a name in the world. Although she does not know them, she has also heard of their names. Yi Tan smiled and said, the famous celebrity who moved the world is my elder brother. He looks as handsome as me, the Yasu is in the breeze, the flowers are blooming, and the world is full of praise. Even the emperor is full of praise. Gixun couldn't help but laughed out loud. Her eyes turned white. Is there such a boast of herself? This person is really invisible on the surface, and he is really not a bit formal. The beauty smiled, and the whole country was overwhelmed, making Yi Tan see the beast's blood boiling, and he could not wait to overthrow it immediately and rectify the law on the spot. But at this moment, he was very awake, knowing that at this time, he should not expose the nature of the wolf. It must be pure, and then pure, to leave a good impression on the beautiful woman Gu. He smiled and said, my brother is 20 years old and has not yet been married. Gixun laughed again. Her eyes turned white. She was talking about serious things. Why are you talking about this? Are you talking about the failure of the matchmaker? Besides, marriage refers to the marriage of a woman and a man to marry a wife and set up a family, which is nondescript. But it's quite fresh and funny. This guy is cute and happy, but it's not true. Well, let's talk about it. What famous works of your brother's name are widely circulated? Gixon asked with a smile. She is not so foolish. There are some King Liu celebrities with the surname Yi, but they should be well known. The name moves the world, and it seems that you can't get the number. I dare to Meng Ben, I want you to look good. With a scream, Yi Tan shook off his folding fan very coolly. For this action, he practiced for a while. Brother thinks he is still pretty cool. I don't know how many young girls can be fascinated to die. He mobilized his facial muscles, showing a mysterious expression. My elder brother's surname is Yi. Chapter 36. First visit to the brothel. Gixun turned her white eyes. Isn't this nonsense? Your surname is Yi, isn't your brother's surname Yi and your maiden name? This guy, hey, gentle and gentle. How can he be so inconsistent? Yi Dan he smiled and said, the leaves of the leaves, the sky. The sky is the famous masterpiece every day. Gixun knew that he was not in good shape, but was still overwhelmed by his words, and once again turned white with her eyes. Is there such a boast of her brother? I'm afraid he is the only one in the world. Yi Tan shook his head and said, as for the masterpieces. He deliberately stretched his accent, with a mysterious expression on his face. Gixun knew he was hanging on his appetite, so she couldn't help turning her white eyes and glaring at him, meaning, hanging on his appetite. Be careful, I smoke you. Yi Tan blinked and chuckled. Well, it's a secret for the time being. You'll find out in a few days. Gixun said calmly, never mind, just wait. She was so angry that this hateful guy dared to sulk her appetite. No matter what, this lady is patient. If you don't solve this problem, the cooperation will be delayed. Anyway, this lady has nothing to lose. She picked up a few teacups, smiled Yin and said, Yi Gongtsai, please use tea. This is the meaning of seeing off the guests. This lady doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you anymore. Please. Farewell. Yi Tan smiled slightly and bid farewell. After Yi Tan left, Gixun picked up the manuscript and looked at it again. The more she looked at her cheeks became redder, and her nose became a little quick. For some reason, there was an inexplicable rush of heat in the depths of her body. As for the soreness and weakness of the body, I even felt a sticky, slippery and wet body. Mu Chunfing and others kept guarding outside with anxiety. The emperor went in alone, and their hearts were so nervous that when the emperor came out, their hearts stuck in their throats fell. Yi Tan walked down the street with his hands in his hands, thinking about how to make Playboy Cherish a hit. A woman suddenly rushed over from the side and shouted, my son, this son. The guards of the Dragon and Tiger Guards blocked the old woman and glared murderously at the old woman who dared to run into the holy driver. These 8 Dragon and Tiger Guards are carefully selected by Mu Chunfing. Although their skills have not yet reached the level of super masters, they are not much different, and they have all experienced life and death fights, and several stern domineering murderous locks are fiercely locked. The old woman who lived and scared her shivered. Her face was pale and bloodless, and she dared not say anything below. Auntie, did you call me? Yi Tan waved his hand and motioned to the Dragon and Tiger Guard who was guarding him to give way and let the old woman come over and talk. He didn't know this old woman, but looking at her anxious expression, it was clear that there was something urgent, and she did come for herself. This son. The old woman was obviously scared, and it took a long time to explain the reason. She was Aunt Zhao who made fun of Yana when she was choosing Rouge Guch for her daughter 2 days ago, and she was also a servant in the mansion. A few days ago, Yi Tan gave Yana a piece of floral cloth, and Yana, who was ashamed and happy, ran away like an escape. After returning to the mansion, he remembered that he was going to buy Rouge Guch for the young lady, and the one who was terribly carrying him. I don't know when I lost my silver. I didn't buy the rouge, and the silver was gone. I came back with a high-quality floral cloth. The reason is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Miss L, who has become a sex, furiously furious. After half dead, it was sold to Luxiang Pavilion on the same day. Aunt Zhao knew that Yana had been wronged, but she was frightened by Miss San's lewdness and did not dare to stand up to testify for Yana, but she slipped out of the mansion whenever she had time and looked for Yitan on the street. She thinks that too only Yitan can prove Yana's innocence, and ask Yana to get out of the fire pit. Judging by Yitan's clothes and the crowds of servants who go out, he must be the son of a family. No matter how ruthless the people of the family are, they should give Yitan some face. Kangshan had eyes, and finally let her find Yitan today and rushed over immediately. Damn it. Yitan slapped his hand heavily with a folding fan, and ordered someone to reward Aunt Zhao with 12 silvers, and then led someone to the Luxiang Pavilion. Luxiang Pavilion, just by hearing the name, you know that it is a place for men to spend a lot of money to find pleasure. In this era, the literati and genteel mostly used brothels and named prostitutes as concubines for their elegance and fun. Therefore, the brothel industry is everywhere in the country, and even the official houses have official prostitutes. Yitan didn't expect that he was kind enough to almost kill Xiao Lori Yana. Aunt Zhao said that Yana was beaten to death and passed out several times. He would rather die than admit that he used Miss San's money to buy it. That floral cloth. Yitan Qian suppressed the anger in his heart, and sighed that Yana was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She was a only girl. Luxiangu is the largest brothel in the imperial city. It is open 24 hours a day. The 4 oirons under the card, Sapphire, Huaiyun, Yunayu, and Feiyan, are both excellent in color and art. They are popular in the imperial city. I want to invite them. Have a drink and listen to the little tunes they sang. I don't know when they will be in line. Of course, you can't spend a lot of money. It depends on whether they are high or not. You want to make them happy. They can accompany you for free. It depends on your personal ability. In this respect, the celebrities of King Liu undoubtedly have a great advantage. These days, they emphasize literature and do not martial arts, and it is completely the world of scholars. The sisters not only love beauty, but also love talents, and the unrestrained celebrities undoubtedly appeal to the girls. After a little inquiries, you will know where Luxiang lives. This is the first time Yitan has come to this kind of ecstasy kiln. He is inevitably very curious in his heart, and at the same time feels inexplicable excitement and excitement. He walked in swaggeringly, but he wanted to see what the ancient brothel looked like. How did those ancients spend a lot of money? Being handsome is a great advantage, and of course there is money in the family because of beautiful clothes and clothes. Yitan is naturally a fan seeker that the girls are eager to please. It is daytime, and there are not many fans who come to look for flowers and ask Liu. The gorgeously dressed girls gather in 2s and 3s in the lobby to talk and chat. When they see Yitan coming in, they immediately shouted and surrounded them all. These battles made Yitan quite at a loss. Several guards from dragons and tigers squeezed the girls away and kept them out. These girls are not generally beautiful, but they all carry a breath of dust and dust. Yitan doesn't look at it at all. It is no wonder that they are naturally charming, enchanting Leaf, dignified and noble Jinf, and considerate Xia. Which one is not at the level of harming the country and the people? Anyway, the purpose of coming here is not that. Yitan ordered 2 young girls at random, entered the private room, and greeted Mu Chunfing to drink together. The son. Mu Chunfing was flattered, but did not dare to sit down. Yitan smiled and said, "This is not home, it's casual." Speaking of this, Mu Chunfing, who was so touched in his heart, that he knelt down and thanked the Lord Longjin on the spot, then sat down, and the 2 girls accompanied him. Chapter 37 Swordsman are made put on the banquet. Yitan pushed the little Tehong girl into Mu Chunfing's arms, and took a few sips of wine and food with his arms around Ruai. It is said to enter Luxiangu, if Han invited the 4 great oirons to accompany the wine, but it can't be considered as having been to Luxiangu. Yitan couldn't avoid being vulgar, so let people call the old bastard. and randomly order one of the 4 great Oirons to come to accompany the wine. "Hey, Master Yi, I'm really sorry." The old bastard's face was filled with professional sex smiles. "The 4 girls are all accompanying guests, and they really can't get away. Or, the slave family will call you Ms. Beiling to come over." Beiling's little tunes are amazing, and she was once an Oiron who was once a smash hit. Once, it also said that he was out of anger. Mu Chunfing narrowed his eyes and he was about to have an attack. This old bastard did not know how to live or die. How dare he call an irritated woman to accompany the emperor? Yi Tan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Since the 4 girls have guests, then forget it. Let Beiling come. He is now a playboy, not an emperor, so he must keep a low profile. Besides, he is not so arrogant." And he also thought of a famous coup. The old bastard didn't expect Yi Gongtsai to be so talkative, and he left with a smile. Soon, there was a maid putting a few shorts on the side, as well as an antique violin. After that, a white silk dress came in slowly. After yinning full eye, she sat down a few sides and said in a low voice, "Excuse me, Mr. Yi, what song do you want to listen to?" Beiling is very young, and her appearance can be called the allure. But if you look closely, you will find a faint scar on her left cheek. In fact, as long as a little bit of powder, she can still cover up the scar. I don't know if she forgot or did it intentionally. He felt that this faint scar did not detract from Beiling's beautiful beauty. The most important thing was her temperament and charm. No wonder she was so indifferent and confident. No need to guess, Yi Tan also knew that because of this scar, Beiling just lost the selection of Oiron, which is a pity. He smiled and said, "No hurry. Beiling is good at small songs, so let's hum a song first." I wonder if Beiling can write it down. Beiling was startled. A pair of wonderful eyes placed on Yitan's face, and he was relieved immediately. As soon as those literati Sao visitors became interested, they would show off their writing and compose poems for the maidens they like. She has experienced a lot of this kind of scenes, but after the disfigurement, her value plummeted, and there was almost nothing. A famous scholar asked her to play and compose poems for her. This young Master Yi is humble, but he is not well known. He did this, maybe just to be famous. Her current value has plummeted, and it is no longer what she used to be. Anyway, she is also idle, so she can only accompany the sex gentleman Yi Gongtsai. A woman like her who does not sell herself, has also been a smash hit. It's not that she has no money to redeem herself. It's just that she still doesn't give up. She still stays in Liuxiangu, just hoping to find a lover of love and conscience. Then redeem yourself for good. From what Yi Tan wears and the family around her, she can tell that she is the son of a big family. She may not be famous. However, Yi Tan's Gion won her favor. She asked the maid to get the pen and ink, and she held her pen to listen. Can be regarded as respect for Yi Tan. How did Yi Tan know that she was thinking so complicated? He just wanted to use Beiling to start the name of Xungtsai. In modern times, Yi Tan is not considered a fan of martial arts, but in class, he would secretly read the martial arts novels rented by his classmates to kill boring time. Although he is a middle school Chinese teacher and has strict requirements for Yi Tan's laziness is doomed to miss his grades and prestigious universities. He can only go to a second and third-rate university, and work for others after graduation. Of all Jindaxia's martial arts novels, he only read a few, and he has a slight impression of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Swordsman, The Legend of the Deer. Hong Kong and the mainland have repeatedly remakes The Swordsman. He can also hum the theme song A Laugh from the Sea of Swordsman, but he likes the theme song of the Hong Kong version. For the Hong Kong version of the theme song, he forgot which band he was playing with. In short, it sounded very cool, which made him excited and worked vigorously. There are countless modern pop songs. If you plagiarize a song, It should be a blockbuster. What he hums is his favorite, a laugh from the sea. Sea laugh. Surging across the strait. The ups and downs follow the waves. Kangtan laugh. Tide in the world. God knows who loses and wins. Jiang Shan Xiao. Yan Yuao. How much do you know about the mundane things? King Feng Xiao. Beiling believed in her heart that even if Yi Tan was famous, he was not very famous. He didn't care much about the song he wanted to hum, just because Yi Tan's humility won her favor. When she heard Yi Tan's humming tune, her cheeks first showed a surprised expression, and then became dignified. This tune had never been heard before, completely subverting the common sense of monotone rhythm she knew. The tune is as smooth as running clouds and flowing water, with a slight experience of the vicissitudes of life, but the vigorous and high-pitched, majestic atmosphere of the smiling and arrogant common people, touching the heart. This is a unique and stunning new song, and it will definitely last forever. Beiling's pretty face showed a red tide of excitement, and the look in Yi Tan's eyes was completely different than before. I really didn't expect this gentleman Yi Gongzai to be a talented man full of knowledge. He was really ashamed. I had despised him before. Fortunately, I didn't show it, so I was ashamed. Not to mention her, even the few girls in Yejian reacted like her, showing respectful expressions one by one. Mu Chunfing and several dragon and tiger guards are both warriors, smashing through the rivers and lakes, drinking from big bowls, eating big chunks of meat, swiftly furiously, fighting swords in the rivers and lakes, happy and enmity. It fits their bold and uninhibited sex. One by one, they are fascinated, and they are full of enthusiasm. After humming the song, Yi Tan looked at Beiling and cast a questioning look. Beiling's cheeks reddened, and she hurriedly stood up, yinning full eye. Master Yi. Beiling was shocked by this song for a while. She was ashamed of not being able to record all of it. Please forgive me, Master. Yi Tan stood up and rejoiced. He smiled and said, I'll just hum it a few more times. Girl Beiling doesn't have to be like this, she's a niche. He was learning the plots in the costume TV series, which was so rich and sour. Yi Tan felt very happy. Take a look. As soon as the laugh from the sea came out, he was shocked on the spot. He looked at the expressions of everyone in the room. This feeling is so refreshing. He hummed again. Beiling calmed his heart, listened very carefully, and quickly composed on the paper with a pen in one hand. At this moment, all her mind was invested in the majestic tune that shocked her mind. Yi Tan hummed 3 times and Beiling finally recorded the tune. She smiled apologetically to Yi Tan, and shook the strings impatiently. She held her heart quietly, like a green jade finger lightly pressing the string, stroking a note with a clank. Chapter 38. Brother is famous literati and inexperienced people, taking the brothel as an elegant and interesting thing. Today there is a large group of celebrities who are concentrated in Liuxiang drinking and fighting poetry. Among these people are not usually cabinet officials, Hanlin bachelors, scholars who are studying. Many of them are more refreshing. Name, Liuxiang's 4 great oirons are both outstanding in their talents, and they naturally complement them. They not only seek fame, but also seek opportunities for marriage, so that they can find a satisfactory man. This is their real goal. These celebrities all squeeze in a big box to drink and fight poems, holding their arms around to accompany the wine fans to be happy and happy. When the sound of Zheng Xing's piano came, none of them cared. They still talked and laughed, drinking and fighting poems, and showed their talents as much as possible, not only to win the sweet smile of the Oiran, but also to win the praise of their friends. The sound of the Zheng Xing kin suddenly changed, like a horse moving in the sky, moving clouds and flowing water, becoming vigorous and vigorous, like a hidden dragon ascending into the sky, majestic, swinging people's xylem. Hey, this song is so novel. Some of the scholars couldn't help but listen. Everyone present has heard it. The rhythm of the rhyme that they know is very novel and smooth, and more importantly, The majestic momentum that has gone through the vicissitudes of life and laughed proudly. They all couldn't help but face each other. Liu has a solemn expression and listens carefully. Beiling was sold to Liu Xiang since she was a child. She has been studying the rhythm for more than 10 years, and she can be called a master of rhythm. She strokes the strings with her 10 fingers, and concentrates on the vigorous, dangling rhythm of the intestinal tract. After finishing the song, she apologized to Yi Danying and apologized. The Beiling Kin's skills are so low that she can't play that level. I'm really ashamed. Although she devoted herself wholeheartedly, she really felt that she was unable to play the vigorous charm of this song, and her clean cheeks were a little bit shameful and ashamed, and a little bit regretful. This novel piece must be famous all over the world, and it will last forever, but she can't play the majestic momentum and charm of this piece, so why not make her feel regretful? Yi Tan smiled and comforted. Girl Beiling doesn't have to blame herself. The first time she plays, she can achieve such a realm. The girl's piano skills are rare in the world. What he said was sincere. There was no flattery. People only listened to him hum 3 times, and he was able to play at such a level. He was indeed a master of rhythm. It's not surprising that Beiling can't play that level. How can ancient instruments be compared with modern instruments? That is a world of difference. The Hong Kong version of A Laugh in the Sea can only be played by the entire band. The majestic momentum. Yes. Isn't there a female band in the mainland playing A Laugh from the Sea? There is no band here, so try the Dong Xiao ensemble. Yi Tan smiled slightly. Girl Beiling, but I don't know if Liu Xiang is in the middle. Is there a master of Dong Xiao? Yes. Beiling understood what he meant and jumped up with joy. Sister Feiyan is good at Dong Xiao. She immediately ordered the maid to invite Feiyan. She knelt down beside Yi Tan, filled with a glass of water and wine, cupped it in both hands, and said generously, Prince Beiling respects a glass. Yi Tan laughed. It's fortunate for Yi Mu to have Miss Beiling toast herself. He took the glass and drank it in one fell swoop. My son, I will also toast you a cup, and do it first. Mu Chunfeng, who was sitting on the ground, also raised his glass to toast. He really did not expect that the emperor would be a master of rhythm. And this song played the aspirations of these warriors, fighting swords in the rivers and lakes, happily enmity, smiling proud of the sky, happy. Yi Tan is so thrilled. Through the window paper, you can see that the door is crowded with people. If it weren't for the dragon and tiger guards, I'm afraid it would be broken early. Choose the brothel to be famous, a shortcut. From now on, Xiwa, the name of the sun, is going to spread all over the imperial city. Soon, a beautiful girl followed the maid. She was one of Liu Xiang's 4 great toyrans, Feiyan, who was good at Dong Xiao. Sister Feiyan, this is Master Yi, and this is Master Mu. Beiling led Feiyan's little hand to introduce him. A Laugh from the Sea was created by this Master Yi. Fian has seen 2 sons, Fian Yinying Fu Li, a pair of wonderful eyes bet on Yi Tan's body. The moving eyes are like Beiling, full of admiration for someone. She was in the elegant room next door with the celebrities of the King Liu. Beiling played A Laugh from the Sea, which shocked the audience. All the celebrities of the King Liu were shocked and sighed for the creation of this majestic song. People are definitely the masters of rhythm, and they are unparalleled in the world. Everyone is guessing who is the master of composing this song. Feiyan is also a master of rhythm, and he can hear that Beiling plays this piece, but still can't play the majestic momentum and charm of that piece. She didn't doubt Beiling's piano skills, but she always felt that she was missing something and couldn't perform this song perfectly. When Beiling's personal maid came to invite, she immediately understood Beiling's intentions, and Qin Xiao ensemble. In her heart, she wanted to meet the master who wrote this song. When Beiling's sister invited her, she immediately threw down a crowd of celebrities and rushed over. Unexpectedly, Yi Gongzai, who wrote this song, was so young, handsome, and courteous, without the arrogance and domineering of the elder brother of the family, without the arrogance, modesty and kindness of the famous celebrities. he would win immediately. Her favor and admiration. Young master's divine comedy. Fian admires her. She knelt down beside Yi Tan, holding up a glass of wine like a green jade. Fian respects young master a cup. In this era, men and women would drink a few glasses, and the girls in the brothel would often accompany the guests to drink. Each of them practiced drinking well, a glass of water and wine in the abdomen. Her white and tender jade cheeks floated. The blush of the person's heart is even more charming. Such a pure and lovely little beauty toasts. Even if it is a fine wine, you have to drink it. Yi Tan smiled and said, I have passed the award. Feiyan girl toasts. How dare you not drink it? The sun is joking. Fian lowered her head, not daring to touch his scorching gaze. For some reason, her heart was jumping like a deer, almost jumping out of her chest. With blushing cheeks, she secretly glanced at the handsome Yi Gongtsai. Looking sideways and upright, she was such a fascinating person. She held her breasts. My God, what's wrong with me? You don't just look at it and you like them, right? Beiling could not help but sigh faintly as she saw in her eyes a strange feeling of loss and emptiness. She could see that young Master Yi's color had already convinced Feiyan's heart and turned from worship to admiration. Originally, she didn't believe in love at first sight, but Feiyan's eyes clearly revealed her love for Yi Gongtsai. A feeling of admiration. Yi Gongtsai is handsome and unrestrained, with a good family background, and talented. What's more rare is that he is humble, without the slightest arrogance, and he is indeed a good man in the world. Whose girl doesn't admire such a good man? Chapter 39. A peerless man. Feiyan is good at dongxiao and can be called a master of rhythm. She briefly read the music recorded by Beiling, and then remembered it. Dongxiao approached her red lips. Her wonderful eyes fell on Yi Gongtsi's face, thinking in her heart that this is a shocking divine song composed by Yi Gongtsai. I must concentrate on it, and I must not let Yi Gongtsai look down on it. Yi Tan looked at the two women with a smile and nodded slightly, which was encouragement. A group of celebrities crowded outside the gatehouse hold their hearts quietly, waiting for Feiyan and Beiling's dongxiao ensemble. Just now, Beiling's solo performance has made many celebrities overwhelmed, but some celebrities with deep rhythm can also feel it. Beiling, although the skill is high, but still unable to play the vigorous momentum and charm of this song. Gin and Xiao ensemble, and I don't know what the result will be. In fact, even the piano and flute ensemble can't reach the perfect state, but I believe it is not very bad for them. It is a great enjoyment to hear the piano and flute ensemble of Feiyan and Beiling. Feiyan was the first to play the flute sound. The flute sound like weeping, like a complaint, like the sound of the heavenly celestial sound. It's fascinating and exciting. Beiling and Feiyan are both red girls who live in Hong Kong. They are usually sisters and they help each other. One is good at dongxiao and the other is good at playing piano. They often play together to entertain guests. After a long time, they naturally have a tacit understanding of cooperation. When he was in school, Yi Tan often used second-hand English repeaters to play music. A Laughter in the Sea was his favorite song, and he listened to it the most. Even if there was no music cell, he would often roar a few times. Sometimes when he is boring, he has a whim, and he will go to the jazz drummer's buddies to beat him for a while, and he has learned a little bit more or less. The dongxiao ensemble of Beiling and Feiyan is a bit more vigorous than the solo just now, but Yi Tan still feels not vigorous enough. He sings to the rhythm of the rhythm in silence, at the turn of the piano and flute, if nothing happens. Suddenly, he quickly tapped the desktop with his palm, making a dull sound. He tore his throat and sang. Sea laugh, surging across the strait. The ups and downs follow the waves. Kang Tan laugh. Tide in the world. God knows who loses and wins. Jiang Shan Xiao. Yan Yuiao. The sudden addition of male voices and the dull sound of palms hitting the tabletop sounded a bit abrupt at first, but they had a sense of rhythm. blending with the tunes played by the two women. The three voices are mixed together, accompanied by Yi Tan's slightly magnetic sex baritone. The height is like a stormy sea hitting a rock, 10,000 horses galloping, magnificent, high-pitched and excited, swinging the intestines. There was a clatter of the piano, the remaining sound curled up, and the song was finished. Yi Tan blushed and laughed a few times. He also couldn't help but roar out. The embarrassment was huge. However, the ensemble of Beiling and Fei Yan's flute is indeed a tacit understanding, so wonderful, and with his accompaniment similar to a jazz drum, it brings out the momentum and charm of this song, and it is also extremely wonderful. Beiling sighed quietly. Beiling was born in a brothel and played countless tunes for the guests. This song is the most exciting song in Beiling's life. Thanks to Mr. Yi. She bowed to her blessing, and the feeling of loneliness in her heart became more and more intense. Sister Feiyan is pure, pleasant, innocent, and how could she as an older sister be embarrassed to compete with her younger sister? What's more, she has broken her face. Even if Yi Gongzai doesn't dislike it, she also feels inferior. Yi Danzuo returned the gift and said modestly, "The music is good, the girl's piano art is better." The lonely look on Beiling's pretty face made him startled slightly. It was fine just now, how could it become like this? Young master. Fian looked unusually excited. She took Yi Tan's arm, shook her, and said softly, "Fian asks young master to compose the words and music." The little beauty is obviously acting like a baby. Yi Tan couldn't help but swing in his heart, and the animal blood would inevitably surging again. However, at this time, only bear it, otherwise, the good impression of the beauties will be compromised. He looked at Beiling, who looked a little lonely, and the latter's gaze also happened to sneak in. The two eyes touched in midair, Beiling's smooth cheeks rose red, and he hurriedly lowered his eyes. His little hand was holding his breast. Suddenly, the beating heart seemed to jump out of his chest. "Isn't Beiling's beauty interesting to brother, right? That's even better. For the beauties of this level, I will never be too much. The more the better." Fei Yan's heart is pure and simple, so she couldn't see the two of them flirting. She happily spread out the white paper, rubbed the ink with her hands, and waited for Yi Tanluo to write the words. Yi Tan held a pen in his hand, and habitually touched his nose. He was hesitating, a little worried. He knows how to write traditional characters, but he has no idea about this character. If he doesn't write well, the perfect image will be compromised. He is a middle school Chinese teacher, and he writes good brush. Yi Tan was not influenced by his father. Instead, he was forced to practice the brush for several years. He didn't even have a brush until high school. After a break, he didn't feel free until he went to college and far away from his parents. The memorials submitted by the ministers, the brush is better than the other. He hasn't written the Mao in years, he just reviews the memorial, either by tick or 20, now he wants him write Mao pen characters, imaginary in my heart. He looked at Beiling, then at Feiyan, the two women looked excited and expectant. Brother seems. There is no way out. He coughed lightly. The words below are a bit ... a bit so. Don't both girls want to laugh? What he said was the truth. Brother's brush is not very good. Don't laugh at him, but he put the ugly words on the front. Beiling and Feiyan unanimously raised their eyes. Pretend, just pretend to be, this kind of text, of course, is a good handwriting. In this era of emphasis on literature rather than martial arts, celebrities are in power. Scholars and talented scholars not only have to read and write, but also practice writing. This is one of the compulsory homework. Words are a stepping stone, even if you are only inexperienced. But as long as you are interested in studying, it is not the dudes who are idle and unlearned. Which student doesn't write good handwriting? Of course, it is necessary to create a unique style of Mao writing. If you are not a master craftsman, you do not know how many Mao pens have been broken, and how many years of practice can you create a unique style. If you can't create a unique style, you can always copy it, right? Beiling and Feiyan share the same thoughts. Yi Gongzai is too modest, but the more they are like this, the more they arouse goodwill and admiration in their hearts. Such a good man is unique in this world. Yi Tan would not have thought that the two women had such complicated thoughts, and imagined him so perfect as a saint. However, the white eyes cast by the two women were a little bit of coquettish anguish, and the soul was swaying, making him unavoidable for another moment. Dreaming. Chapter 40. Men have tails. At this moment, Yi Tan had no retreat. The words that my father taught back then came to mind, concentrated on the pen tip, and accomplished it in one go. At the moment, he took a deep breath, held his pen and swiped a few words on the unfolded white paper, and wrote all the lyrics of A Laugh from the Sea in one breath. Both Beiling and Feiyan didn't read the words he wrote. Both pairs of wonderful eyes fell on his face. For a moment, they looked mesmerized, forgetting about everything. They didn't wake up until they heard a light cough. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks rolled like fire, looking for cracks everywhere. Beiling is older, and she has seen more winds and waves than Feiyan. She quickly calmed down. Her eyes fell on the paper with dozens of lines of handwriting. Her breathing could not help but a dignified look appeared on her pretty face again. The few red card oirons do not sell themselves. They must not only be young and beautiful, and be proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, but also specialize in one subject, so that they can accompany the group of celebrities to write poems and write lyrics, and serve their interests. Therefore, although Beiling, Feiyan and other oirons are not particularly outstanding in literary talent, they are also called talented women. Beiling is not as good as the other sisters in composing poems and writing lyrics, but she has a good handwriting, and won the praise of many King Liu's celebrities. Today's popular fonts are nothing more than two seal scripts. The seal script is slender and straight, the strokes are not staggered or heavy, and the body is dignified and dignified. The official script is flat, neat and exquisite. The fonts of Yi Tan's book seem to be leafy, indulgent and flowing, like horses and horses, silver pen and iron hook, strong and majestic, and quite vigorous. She was shocked and said, "Yi Gongtsai, what font is this?" Yi Tan laughed and said, "Xingxiu." Beiling was startled. Her pretty face showed with a look of movement. Couldn't it be created by Yi Gongtsai? Yi Tan gave a light cough. It's just a random smearing, which makes the girl Beiling laugh. Anyway, it's all plagiarism. Since brother wants to be famous, plagiarize enough. If you are a great god, don't jump out and pinch brother's neck. Brother is just for picking up girls. Beiling's heart was overwhelmed for a while. It is difficult to be creative and original. I don't know how difficult it is. There hasn't been one in the mainland for 100 years. With this font alone, Yi Gongtsai is enough to be everyone. Besides, she is still so young. How can she admire her five-body cast? The love and admiration in this heart can't help but add a bit more. She took a deep breath, slowly raised her head, stared at Yi Tan, sincerely praised. The font of the sun is like a knife and an axe, majestic, and awe-inspiring. Beiling is very admired. When she was speaking, she was yinning Yifu again. And Yi Tan couldn't repay the courtesy. He smiled bitterly. It's just a moment of random smearing, which made the Beiling girl laugh. Beiling and Feiyan couldn't help but roll their eyes again, and Beiling even groaned. The typefaces of the sun have the character of the master. If they still paint black at random, wouldn't Beiling be embarrassed? Yi Tan couldn't help but sway because of her May eyes flying. He smiled and said, "Girl Beiling has passed the prize. She has passed the prize. Ha ha." Mu Chunfing next to him has been silent. Although he is a martial artist, reading and calligraphy is a compulsory course. In terms of melody, he has no cells, but the music composed by the emperor can make him listen with enthusiasm. It must be white. The stunning divine comedy that Messiah said. As for the font, he copied the official script, which was well written, so he didn't want to force it. The emperor actually created another font, which made him impressed. What makes him even more admired is the Emperor's ability to pick up girls. It's a super word. Look at the manner in which Beiling and Feiyin secretly send Kubo at this moment. If there are no other people, I'm afraid they would have already thrown in their arms. TSK, Majesty, he is the Emperor. No wonder he was born a true dragon emperor. Girl Beiling, if you praise me again, my tail will be up to the sky. Yi Tan chuckled and couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. He could see that Beiling was a sincere compliment from his heart, but he didn't expect it. Brother's copied line style has turned into an original new font in the Great Z Kingdom. Dad, you are too wise and martial. Beiling turned white and winked, and said, how can people have tails? Hey. Fian also groaned, that's right. How can people have tails? The sun is really funny. Women don't have tails, but men. Beiling's smooth jade cheeks soared red, and she was so ashamed that she had no self-confidence, and stomped her little feet and said, my son, you ... young Master Yi, please see Kinu, Qian, and Yunai. Suddenly there was Yingxing Yaniu from outside, and it was actually the other 3 Oiran girls who were red all over the imperial city in Liuxiangu. There are 4 murderous dragon and tiger guards guarding outside the gate of Yejian. Their eyes are only the Emperor. Even if the Emperor is here, dare to break in, and the 3 Oiran want to meet. Yi Tan's face can only be heard out loud. Yi Tan was accustomed to rubbing his nose sexually. Moms, I couldn't invite you just now, but now I take the initiative to see you. My brother has a lot of face today. He smiled and said, please 3 girls. Beiling could not help but let out a faint sigh. Yi Gongtsai did have the proud capital. Only with this original font and the divine song that subverted common sense just now, if it can't be called everyone, there is still something in this world. Who dares to call everyone? Yi Gongtsai is really a rare wonder in a century. There are only good men in the world. I am afraid that the other 3 sisters who usually look above the top will also be impressed. They can't help but love Yi Gongtsai. Now, the trouble is big. The door was wide open, Kinu and other 3 red card Oirans who stayed in Xiang came in the wind, and all the celebrities crowded outside the door stood on tiptoes and watched. Desperately, they saw a handsome, romantic and suave young man standing proudly among them with a smile, and Beiling and Feiyin, who were smiling and beautiful, were accompanied by Feiyin. It is said that green leaves line up flowers, but how you look at it today, Beiling and Feiyin, who were originally flowers, have become the foil for the young man. Moreover, judging by their looks, they seem to be secretive, which is really enviable. Ginu and the other 3 women bowed themselves and said, I have seen Master Yi. Yi Tan smiled freely and replied, Xiaoxing has seen 3 girls. Ginu and the 3 women looked at each other and said in their hearts, this son of Yi is so young and so handsome. Was it really the composition just now? Feiyin is the youngest of the 4 great Oirans, with a simple heart. Seeing the 3 sisters coming in, he immediately said, 3 sisters, come and see. Yi Gongtsai's original walking body. Bei Sister Ling kept complimenting her original line style. Ginu and the other women all looked surprised. They all knew that Beiling's sister was arrogant and had a profound knowledge of calligraphy, and she was so impressed by this young Master Yi. Hey, just now I was kindly invited, but I refused it. It's really embarrassing right now. Ginu and the other 3 women secretly glanced at Yi Tan, who was standing with a smile, and they all had a red cloud on their faces. The 3 of them came to the short side and bowed their heads to the lyrics that Yi Tan had just written, all of them hissing and inhaling. Chapter 41. Brother is a legend. The dragons and phoenix dance, the majestic momentum, and the awe-inspiring fonts shocked the 3 women such as Kinu, and sighed in their hearts, Yi Gongtsai, everyone too. The 3 female pretty faces showed their admiration, which made Yi Tan secretly refreshed again. They all said that the 4 popular titans of Liuxiangu were proud and arrogant, with their eyes above the top, in front of my brother. Isn't it a 5-body worship? Bro, there is a myth, bro, there is a legend. you just worship it. It's better to worship it as long as your body promises it. Hee hee. A maid added wine with bamboo chopsticks and brocade pads, and Mu Chunfing also ordered the 4 dragon and tiger guards who stayed in the Aegean to go out and guard, and the group of people outside were desperately squeezing in, wanting to gamble on the Emperor's peerless Feng Kai. There are too few people outside. I'm afraid I can't stop it. The sun created a whole body, and Kinu and other good students admire it. Kinu and the other 3 women admired them and cast a blessing to Yitanning. I'm overwhelmed. Yitan had to pay back with a long bow, and a few more fortunes. I'm afraid he'll break my waist. Original 1. Everyone, it's light. Ha ha ha. There was a wild laugh outside the door, which was full of arrogance and disdain. Who knows how to live and die dared to slander the Emperor so much. Mu Chunfing narrowed his eyes and wanted to go out to butcher someone. Yitan didn't expect someone to stand up so soon as the first bird. He made a gesture to tell Mu Chunfing not to move rashly. This brother will pretend to be a handsome and polite gentleman. A gentleman will not use his hands. What's more, in the presence of 5 great beauties, it is more gentleman and gentleman. Before he had time to speak up, Bei Eiling, Kinu and other women's clubs all changed their faces, showing an angry expression. This person is so arrogant, so rude, and disgusting. What's the use of just being called? If you have real ability, just come in and test. Fei Yan's heart is pure and sex. She has been impressed by Yitan's literary talent, and worshipping like a god is a secret promise. Some people slander the idol in her heart, and she feels angry naturally. The corners of Yitan's lips curled up slightly, showing a heart-pounding evil smile. The little girl was so cute that she helped brother to say everything. Ha! Someone jumped out to be the first bird. Brother waited. It's this opportunity. You want to die yourself? Then you are welcome. Step on your corpse. Hee hee. He wants to concoct the most powerful emperor superstar in history. The opportunity is now in sight. How can he miss it? Mu Chunfing, who was instructed, strode forward, opened the door of the room, and ordered the 8 dragon and tiger guards guarding outside to retreat and guard the emperor's side. The door was wide open, and a large crowd of people crowded outside who wanted to see Yitan's demeanor. All swarmed in, blocking the entire spacious private room all at once, making it difficult to walk sideways. There is still some space on Yitan's side, because 8 dragon and tiger guards are in front of him like 8 angry kings. Otherwise there will be no place to stand, and there are people outside desperately squeezing in. Fei Yan couldn't stand others to slander the perfect idol in his heart. He shook the lyrics of Yitan's book just now and said loudly, "Who was yelling just now? This is the walking body created by Yi Gong Tsai. Do you have the ability to come out and have a look?" The officials crowded in front were scrambling to watch the manuscript handed by Fei Yan. After reading them, they all hissed and breathed in air conditioning. Calligraphy masters can see at a glance that there are only 2 fonts, seal and official scripts in the mainland today, and they have been handed down to this day. After the 2 masters, no one has created a unique new font. The font in front of you is a silver pen and iron hook. Stout, majestic, and awe-inspiring. Although there is still a little less aura and the font structure is still a bit blunt, but the people are still so young and the future is unlimited. Sooner or later, this calligraphy will be the Master Yi. The person who laughed wildly just now, his whole cheeks swelled red, and silently withdrew from the crowd. He really didn't have the face to stay. No one came out to challenge, and the guy who was just fascinating and coaxing had become a tortoise. At this moment, the confident Yitan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Brother is going to be famous. Why no one came out as cannon fodder? He smiled and stood for a while, seeing that no one came out to challenge. He bowed his hands to everyone. You guys, please. I have to accompany some girls to drink and write poetry. I'm sorry. Please leave if you are okay. Brother will have to accompany a few beautiful women to drink and have fun, talk about the ideals of life, and learn more about life. Brother alone dominates the 5 big oirons. Those people must be jealous. Wow, ha ha ha. The 8 guards immediately stepped forward, squeezed people out of the wing with their strong physique, then closed the door, and then separated the door, like 8 fierce store gods. No one dared to come closer. The wing suddenly recovered quietness, and Yi Tan smiled and made a gesture of asking to sit. The 5 girls sat down generously and took turns to toast to Yi Tan. Ginnu and other women are all pros and not. They have to drink with their customers frequently. The amount of alcohol is naturally good. Otherwise, they will get drunk early. Of course, they will also use some small tricks. If you really want to get them drunk, don't even think about it. Today, they were impressed by Yi Tan's literary talents. They were all excited. They didn't play tricks, and they were toasting and clinking glasses with Yi Tan. Yi Tanzong was unable to resist the girls' wheel fight anymore because of the amount of alcohol, and they soon became 5 or 6. Get drunk. Fei Yan drank 7 or 8 cups for him, and it was self-evident that she liked Ji Gongcai. Young Master Yi, didn't you just say that you want to compose poems? Yu looked at him with a smile. Yin and Yin, with Xiao Jiu in her heart. Yi Gongcai's literary talent is peerless, and he will become everyone in the future. I have to get it somehow. His original collection. Yi Tan smiled. He was afraid that the girls would not mention it, so that he would not be able to show his peerless literary talent. The dad who taught the middle school Chinese class forced him to recite Tang Sin songs since he was a child. Full of masterpieces, Big Brother's plagiarism, ha ha ha, long live dad. Yeah, don't shame. Beiling smiled and drank wine for him. Fei Yan said hurriedly, Sister Beiling, if you drink it again, Master Yi will be drunk. Ginna joked, isn't it better to be drunk? I helped into your room and fulfilled your wish. Hee hee. Fei Yan was so embarrassed that his jade cheeks were red, and said, Sister Kinnu, don't say chaos. How can Yi Gongcai ... How can you look at me, a brothel girl? She replied in a shy manner. Maybe Yi Tan was drunk and really wanted to help her into her room. It would be possible for her to bow down with an overlord. Her words made Beiling and the other goddesses sexy dark. All of them sighed faintly, lamenting their own destiny. On the surface, the scenery is infinite, but in fact, they are not as good as a poor village girl. At least they are married by the Ming media, and they are both. Even if someone is willing to marry, they are just a concubine. In this society where men are inferior to women, the status of wives and concubines can be very different. What's more, even if they are deliberate, Yi Gongcai may not look at them. People, why are their lives so miserable? Chapter 42 5 Steps to Poem. The women were sad and self-pity. Yi Tan saw in his eyes. He coughed lightly, and whispered, what's the matter with the Fengtian women? They are not human anymore. Ginnu and the other women were shocked, and several pairs of wonderful eyes were placed on Yi Tan's face. They didn't expect Yi Tan to say such words. When there are no guests to accompany, the sisters have small gatherings and chats, and they have also touched on such topics. Why is the status of women in the dust so low? Why is the fate so miserable? Yu, who is quite advanced in thinking, has even complained. Why can a man have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but a woman can only end up with 1? Yi Tanying looked at the grateful gazes of the women, and said solemnly, if you want to be worthy of you must first be worthy of yourself. The girls were shocked again. Each of them lowered their heads, chewing Yi Tan's words repeatedly, savoring the deep meaning of them. Yi Gongcai was right, and he even looked down on himself, let alone expect others to be able to. Suddenly they stood up at the same time. Their pretty faces were serious, their eyes were reddish, and they faced Yi Tan's solemn blessing. Master Yi said, Beiling Kinnu, Yu has been taught. Yi Tan's words stirred up a huge wave in their hearts, and made them admire Yi Tan extremely and worship. It doesn't matter how others look at me, as long as I can afford it. You guys. Yi Tan didn't support each other, nor did he not support him. He had to pay back the gift, and then he held his back waist and smiled bitterly, if you do this again, my waist will almost break. The girls laughed, and their affection for him has increased a bit. They are handsome, gentle, talented, talkative, funny, caring, and considerate. They are the only perfect man in the world. As the saying goes, there is a knowledge in life, and there is no regret if you die. Yi Gongzai is their confidant. At this moment, even if they die, they have no regrets. The pure flies and smoke of the heart is even more obsessively looking at Yi Tan. Her eyes are fascinated, and the autumn waves are like water. If she can't marry Yi Gongzai in this life, she will regret it for life, but she can only cut her hair into a nun and stay young. Lights up. Mu Chunfing, who stayed in the corner, the Emperor's ability to pick up girls, TSK, is truly invincible in the world. Take a look at the 5 beautiful ladies present here. Which one is not fascinated by the Emperor and worshipped in a mess? The Emperor is mighty. Long live the Emperor. Alas, I want to have an 1/10 of the Emperor's ability to pick up girls, and I can also pick up a few beautiful girls. There was a sudden silence in the entire room. Kinu and other women all had weird expressions on their faces, and their hearts jumped wildly. If Yi Gongzai wants to stay, what should he do? Refuse? Still is. Mu Chunfing got up suddenly, walked to the window door, looked out, then backed away, walked to Yi Tan's side, and reminded in a low voice, "My son, it's not early." Time flies so fast. Yi Tan was taken aback. A helpless smile appeared on his face. "Mom, if I were not worried about the unstable situation, I would really reluctant to leave. If you strike while the iron is hot, you can take advantage of the opportunity." What a pity. Although he was accompanied by 5 women, he still remembered what was right in his heart, and whispered to Mu Chunfing to send someone to get the smoke out. Yena was still young and was injured by Missile San. The old bastard would definitely not force her to pick up guests now, so he didn't worry that Yena would be in any danger at all. Mu Chunfing went out and ordered a few words, and soon there was news that Yena had been rescued and was temporarily placed in Hai Yui's secret stronghold to recuperate. Yi Tan was very satisfied. He was not interested in what means the people in black clothes used to rescue Yena, and he was too lazy to bother, as long as he knew the result. "Oh, Master Yi, you said you want to compose a poem." Beiling reminded with a smile, "Our 5 sisters are all here. You have to give each one a poem to be fair." Yi Tan smiled and said, "Girl Beiling told me, how dare you not follow the instructions?" Touching his scorching gaze, Beiling's cheeks reddened, and he hurriedly lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. "I will polish ink for the sun." Yi Tan smiled and said, "1 song per person is fine, but I have a condition." "What are the conditions?" the 5 women asked in unison, and their hearts jumped suddenly. "What if Yi Gongzai let me? Let me? What should I do?" "Refuse? Still is." Yi Tan stated his own terms. Each girl had a poem, but they were not allowed to read each other, and were not allowed to inquire, and kept a secret. He smiled and said, "Take it as a secret buried in my heart." Just as the sun said. The girls smiled. Their pretty faces filled with dangling dizziness, and they felt ashamed. I was so ashamed that I understood the wrong sun's meaning and wanted to go to the side. Yeah, there were ghosts in the women's hearts, and their expressions were a little uneasy. They all retreated to the corner and stood quietly, waiting for Yi Gongzai to write a poem. Yi Tan held the pen in one hand, and after holding the other hand, he paced, pretending to be thinking, pretending to be. Of course he has to pretend to be more decent, so that Mongolian talents are more lethal. The 7-step poem of Cow of the 3 Kingdoms has been passed down through the ages, and my brother will take 5 steps to form a poem, and he has 5 poems in one breath. Cow? Brother Lai is a legend. Wow, ha ha ha. The 5 women stood in the corner with 5 pairs of beautiful eyes on him. Seeing him slowly pacing, frowning slightly, knowing that he was thinking, one by one held his breath for fear of disturbing him. After 5 steps, seeing him stop, his face was bright and full of heart, and the women couldn't help but admire. Yi Gongzai 5 steps into a poem, so talented, unparalleled in the world. Yi Tan took 5 steps, just walked to a few feet, lifted the hem of his gown very freely, sat on the floor, and swung a few words on the unfolded white paper. Sisters, Yi Gongtsai is so chic. Feiyan, who had already been secretly confided, looked fascinated and drunk, and his eyes were fascinated, and the autumn waves were like water. He couldn't help but whispered, "Whose daughter can marry him?" It's really a blessing to cultivate in a previous life. All the girls sighed faintly in their hearts. Sister Feiyan's words were exactly what they thought. Whose daughter can marry Master Yi is really a good blessing from her previous life cultivation. Alas, I don't know what Yi Master's impression of me is. Sister Feiyan has clearly expressed her admiration for Yi Gongtsai. As her elder sister, how am I embarrassed to snatch her? But then again, it's common for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If Yi Gongtsai showed me the meaning, what should I do? Refuse? That will definitely regret it for a lifetime. I promised, but I am embarrassed to snatch it with Sister Feiyan. Sister Feiyan is so innocent. Alas! In just a few short breaths, the women's thoughts were surging, and they were full of emotions, and all of them were fascinated and chaotic in an instant. Yi Tan bowed his head and waved a bit. When he was young, his father forced him to recite Tang poems and songs and forces him to practice calligraphy. Anyway, he had to recite calligraphy. He simply used Tang poems and songs to practice calligraphy to deepen his memory. This would be written silently, but it was done in one go, effortlessly. He silently wrote 5 poems in one breath. Chapter 43 5 Phoenix Gay Oyang. The 5 women were previously impressed by Yi Tan's literary talents, admired by the 5 styles, preconceived in their hearts, and naturally believed that the poems made by Yi Gongtsai must be a masterpiece. At this moment, I saw him 5 steps into a poem, and he was 5 in one breath, and I admired him in a mess. Looking at the world, who has the super talent of Yi Gongtsai? At this moment, in their hearts, admiration and worship can no longer be described. Yi Tan silently wrote 5 famous poems in one breath, dried the ink carefully, then folded it carefully, walked in front of the 5 girls, blinked and smiled and said, "You are not allowed to violate the rules. Whoever violates the rules, I will be punished." Punishment? What is the punishment? This makes people imaginative. The scorching gaze and the ambiguous words made the girls blush with inexplicable heartbeats, but they still happily took the papers handed over by Yi Gongtsai and carefully collected them. Then I thanked him. Farewell, Xiaxing. Yi Tan smiled and bowed his hands for a long time. Then, surrounded by Mu Chunfing and others, he left unhurriedly. Kinu, Feiyan and other women personally sent out the gate of Liu Xianggu, watching Yi Tan's figure disappear from the field of vision, and then reluctantly returned to their respective rooms. Yi Tan alone dominates the 4 great Oirons, plus a white silk who was also an Oiron, which has already made people jealous and enviable. When they left, the 5 daughters personally greeted them and sent them out. This treatment made people jealous and mad. It is not without precedent that there is an Oiron who greeted him personally. Yu Ayu, the former Oiron teacher, once personally greeted the lover to go out, and later redeemed himself and married his lover as a concubine, which was once cited as a romantic story. Today, the 4 big Oirons, with a former Oiron, and the 5 women personally greet Mr. Yi to go out. This is an unprecedented precedent in the world. For a time, it is talked about by people who are envious, jealous, and even more good deeds. 5 Phoenix K. Oyang soon became a sensation in the entire imperial city. Feiyan returned to her Xiangui and opened the scroll of poems that Yi Tan had given her without anxiousness. I live at the head of the Yangtze River, and you live at the end of the Yangtze River. Day after day, thinking about you, but not seeing you, drinking the water of the Yangtze River together. When will this water stop? And when will this hate? I only hope that your heart is like my heart, and it will be worthy of love. This is a love poem, sincere and simple, understandable. Feiyan couldn't help being fascinated, her eyes are fascinated, and the warmth in her heart bursts into her heart, as sweet as if she drank honey. Sorvignan blunk. If you ask Acacia, it's too long. Except when we meet. Sorvignen blunk. I want to say Acacia like someone. The lover knows himself. This love poem is that Yeaton plagiarized D'Angelo's Long Lovesick, but changed the superficial lover in the last sentence to an infatuated lover, which expresses the suffering of lovesickness. Eiling whispered repeatedly, savoring the deep meaning of the poem. This poem is simple, straightforward, and very simple, but it is extremely affectionate. She is also like flying smoke, and the whole person is crazy in an instant. The person the sun likes, is it me? A shy red cloud gradually floated on the bright and clean jade cheeks, and the careful head jumped wildly, as if to jump out of her chest. She held the crisp chest in her hand and took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself. She suddenly remembered something. She hurried to the dressing table, opened the powder box, and put on the makeup with the edged copper border, covering the faint scar on her cheek, and then she let out a long sigh. Looking at the person with the picturesque eyebrows in the mirror, Eiling's cheeks once again floated with a swing red cloud. The sapphire and jade are also an affectionate poem. While lamenting Yi Gongzai's exquisite writing, the two women's hearts are as sweet as eating honey. It turns out that the sun has affection for me. Thank God for giving. I am so married. The poem that Yunai got was Liu Yong's Fengke Wu. Leaning on dangerous buildings, the wind is fine, looking very sorrowful. Gloomy sky. Grass color in the afterglow of smoke. Who would rely on a slogan without words? Plan to drunk the madness. For wine as a song, strong music is still tasteless. The belts are getting wider and he won't regret it. People haggard for Yixiao. The clothes are getting wider and I won't regret it. It'll make people haggard for Yixiao. Yunai whispered Ying. The smooth and shining jade cheeks first floated with a shameful red cloud, and then slowly became pale. There was no blood. Liu frowned. His expression was very complicated, with a bit of helpless misery in his hesitation. Young Master Yi, you hurt me. Yunai sank down on the edge of the bed, her eyes a little dull. Why did I suffer so much? All feelings were mixed in her heart for a while, thinking about her own fate, and her heart became more and more miserable, and she lay down on the bed and sobbed. Mansion, study room. Gixun is concentrating on painting. The woman in the painting is almost naked, and her upper body is only covered by a little red color. As long as it is a modern person, it can be seen that it is exclusively for female sex. Close-fitting bra. Yeaton's painting skills are really bad. Although Gixun is not a master of danking, but his painting skills are also passable. He draws the coquettish gadgets designed by Yeaton. This little thing is indeed too coquettish. It is a little more ecstatic to hook the soul of a man, even if it is worn by a serious woman. However, the scholar is the one who knows the dead, and the woman is the happy one. If it is worn to a lover or an acquaintance, this boudoir must be happy and indescribable. Her cheeks are blushing with spring, and her peach blossom eyes are watery with a strong spring feeling, and deep in her body, there is an inexplicable rush of enthusiasm. Oh, this guy, it hurts people. Since her husband died, she has left the Liu family and established her own business. She worked hard in the imperial city for several years. She was so tired that she could fall asleep. Now that she has a successful career, she doesn't have to spend her life like that. And she has a very comfortable life, which can be designed by Yeaton. The coquettish gadget that came out again evoked her yearning for the Xiangong, causing her Gijingbo's heart to sway waves of ripples. Guarding the empty curtain alone, the night is long. How can you survive this day? While being self-pity and self-soothing, the personal maid Xio rushed in happily, panting and saying, Miss, that son of Yi. Gixun was startled. What's wrong with Yi Gongzai? Xio gasped. Miss, that young Master Yi went to Liu Xianggu. Gixun frowned. Liu Xianggu. She naturally knew where Liu Xianggu was. She immediately dispelled the only 1 or 2 points of favor that Yeaton had in her heart. This dead girl, why do you tell her about this? She groaned. What does it matter to me if he goes as he goes? Xio shook his hand and said, Miss, no, that young Master Yi ... Hey, Now the streets and alleys are talking about him. Giksun curiously asked, "What did you say about him?" Xiao said, "Listening to people's comments, Yi Gongzai went to Liuxiangu, and then created a tune. What is it called? A laugh. To a laughter in the sea. It is rumored to be ... a divine comedy for the world." Giksun raised her eyebrows, shocking the world. What a big tone. Is it really such a god? This lady didn't believe it. Xiao continued, "Miss, there's more." Chapter 44. The Emperor's flattery must be slapped. Giksun groaned. "Xiao, what's the matter with you today? Half talking and half stopping, wanting to piss me off." Xiao said, "Dare not," and hurriedly told about what happened in Liuxiangu. These things about Yitan, she also heard people discuss when she went shopping for the young lady. She was Giksun's body maid, naturally knows what Yitan and her lady want to cooperate with, and of course pay attention to Yitan's affairs. Gossip is 1 past 10, 10 past 100, 100 past 1,000, the more it passes, the more exaggerated, the more it passes, the more evil it is. Yitan has been exaggerated to become a star of Wenku, reincarnation of Yui Lao, and every woman can't help but fall in love with him. When Xiao talked about the original Xingtai, Giksun was shocked. There is no wind and no waves. The streets and alleys are so popular. This Master Yi is really full of ethics and talents. However, as for the reincarnation of Yui Lao, she couldn't help but let out a laugh, and said, "Why, Yui Lao reincarnated? Just talk nonsense." Xiao said, "Miss, it's true. Someone has compiled a storytelling called, well, 5 Phoenix Koyang, which is about the 4 oirons of Yi Gongzai and Liuxiangu, as well as interesting stories about Bai Ling. It 5 Phoenix Koyang." Giksun's pretty face showed a rather weird expression, and snorted quite dissatisfied. "He is good at it. He hooked up with those 5 sow hooves for a long time." Xiao was startled. A pair of wonderful eyes placed on the young lady's face, her pretty face showing a thoughtful look. What's the matter with the young lady? How does the tone of speech make people feel sour and jealous? Is it possible that the young lady also likes Yi Gongzai? Giksun didn't notice Xiao's weird gaze at all. She didn't believe it, but even the storytelling came out. It's almost always the case. For some reason, there was a sudden emptiness in her heart. The feeling of loss, like losing something important, made her feel a little uncomfortable. This night, she tossed over and found it difficult to sleep. When she was lost, she realized that the sky was already bright. "I felt a little sleepy and wanted to sleep late, but there seemed to be something stuck in her heart that made her feel uncomfortable." After careful sorting, she took Xiao to the street and went straight to the northern Songjai tea house in the city. 5 Phoenix Koyang was edited and commented by Mr. Lee, who lived in Songjai tea house. She wanted to hear Sumyeon's love affairs. When he arrived at the Songjai tea house, Giksun realized that the tea house was already full of people, waiting for Mr. Lee to comment on 5 Phoenix Suns. These days, there are many people who like to gossip, let alone funny stories. The 5 oirons of Liuxiangu are famous all over the imperial city. Who does not know? Such elegant and interesting things make people talk about it. Fortunately, Giksun was rich, and spent 5 pulls of silver to buy a good position. While tasting tea, while listening to Mr. Lee's comment on 5 Phoenix Koyang, Mr. Lee speaks eloquently about Yi Gongzai and the 5 red card oirons, as if he were Yi Gongzai himself, and the guests here were even more enthusiastic and applauded, but Giksun's heart was full of disgust. But driven by curiosity, she still insisted on listening for a long time. After listening to Mr. Lee's 5 Phoenix Rising Sun, Giksun made people look around. Yitan's original A Laugh from the Sea in Liuxiangu has been circulated. Many people scrambled for rubbings and took them home for collection. This is a copy of Xing style. For a time, Xing style characters are widely circulated. Giksun spent 12 pulls of silver and bought the rubbing version and scores of A Laugh in the Sea, and then went home contented. Royal Palace, Golden Yuan Temple. Sitting on the dragon chair, Yi Tanjun accepted the worship of hundreds of civil and military officials, and then dealt with political affairs. Today was a series of happy events. Mobai continued to report 800 miles of urgent information. The chief minister of the cabinet, Jiang Tingdong, Jiang, succeeded in holding back the Golden State Army for 7 days in the name of peace talks, and has now safely returned to Zenyang Pass. After Wugong Hu Qingqingshan arrived at Zenyang's dangerous pass, he immediately assembled his army and divided his troops. According to the established combat plan, he pretended to attack Yunyang Pass all the way and break the siege of Yanwu Pass all the way, and successfully evacuated all the people outside Zenyang Dangerous Pass. In the customs, Marshal Jin Guobing, General Marshal Ma, missed the opportunity and became angry. He swung his army and attacked Zenyang dangerously. Wugong Marquis Qingqingshan took the dangerous position and led the whole city's soldiers and civilians to resist. He defeated the Golden Army a dozen times, and both sides suffered losses, but Zenyang's danger is as solid as golden soup. In the disaster-stricken area in the north, the imperial minister Dan Jiangmin inspected and supervised with the sword above, and the government offices of various continents opened warehouses to release grain, and they did their best to help the disaster, and did not dare to be careless. According to the memorial returned by Dan Jiangmin, the relief work in the periphery of the disaster area is doing well. Most of the victims who fled from the famine have been temporarily resettled. He is currently on his way to the most severely affected provinces. This can be described as a series of good things. Yi Tan was very satisfied, praised a lot, changed the topic, and asked, "Everyone in the King family, it is said that the playboy has the talents of heaven and earth. The pillar of the country, can this happen?" The Emperor: "This is indeed the case." There is a report from the Department of War Shangxiu Dugjin. The minister also printed a laughter in the sea by Playboy's eye, and dedicated it to the Emperor. The latitude and longitude, that is to describe the talent, the level that the Prime Minister can only have. The dandy is a great talent, but it is not enough at this level. The King Liu celebrity who is an official in the DPRK is not a Jing champion, but also a second-place winner. Only tall and good, full of ethics. All the ministers cursed in their hearts one after another. Dugu Shangxiu was so shameless. He took the first step to please the Emperor, and he didn't even let go of his farts. Recently, he changed frequently to steal the limelight. A eunuch presented the rubbing version of the Dugujin handed over to the Emperor. Yi Tanzhuang looked at it for a while, and then ordered the eunuch to pass it down for the ministers to read. Dugujin said, "The Emperor, a laugh from the sea is contrary to the common sense of rhythm. The tune is novel and smooth. The momentum is majestic, and the swing is a breathtaking divine comedy. Majestic, very vigorous, with everyone's demeanor and admiration by ministers and others. It is a pity that Playboy can be described as a rare wonder in a century." The Duga family is an aristocratic family. Naturally, what happened in the imperial city is clear. He is also the governor of the court and is a scholar of the Ministry of War. The voice of his precious daughter, Dugajin, to enter the East Palace is extremely high to understanding. After several detailed discussions with his precious daughter, combined with the recent changes in the central government, he was absolutely sure that the Emperor had really changed. Only from his wise decisions in handling some of the affairs of the court, he was quite vigorous and vigorous by a generation of princes. Of course, there are also some habits that have not changed yet. On the contrary, they have become more and more intensified, that is, lust, and even some mischief. The monarch of a dignified country unexpectedly ran to the brothel to find flowers and ask the willows. The wind, the flowers, the snow and the moon, made a fool of himself. It was not bad, and there was no embarrassing incident. He still couldn't figure out what the Emperor's purpose was for playing this playboy. Perhaps it was purely to laugh for a Pomeranian. Although it was a bit nonsense, in general, it had no effect on the affairs of the government and the state. He also didn't expect that he was usually faint and incompetent, and could only drink and have fun. and the emperor, who was so prestigious, had such a stunning literary talent, which really surprised him. There are no glasses these days, but there are eyeballs falling. Dugajin couldn't guess what the emperor meant for this playboy. Although he was dissatisfied with the emperor's good say, fortunately he did not neglect Jaina. As long as Jaina is favored, it doesn't matter how many concubines he gets. What's more, the emperor's harem, 3. It is also normal for 72 concubines in the 6th court of the palace. Since the emperor is fooling around, under the premise of not harming the state, he followed the emperor's will and smacked the emperor secretly. Why not do it? Chapter 45. Shukba Yitan is so cool. Dugajin is really interesting, as if he knows the mind of brother. So like this, he has taken the cherished boy that brother concocted to the sky. Hee. Enough buddy. Hey, no, he is the brother-in-law's father-in-law. Fortunately, brother is the true dragon emperor, the 9th 5 son. Your father-in-law must also listen to your brother. Wow, ha ha ha. All the ministers agreed, and praised the playboy's outstanding literary talents. Everyone who was rare in a century, all kinds of nonsense. It is difficult for Yitan not to laugh. This group of ministers are all old oily people who are good at observing the appearance and color. Just looking at the expression of the emperor, you can know that whoever dares to sing the opposite will anger Longwai, or follow the trend. In addition, people cherished the playboy really has the ability, only this original behavior, let people be impressed. Of course, their hearts are getting more and more upset about Dugajin. Shangxiu from the Ministry of War. You guy has robbed everyone of the flattery of the limelight. Damn it. Yitan was in a great mood, and stood up and said, okay, such a masterful wizard, I am fortunate to have a great time, I will give him the name of cherishing the playboy. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the house, and the emperor gave the title of grace. This is the first case in the ages among literati. It is a pity that the title of playboy has made everyone's name even more solid. The emperor is wise. This time, without waiting for the minister of war Shangxiu Dugajin to leave the class, a group of ministers have rushed to agree with each other, flattering. Before Yitan had time to slip out of the palace, the emperor's bestowment of the title of Sorry the Playboy had spread throughout the entire imperial city. With such a privilege, those scholars and students who were desperately studying were not jealous. The jealousy turned jealous. They didn't dare to be jealous. It was a nickname given by the emperor. Even if someone offended an official, the official prince would not dare to control it, and the emperor had to deal with it himself. They can only sigh that their lives are good and their lives are suffering. Of course, they have also inspired many students to work harder and immerse themselves in their studies to gain fame and fortune. When I saw Gixun again, Yitan already clearly felt that the look in her eyes was very different than before. However, Marina is still holding her pretty face, with a cold air that refuses to be thousands of miles away. As soon as Yitan's eyes rolled, he quickly understood the reason. He bowed and bowed to the beauty of Gu, repeatedly making no mistakes. Miss Gu. Xiaxing was also out of helplessness at the time, so that. Please Miss Gu, forgive me. Xiaxing will not compensate you. Gixun snorted coldly. The frost on the pretty face was only a little weaker. She sent someone to Liu Xianggu to inquire about it. After spending some money, she inquired about the news she wanted to know. It was young Master Bai, the elder brother that someone said might not exist at all. Okay, how dare you deceive this lady? Gixun was pretty pale at the time, and she wished to bite someone fiercely to relieve her hatred. However, she played a laugh from the sea several times and looked at the unique style of walking, and her anger disappeared. In this era of emphasis on culture and military affairs, talents with outstanding style are very popular, and they are popular and worshipped everywhere. Even Gixun, who only wants to make a lot of money, cannot avoid the vulgar. Early in the morning, the news that the emperor gave someone a nickname was more and more shocked to her heart. Although this guy is not honest and good at seizing, he is still so-so. She pulled her pretty face, of course, for the sake of face, and was also annoyed that Yitan was not honest before. At this moment, when people sincerely apologized, She also went down the stairs. After serving the fragrant tea, the personal maid, Xiao, withdrew wisely, leaving the young lady alone with the famed master Cotyledon. Yi Tan took out the pile of drafts drawn long ago from the white robe, and put it in front of Gixun with a smile. Gixun's cheeks turned red involuntarily. Just a small coquettish tube top, which had been tossed and turned around and could hardly fall asleep. I don't know what harm is this stack of drawings. However, the strong desire for curiosity finally defeated the shyness. She picked up the stack of drafts in front of her and looked through them one by one. It's all weird stuff, which makes her difficult to understand for a while. Of course, this is also because Sumion's painting skills are too bad. The painting is too simple, and the modern and ancient concepts are too different. Gixun and time are difficult to understand, is also very normal. Gixun couldn't understand. But there was an incomprehensible sensation in her heart. The dignified Yi masters were so literary and talented in the world. Among them, the technique of danking was so unbearable, she couldn't help but laugh. Yi Tan Lao blushed, laughed a few times, and then coughed, defending himself. No one is perfect. If it is really perfect, then he is a saint. Ha ha. Gixun couldn't help but chuckled again. No matter what, if you say something reasonable, this lady will let you go and find Sumion's weakness, and she feels more comfortable. The beauty smiled, and all the charms were born. Yi Tan couldn't help but look straight. Someone's wolf expression made Gixun feel slightly annoyed at first, and then she was a little proud of her. She was still quite confident about her face. If it was someone else's wolf apprentice, she was quite confident. Expression. She was sure to turn his face immediately. She straightened her chest and felt a bit of a demonstration, but she sighed faintly. The slave family is already an old man, and it's not comparable to those famous Oirans who are famous all over the imperial city. Oh. Yi Tan was taken aback, and then smiled. He knew in his heart that this was a show of Hong Yuogo, and he was also sarcastic. In terms of appearance and temperament, Gixun, Kinu, Feiyin and other women have their own merits, and they are not distinguished from each other, but Gixun has a mature charm that a girl does not have. Moreover, the figure is very hot, just the stalwart model. It is estimated to have a 36D cup cover, right? Yi Tan wanted to test it by hand to make sure that his eyesight was inaccurate. As I thought in my mind, his eyes would inevitably be exposed. Gixun stood proudly with a crisp chest, and his eyes turned white. As expected, this servant couldn't see a beautiful woman. No wonder he would go to Liu Xiang to hook up those 5 sow hooves. It's damn it. Yi Tan suddenly gritted his teeth, with a terrifying expression. Which bastard who doesn't have eyes said. This son must have beaten him all over the floor looking for teeth. Miss Danziguo's color is so handsome, charming, suave, and human. The talented people who see people love and see flowers are fascinated by the beauty of the young lady's peerless appearance, and they don't know how to distinguish between east and west. Gixun couldn't help but laughed out loud, then gave him a blank look, and groaned. I know it's a coaxing thing, but the slave family accepted it with pleasure. Although she knew that someone could break through the sky by blowing up cowhide, she still couldn't help being amused by him. She knew it was bullshit, but when people listened, she felt quite comfortable in her heart. Regardless, but disrespectful, this lady treats it as praise and accepts it all. See if you have any tricks. Let it go. Chapter 46. Yi Tan showed an innocent smile on his face, shook his head and said, Guan Suijiu, in the river island, a fair lady, a gentleman is so beautiful. Gixun couldn't help turning her white eyes. Seeing that you were gentle, but you didn't look right, even though she knew that he was a bit frivolous, she couldn't get angry in her heart, which made her feel strange. Alright, okay, staying there are a lot of ladies, just go ahead and make sure to hug them one by one. The thought of this servant hooking up with Liu Xiang's 5 sow hooves made her feel uncomfortable. In this era, those literati and inexperienced people used the brothel as an elegant and interesting thing, and they even took the brothel red card Oiran as a concubine, which made people talk about it. She herself felt that this was an elegant and interesting thing, but in her heart, to this guy like that, locally, it is Mo Ming's unhappy. Yi Tan coughed lightly and changed the subject. Miss Gu, I sincerely want to cooperate with Miss Gu to make money. I wonder if Miss Gu is not interested. Giksun nodded. If there were still worries before, after the Emperor called him Master Yi and gave him the nickname Playboy Cherish, all the problems would be solved. Throughout the world, I don't know how many people are begging for his original calligraphy. If you take this as an opportunity, you can indeed earn a lot of silver, but I am afraid that his reputation will be affected. Giksun couldn't help but hesitate. In these years, fame is not knowing how important it is. Some people don't hesitate to save their lives and ask for a clean name to stay in the world. Doesn't he care at all? Hey, what's wrong with me? He doesn't care about his reputation. Why should I worry about him instead? Giksun coughed slightly and drank a cup of tea to cover it up. For some reason, this heart jumped so hard, as if it was about to jump out of his chest, which made people nervous. Seeing that she was silent, Yi Tan thought she was still worried about sales. He smiled casually, I'm not talking about the ready-made clothes, but about the wine. Wine? Giksun couldn't help being stunned. This jump in thinking was too fast, right? She couldn't keep up. Yi Tan smiled and said, yes, it's wine. You sell wine and I produce it. It's 5050%. Giksun shook her head vigorously, trying to keep herself up with his thinking. In this era, wine is mostly used to quench thirst. Men, women and children can drink it. The sales volume of wine is very large, but the number of wine shops is so large that the number of people is unclear. There is one in 2 or 3 steps. Even if your wine is well brewed, the sales volume is not as good as expected. When she first came to the imperial city, it was not that she had never thought of opening a restaurant, but she inquired about it. The wine cellars were all self-brewed, the cost was high, the fund was overstocked, and they were all small profits but quick turnover, deducting various costs and expenses. The profit was pitifully small, and it didn't reach the lowest bottom line she had expected in her heart. With a mysterious smile on his face, Yi Tan touched a small white porcelain vase with orchids from his sleeve robe, and shook it in front of Giksun. The fragrance of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley. You can smell it. Giksun has become accustomed to the surprise he gave people suddenly, and now curiously took over the small porcelain vase. This small porcelain vase is exquisitely crafted, but the premium porcelain is not cheap. But think about it, just look at what he wears. He is the son of an aristocratic family, and the family has money. She also understands why Yi Tan wants to cooperate with her to make money. Even if it is a famous family, that month's money is also fixed. You won't make money on your own. You can only spend so much. If you want to spend more, you have to find a way. Moreover, King Liu's celebrities can't do business, otherwise they will be covered with brassy infamy, and Yi Tan will cooperate with her, which is of course what it means. Row is that she is extremely smart, and she can't guess that Yi Tan has many ambitions. He doesn't just want to cooperate to make money, but to make all the money with people. As soon as Giksun uncorked the bottle, a strong scent of drunken wine puffed her nose, making her stay in a daze, and there was a burst of ecstasy in her heart. The so-called fine wines and famous wines in this market, even if they are the tribute to the palace, she has not tasted it. With the strong and fragrant aroma of the wine, she dared to be sure that no one can compare the aroma of the wine in the world. The aroma of the wine in this small porcelain bottle was better than before. She couldn't help but praised. This wine is so fragrant. Although she was used to the surprise someone brought her, she still couldn't help but look at him carefully again, wondering how many amazing things he had in his mind. How many amazing things are there in your mind? She couldn't help the intense curiosity in her heart, and asked. Well, Yi Tan dragged his tone, blinked, with a very mysterious expression, and said with a low smile, I am a mysterious person, with more advantages, and most people can't see it. It takes a long time to get along with each other, and it takes careful taste to discover it. Gixon's cheeks reddened and she turned white and winked. There is something in the conversation. How can she not hear it? If it is said that she still had some resentment before, now it has disappeared, and all that is left is curiosity and admiration. She dared to be sure that the rich and fragrant wine smell must be the best wine. She couldn't help but swallowed a sip of water, and the small porcelain bottle was raised to her lips, wanting to taste it. Yi Tan said hurriedly, "Be careful, this wine is very strong." After returning to the palace yesterday, he was in a good mood. After a few drinks, even the tribute wine to the palace was so weak. It was just a so-so. Wouldn't it be worse for the outside sellers? There was an inspiration in my heart. In ancient times, wine was used to replace tea. Men, women and children could drink it. The consumption of wine was very large. Wouldn't it be fatal if you could make good wine? It takes too long to make a finished product. Even if the manpower is increased a lot, the cost is high and the money is slow. It's not as fast as the wine. The most lacking thing now is the white silver. I don't know how to make wine, but I can distill and increase the alcohol's degree. He talked and ordered, but the little palace ladies and eunuchs were too busy. Even if it was dark, he had to do what the emperor had ordered. If not, the guy who was eating on his neck had to move. Soon, all the pots and pots that Yi Tan wanted came over and piled them up in the small kitchen of the palace of King Dynasty. In the middle of the night, Yi Tan shut himself up in the small kitchen hurriedly, and shocked concubine Jin and Ziza Orong, both distressed and curious. But there was a dragon and tiger guard guarding him outside the small kitchen. Without the emperor's order, the two of them dared not come close. They could only wait patiently in the palace. There are many ways to purify alcohol. The freezing method is the most trouble-free and cost-effective, but it is summer and Yi Tan has to use distillation. After busying most of the night, he distilled 3 small bottles of high alcohol, which was satisfied from the kitchen. Come out. This is his big secret to make money. He personally locked the door of the kitchen, and he kept the key personally. He also ordered a soldier in the palace to guard it. Who would dare to ransack the family? Chapter 47 Cooperation to make a fortune. Concubine Jin and concubine Ziza Orong have not slept. Seeing Yi Tan covered in black and grey, it is unavoidable to be funny and distressed. Concubine Ziza Orong takes his shower while concubine Jin is busy preparing fixio. Fortunately, Yi Tan feels a little sleepy. It's the dragon and the double phoenix, which will be broken until dawn. With 3 small bottles of fine wine, Yi Tan left 1 bottle for concubine Jin, and took 2 bottles with him. At this moment, he took out 1 bottle to Gixun. He screamed too late, and some Gixun, who was impatient to taste it, would have thought that this wine should be so strong. As soon as the wine entered his throat, he felt that his throat was burning like a fire, making her coughing and charming. The eyes turned white, and the smooth jade cheeks were red. I was wrong. I didn't remind you that this wine is very strong. Yi Tan took the opportunity to show his hospitality, not only admitting that it was his fault, but also pouring tea and pounding the back. His expression was very sincere, and his movements seemed very natural. He actually beat me on the back. Gixun was shocked at the beginning. Although the atmosphere of the Great Zhou dynasty was as open as the China Datang, it still emphasizes chastity. Men and women are not married. Wouldn't this be the opportunity to eat this lady's tofu? Seeing his sincere expression and natural expression, Gixun swallowed when she reached her mouth, only pretending to continue coughing. Half of Chuo Hong's cheeks were choked by strong alcohol and half were ashamed. There was a strange feeling. I didn't expect him to be so caring and considerate. Knowing cold and hot, she drank a cup of herbal tea and gasped for a breath before exclaiming, "This wine is so strong." Yi Tan smiled and asked, "How about it? Isn't my wine good?" Gixun poured a little into the empty teacup, and then savored it carefully. As a lesson from the past, she wouldn't dare to drink it like just now. The wine is rich and fragrant, and the wine is strong and mellow. It is not only good, it is the dew of the heavenly fairy, and it is a superb product on earth. She blinked her watery peachy eyes and looked at Yi Tan unblinkingly, as if she was asking, Is this wine made by you? Yi Tan smiled freely and nodded gently. Gixun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lot of moments in his heart. The typefaces are integrated and the tunes are unique. This technique of wine making is amazing, and it is really admirable. People are so young, they are so handsome, and they are kind and kind. They don't have the domineering, literary talents of the world, and the rare thing is their care and consideration. Such perfect men can't be found even with a lantern. I don't know how many women are rushing to marry him. Ouch. How can I think about this? Gixun felt that her heart was jumping like a little deer, and her cheeks were hot like fire. Fortunately, she choked her throat while tasting just now, otherwise she would be really ashamed. After regaining her sanity, she gave a pretty face and asked softly, "How does the sun plan to cooperate?" She can already imagine the value of this new wine. As long as it goes on the market, it will be hot, and it may be in short supply, and there is no market. Then, she must have a good talk with someone. A fool will push the god of wealth out, and no one will bite his hand over the money. This guy is like a money tree, she has to hold it firmly in the palm of her hand. Yi Tan looked at Dame Ge with a smile, then stretched out his palm and turned it over. This gesture speaks for itself, and it is divided into 50-5. Gixun frowned her eyebrows softly, and said softly, "My son, you know that not only is the venue better for selling wine, but also more people are needed. The cost alone is not small. She is only responsible for sales, which has already taken a lot of money. But who would bite the hand with too much money? The reason why she bargained is just to maximize the benefits. It would be better to add 15% more, and 50%. She also made a mess." Yi Tan still smiled and said, "Rent your 3 cloth shops in a good location. They are in their own homes, so you don't need to pay rent." Gixun turned white and winked, and groaned, "My son, the slave family doesn't do business. If you rent out 3 shops, you can get a lot of money in a year." Yi Tan laughed and said, "That's why I'm only divided into 50%. To change someone else, I will give him 15% at most. It is divided into 5 and 5. Of course, he understands that Dame Ge is taking advantage of the big advantage, but it doesn't matter if it is to please the beauties that he suffers a little bit. If it is not for financial constraints, he will not bother to think about how to make money." Seeing his scorching gaze, Gixun's heart jumped abruptly. She hurriedly lowered her eyes, and said softly, "Yi Gongzai calls himself a playboy. That must be the love of Liang Xianxu. The slave family has worked hard. Isn't it just for the sake of mixed meals, plus 10%? Yi Tan chuckled and said, "I'll give you a trip to Juching, but well," he didn't say the following words, just looked at the big beauty with a smile. "Don't think about it." Gixun's cautious head jumped wildly, but the pretty face pulled up. This guy's eyes were too aggressive, and the smile that seemed harmless to humans and animals contained a bit of intimidation. The evil heartbeat made her feel nervous for no reason. The other party didn't make any concessions, so she had no choice but to say, "Okay, 50% is 50%. It doesn't matter if this lady suffers a little loss." She had taken advantage of Danda, but she refused to admit defeat at all, and she also pretended to be very generous, which made Yi Tan couldn't bear it. Gixun immediately ordered someone to bring pen and ink to draft the agreement. In order to obtain the true copy of Yi Tan's running script, he of course wrote the 2 agreements. Both parties signed the agreement. The cooperation between the two is considered to be effective from now on. Seeing that she didn't even look at it, Yi Tan signed the agreement and joked, "Hey, Miss Gu, you can sign the agreement without even looking at it? What if it's a contract for sale?" Gixun's heart jumped again, and she sighed. The slave family has to marry a chicken and marry a dog and a dog. Who will let the slave family's life be bad? Alas! Yi Tan squinted and said, "Lady, don't worry, I will never leave you in the cold. I hold it in my palm every day and scream." Gixun rose in a pretty face and screamed, "Bah! Who are you, a lady? Even if you marry a cat and a dog, this lady won't marry you." Yi Tan leaned closer and asked with a smile, "This is from the heart? What does it matter to you?" Gixun took a step back, saying that there was a god who raised her head 3 feet away. How could she dare to swear randomly? This guy is really hateful. Dare to molest her face to face? She was embarrassed and annoyed, and there was a burst of bewilderment and chaos in her heart, and she didn't know whether his words were true or false. Well, I'm afraid it's a lot of teasing, right? For a perfect man like him. I don't know how many daughters in her boudoir who are waiting to marry are rushing to marry him. How can he look at a widow woman? Thinking of her own bumpy fate, she couldn't help but sighed faintly. Yi Tan wouldn't have thought that her inner thoughts were so complicated, but she just stood on the side with a smile, admiring the attractive expression of beautiful Lady Gu. They all say that they are beautiful and delicious. The beauty is a beautiful landscape, which is pleasing to the eye. The first person to say this must be the super wolf friend of Shin Yun. Chapter 48. Gixon is like a modern businesswoman. She is smart, capable, sharp-eyed, vigorous, and very good at capturing business opportunities. After discussing various matters with Yi Tan, she immediately went to 3 cloth shops, posted advertisements, and reduced the prices of ready-to-wear air fabrics. Deal with. The alternative advertisement titled Blood Vomiting Sale soon caused shock in the Imperial City. The cloth shop changed to sell drinks and ceased business day after day. All the existing ready-made garments were vomited and the prices were reduced. The opportunity is rare, so if you want to buy it as soon as possible. The meaning is simple and clear. Even a country folk who can only understand a few words can understand the meaning. What's more rare is the font, the silver pen and iron hook. The majestic and bold style. Isn't it the handwriting of Yi Gongzai, who was given the title of Playboy Cherish by the Emperor who just made a blockbuster? All of a sudden, scholars and scholars, literati and inkmen, actually watched each other and scrambled for rubbings. A pair of genuine calligraphy from everyone is hard to find. It is also a rare opportunity to get rubbings. At least after returning home, you can brag about it with your friends. While those literati and ink scholars were scrambling for the original handwriting of the rubbing Yi Master, all kinds of gossip also came out loudly, and Yi Master actually wrote an inscription for the cloth of his widow wife, which is intriguing. Yi Gongzai is very young, handsome, romantic and suave. Yushu is in the breeze, everyone loves. The flowers are blooming, the literary talent is outstanding. The Emperor gave the name to everyone, and the future is unlimited. I don't know if there is any. Many young girls are vying to marry him. Widow Gu's wife has been a widow for many years, and she will definitely be overwhelmed by the peerless demeanor of Yi. Everyone. Her spring heart is rippling, and she naturally embraces her. A dry wood and a raging fire must hit it off. In front of the widow women, there is a lot of right and wrong. If Yi Tan is only a little fame, he will be criticized by those clear celebrities, and he will be scolded so badly. What shameless, lustful people, and self-defilement. Clearing the name, corrupting the reputation of King Liu and so on. However, with the title of Playboy Cherish given by the Emperor, the names of the masters of a generation of master craftsmen have been established. The rape relationship between the Yi family and the widow's women has naturally become a good sentence, and it is talked about. An elegant affair. Gixon worked hard in the Imperial City for a few years, and she was already a small celebrity. Now, with the help of Yi everyone, she has suddenly become a famous celebrity. The big celebrities who have attracted much attention naturally have some special attention. Those who are good at doing everything possible to inquire about the relationship between the widow Gu and Yi Dai. It is even more curious why she suddenly changed career and changed to selling water and wine. Gixon didn't expect that Yi Tan's alternative advertisement would cause such a big sensation, and immediately pushed her above the cusp of the waves. However, at this time, she has no retreat. Under all kinds of strange eyes, in all kinds of rumors, she smiles like a flower as usual, showing the vigorous side of a strong woman. This lady neither admits nor refutes. If you like to guess, just guess. The clear one is clear, and the turbid one is turbid. The lady behaves well and sits upright. What is there to be afraid of? That said, after Gixon arranged for her associates to handle the ready-to-wear fabrics, She hurriedly got into the carriage and ran home like fleeing for her life. There are many disputes in front of the widow women. Even if you don't strike up a conversation with a man, as long as there are a few men in front of you occasionally wandering around, they will attract criticism, let alone the famous Yi Gong Tsai. Everyone. Giksun didn't expect so much trouble to cooperate with Yi Gong Tsai. She curled up on the bed, sobbing with anguish. Nowadays, rumors are flying all over the sky, and the more they spread, the more exaggerated they are. Some versions are even more exaggerated. It is said that she has been a widow for many years and is approaching the age of tiger and wolf. Lust seduced young Master Yi and forcibly asked for joy. The spring breeze overwhelmed him several times overnight, which made everyone almost collapsed and couldn't even get out of bed. These gossips became more vivid and vivid, as if they were the Master Yi who enjoyed the blessing. Giksun was bitter in her heart, lamenting her own misfortune, lying on the pile of brocade and sobbing. The more she thought about it, the more sad she became, tears streaming down her face and her eyes red and swollen. When the tears were fascinated, a handkerchief was handed to her. She grabbed it and wiped her tears. Her embroidered handkerchief was already wet and threw it aside. Hey, that's not right. She initially thought it was the embroidered handkerchief handed over by her close-fitting maid. After wiping it, she felt that the flavor of the material was different, and she couldn't help raising her head, and her eyes widened. Someone who made her unable to lift her head stood beside her and smiled heartlessly. Why didn't she startle her? This is her sweet boudoir. Let a young man come in and spread it out. Wouldn't it be a lie? You. She was ashamed and annoyed. She didn't know how to speak for a while. Yi Tan smiled freely, sat down naturally, took another piece of embroidered handkerchief naturally, and gently wiped the rushing tears for her naturally, and comforted her softly. Look at you, eyes are crying. It's red. If there is anything to cry, the clear ones will clear themselves. What other people like to say, let them say. He. He wiped my tears for me. Giksun was dumbfounded, and she turned her head to avoid it, letting him wipe off the teardrops on his cheeks. It took a long time before she reacted. Her pale cheeks were as red as the rising sun. She was so ashamed that she instinctively grabbed the embroidered handkerchief, lowered her head and wiped her tears, and her head jumped wildly, making her nervous. A feeling of suffocation. Those who are clear are self-reliant, and it is said that it is light. What shall I do in the future? Originally, it was difficult for a widow wife to want to remarry. Now that she has caused such a big sensation, she won't even want to post it upside down. How can I suffer so much? The sorrow came from her, and her tears couldn't help but rush outwards again and again. At the time of all the grief, she felt a big palm pressed against her back and gently touched. Giksun trembled all over, and she didn't know what to do for a while, so she continued to cry. Yi Tan said softly and comforted, you are such a big person, and you cry like a little girl, and you are not afraid of people making jokes. Giksun's heart became more and more miserable. It would be okay for her to be the eldest daughter of Huangwu. There would not be so many nonsense. Now people don't laugh. Woo. The more Giksun thought about it, the more sad she became. She cried so dizzy and burst into tears. Until she cried enough, she was shocked. I don't know when, I actually lay in the arms of a heartless person, and wet his breasts a lot. Moreover, one of his wolf claws was still wrapped around her shoulder, and the other a wolf paw stroked her messy hair. Giksun, who was so embarrassed that her cheeks were flushed, was hugged tightly by him. She wanted to struggle. It's not like lying on her stomach. Anyway, if tofu has been eaten, she won't be able to find her sex. She continued to sob in someone's arms. Well, his chest was quite generous, warm, and his hair was caressed, which made her feel a little itchy and comfortable. Maybe tired of crying, she felt that her eyelids were so heavy that she could hardly open her eyes. What's more terrible is that the young man's healthy breath made her fascinated and confused. Her bones were a little soft, and the strange and familiar enthusiasm in her body was quietly surging. Chapter 49. Nankiam and Giksun's scented boudoirs are quite gorgeous, with all kinds of furniture, carved big bed, light silk brocade embroidered by mandarin duck pillows, quite tantalizing. At this moment, lone men and widows are in the same room, and men and women are embracing each other. Yi Tan caressed Gixun's back gently, comforting her softly. Seeing her crying with pear blossoms and rain, she was tender and pitiful, unavoidably pitying her in every way. Gixun was tired of crying, looked listless and lethargic. Yi Tan helped her lie down, took off her embroidered shoes, pulled the thin quilt to cover her, and said softly, "Lie down and rest. Our Tan Yuntang can count on you." After that, the index finger gently scraped on the bridge of her pretty nose very naturally, and walked away gracefully. Gixun was embarrassed and annoyed. This guy actually did something to her. It's really hateful. For some reason, there was not much irritation in her heart. Her heart was still beating wildly, and her cheeks were hot like fire. Tan Yuntang. Isn't that one of the two names? Does he really dare to take this name? This brand is really going to go out. God knows how much criticism it will attract. She lay on the bed thinking chaotically, lost and strangely, and fell asleep without knowing it. Miss. The cry of panic awakened her, and when she saw the look of confusion on the face of the maid Xiao, Gixun realized that it was Nankiaman. Miss, your scream just now was so scary, so strange. Xiao's face was confused. The lady's scream was so scary, but it made her feel weird, so be careful. Ming was jumping wildly and wonderfully. It's just a nightmare. Gixun tried her best to conceal it. She gave a light cough. It's okay. Go out and prepare warm water. I want to take a shower. After Yi Tan left the mansion, surrounded by the dragon and tiger guards and the black guards, he went straight to the prison. This time, Mu Chunfing did not follow, but instead appointed Deputy Governor Yan to guard the Emperor from the tiger. Yan Kengwu is a secret guard trained with Mu Chunfing. He is a good friend of life and death. His size is exceptionally strong, and his vigorous Vajra fist has reached the realm of perfection, and his cultivation is only half a point. He is black. Yaiwa's number 2 man. Yi Tan named himself a superintendent and controls the black guard, but in fact, all power is concentrated in the hands of the deputy superintendent Mu Chunfing. The black guard has just been formed, and many things are waiting for him to deal with. The most important thing is at present, it is secretly recruiting strangers to expand the scale of the black guards. After passing the assessment, they will strengthen the special training, and then they will be scattered across the country and hidden with various identities. This is just the beginning. The black-clothed guards that Yi Tan needs not only spread across the whole country of Dazu, but also spread across the entire wild continent, forming a huge, systematic intelligence network. He not only needs to control the whole country, but also the intelligence of the entire continent. The Black Guard is his secret tool for spying on intelligence and assassinating important figures of the enemy, as well as his eyes. The so-called suspicious people don't need to use people, since Yan Kengwu was specially selected by Mu Chunfing and sent to protect him. Yi Tan naturally trusted Yan Kengwu. He suddenly remembered Dan Jiangmin's daughter Dan Junki, the little wild cat who stabbed him in the jail, and then planned to come and take a look. Little wild cat's sex is quite wild, and now she is locked in a jail. She must be suffocated. He who let you assassinate brother, I'll shut you down for a while, and polish your wild sex. The holy driver suddenly came, and all the officials guarding the sky prison were busy, and they lined up outside the iron gate of the sky prison to welcome the holy driver. Yi Tan Dao calmed down and went straight to the jail. There had been an incident of assassinating the emperor before, so Yan Kengwu didn't dare to be careless, so he took a few black guards to open the way first. Near the cell where Dan Junki was detained, Yi Tan heard the ping-pong crackling of the utensils flying against the wall, and he dared to believe that the little wild cat was furious again. Tan Junki is indeed mad. She was originally a playful and active age, but now she is imprisoned in a lifeless jail, although her cell is arranged as luxurious as the imperial concubine's bedroom, with good wine and food. There are books to read, piano playing, flute blowing, and all kinds of small toys, but they have kept her alive. The jailer on duty has suffered, and this future little concubine is too difficult to serve. I don't know how many things have been broken in one day. Some of these things are not cheap. This aunt is milk, but it was really life-threatening, and only when the wife of the imperial adult Dan Jiangmin came to visit the prison, the aunts Nat and Nat were quieter. When the emperor arrived, the jailers who were cleaning were shocked, and they knelt and bowed. Yi Tan waved his hand and motioned for them to get up. Looking at the shattered tiles on the floor, his brow wrinkled. This little wild cat is really wild. Tan Junki saw Yi Tan, snorted, and turned her head. Yi Tan looked at little wild cat's cell. I crossed. These guys are really willing to spend money, and they are so luxurious and high-end. Little wild cat loses freedom, but is actually like a princess, enjoying it comfortably. It seems that the wild sex of this little wild cat hasn't been consumed yet. His eyes rolled and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Yi Tan raised his face and asked, "What's the matter?" The jailers were so frightened that they knelt down and said tremblingly, back to the emperor's words, "It was ... It was the fall of Miss Dan." Yi Tan bent down and picked up a piece of broken porcelain. The porcelain was exquisitely crafted. I was afraid that it cost a lot of silver. It was broken by the little wild cat. What a prodigal daughter. My brother has been saving money and spending money. He turned to Dan Junki, showing a harmless smile of humans and animals. "Miss Dan, do you want to smash it?" "I will let you smash it." Tan Junki hummed coldly, "You don't dare to think Miss Ben bold." Yan Kanu shouted loudly, looking at the world. "I am afraid that only this savage wild girl would dare to speak to the emperor in this tone." Chapter 50. The hit nemesis. Yi Tan smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as Miss Dan wants to smash, even let her smash, as long as she is happy." With a sharp turn, he squinted his face and said, "Just write down how many things Miss Dan broke. When Master Dan comes back, you can ask him for reimbursement." The emperor is wise. The jailers kowtowed their heads and shouted together. The emperor's trick is really amazing. Tan Jiangmin Tan University scholar is a clean official with 2 sleeves. The Dongdong who Tan Daqianjin smashed will be compensated by Dan. "Hey, this next. See if you dare to smash it." Tan Junki was shocked, jumped up violently, staring at Yi Tan and gritted her teeth and said, "You ... you." Yi Tan turned his face back and glared at her, coldly said, "On the day of hoeing, sweat drips down the soil. Who knows that the Chinese food is hard? The natural disasters in the north, thousands of people annoying the bark. Do you know that waste is shameful?" I ... Tan Junki screamed, unable to speak for a long time. Although her father loved her very much, but he was also very strict. He was an official in the court, but he had a cool breeze. The family relied on his monthly salary to spend the day. From time to time, my grandpa and grandmother funded some money, so that life flies decently. Not to mention whether the father, who has always been extremely strict, would vomit blood and punish her severely. If the emperor really does this and converts her smashed stuff into money and seeks compensation from his father, wouldn't it be equivalent to smashing her own house? Throw the silver into the water? Don't you just smashed a few things? You can't be so angry, right? Tan Junki muttered in a low voice, pouting Lao Gao in her mouth, cursing someone with a scornful expression on her face. In her heart, she was really afraid that the emperor would really find her father to settle the accounts and lose money, but she refused to lose. Yi Tan glared at her, and warned in a cold voice, "Just this time, not as an example." The little wild cat has a hard mouth, but his tone has been obviously subdued. "Fighting with brother, you are still tender, he." After speaking, he flicked his sleeve, turned and left, and a group of officials hurriedly followed. After leaving the prison, Yi Tan whispered a few words to Yan Kanu. The latter beckoned to call the jailers on duty and muttered for a while before leaving. After being brutally enlisted, Tan Junki sat on the edge of the bed and sulked. The dog emperor is really hateful. How dare he threaten this lady? The whispering voices of several jailers suddenly heard, making her listen. "Do you remember what the emperor said just now?" "Brother Diane, we all keep it in our minds. If she breaks things in the future, we will write them down. When Master Dan comes back, we will settle accounts with Master Dan. Master Dan is a minister of Imperial Commission appointed by the Emperor. We can fight. Fear of a bird? Master Dan is an upright official. Everything is reasonable and reasonable. Master Dan will not embarrass us. Besides, we are collecting debts by an order. Brothers, or else, when we keep accounts, it is 10 or 20% higher than the market price, and we can also make a lot of money. Tanjunki was so angry that she bit her silver teeth, grabbed the powder box on the dressing table, and wanted to hit someone. What Yitan said just now flashed in her mind, and she put down the powder box quickly in fright. These boxes of rouge gouache are expensive. One box costs 15 or 16 of silver. It is a great time to use them to smash people, but the smash is your own money. Father knows. I am afraid that she will be scolded to death again. This lady is not fooled. She sat down again angrily, and when she was bored, she had to pick up a book on the desk and read it casually. On the day of hoeing, sweat drips into the soil. Who knows that the Chinese food is hard? She suddenly remembered the poem that Yitan just screamed out casually, and repeated the chant in a low voice, savoring it carefully. Deep meaning. This poem is very good. Didn't expect this Emperor Duo Jung to even export it. The little wildcats were smashed into the army, and Yitan felt very relieved. Brother is the big nemesis you hit. If you want to fight with brother, there is no door. He suddenly sneezed a few times. Which bastard would dare to curse brother? Brother, curse and go back. I touched the small porcelain bottle hidden in my sleeve robe. This wine was meant to be given to the wildcat, but seeing that her wild sex hasn't been consumed yet, this good wine is not going to give it to her. Yes, he'll go to Liu Xianggu and give the 5 beautiful women a reward. Making up his mind, Yitan immediately led the crowd to Liu Xianggu. He is now a contemporary master craftsman, the most prominent figure in the imperial city, and his every move is naturally concerned. The goal of concocting the most powerful emperor superstar in history has been temporarily achieved. At this moment, he needs to keep a low profile. It was too ostentatious to walk through the front door, so Yitan Swin walked through the sparsely pedestrian alleys and entered the back door of Liu Xianggu. Like Liu Xianggu, one of the best brothels, naturally there are thugs, and 4 fierce and sturdy big men guard the back door. The guests who come to stay in Xianggu are naturally the masters of fun and spending money. As long as you don't make trouble, these thugs will respect you like a god. Customers are their parents. An ingot of silver was stuffed in, and Yitan and the others easily entered Liu Xiang residence. Ginnu and other women were already impressed by Yitan's literary talents, and respected as gods. After getting a love poem by Yitan, they were even more happy, always looking forward to his arrival. After the hearts belonged, the girls no longer accompany guests easily, and they really could not avoid them, and at most they came out to play small tunes, blow the flute, and other times, they stayed secretly in their embroidered wedding dresses in their fragrant boudoirs. The 4 great Toyrans, plus a white silk, are all performing arts and not selling themselves or picking up customers. According to their mood, as long as they pay the prescribed amount on a daily basis, the old bastard can't help them. When young Master Yi was here, Kinu and other women were pleasantly surprised, and hurriedly changed their clothes and makeup, and gave them some meticulous decorations before they came out. When the ladies walked into the elegant room, they smelled a strong fragrance of wine, and they couldn't help twitching their pretty little noses. Beiling couldn't help but praised. Good fragrance, good wine. Ginna joked, any good wine can't escape Beiling's nose. It's better to pick up the elegant name of a wine fairy. Beiling's cheeks reddened, and she said, Sister Kinu. She has been depressed for more than a year since she broke the phase, and she spends most of her sorrows with alcohol every day. Among the women, she has the best drinker. They are all old acquaintances. There is no need for hypocritical politeness. The daughters sat down generously, and Yitan smiled and poured the wine. I brewed it myself. Come on, everyone pays to see How does it taste? Yi Gongts, I can still make wine? The girls' hearts became more and more admired, and at the same time, they became more and more admired. In their hearts, Yi Gongtsai became more and more perfect, like an omnipotent saint. Seeing Beiling holding up the wine glass in a hurry, Yi Tan reminded him quickly, Miss Beiling, this wine is so strong that it deserves a sip. Beiling's cheeks are reddish, and he nods gently, and said softly, thank you, son. Yi Tan said freely, whatever you are polite, it's your own person. This casual sentence made the hearts of the women jump again. Beiling paid a sip, and couldn't help but praise. Good wine, rich and full-bodied, with good mouth, good wine. Kinu and other women also paid a sip, and couldn't help but praise. This wine is indeed the best of all the water wines they have ever drunk. Seeing Yunayu's silence, Yi Tan's gaze fell on her face, startled.